Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's like it's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. Then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who were harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people even at that age in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. Working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because it just, with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children that where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's like it's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. Then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I'd probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school. And they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such a intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that, like, hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating, with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids like in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is, like, where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it, but it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, like, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school, because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in, if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, "Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard." And I said, "Well, why don't you go and do that?" She goes, "Because I can't do that. I'm too scared." So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it, but it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults.
Welcome back to the third day of our Winnipeg hearings of the National Citizens Inquiry. As we literally march across Canada, we started in Truro, Nova Scotia. We then went to Toronto. We're now in Winnipeg. Next week, we're going to be in Saskatoon. We're then traveling on to Red Deer, on to Vancouver, back east to Quebec City, and then finishing in Ottawa. This has become quite an experience. Somebody said to me this morning before we started that this is really the first thing that has happened since the truckers' convoy. And very excited about it. Everyone that finds out about this, participates, watches, they're finding themselves energized. They're finding that actually the action of participating, learning what happened together and hearing our stories is strengthening us and healing us. And so, as I did yesterday, I encourage every single one of you to participate by sharing us with your social media. It doesn't matter if you have 10 followers on Twitter, for example. Share what we're doing, because if we all do this together, if we all share what we're doing, we'll make this happen. This is our 9th full day of hearing, and I mean, when I say full day, if you've sat through any of these, I mean, we sit late because we want people to be heard. So we fill each day. We have had, one mainstream media attendance, to give one little report on us. When even this event, the fact that it's happening, the fact that some citizens have just banded together, came up with this vision of a way to heal the country, of a way to move forward in a positive way, and planned an event that we had no idea how much work and how big it was and how ambitious it was until white knuckles were running our first hearing in Truro, and purely citizen funded. It's interesting, we were out for supper with some people yesterday and they just assumed, we have a couple of big funders, and we don't. We send out email asks to people that have signed our petition, and we have your email address so we can share with you what's going on. Please actually go to our website and sign the petition. It legitimizes what we're doing. And then when we have a need, so we had a need for people who are willing to reach out to social media influencers, for example, we sent an email out asking, is there anyone out there that will participate? It's a way for us to plug you in. But the point I'm trying to make is this is pure citizen run and funded, and it only works because we're all doing this together. So when I'm asking you, will you please push us on your social media networks? We don't have a budget for advertising. We don't have a budget to hire people to do this stuff. We need you to do it. But amazingly, this is happening. And it's happening in a wonderful way because you are participating. So again, I'm calling on everyone to go sign our petition. I'm calling on everyone to donate. Every set of hearings costs us between $30,000 and $35,000. And we have some, nail-biting moments paying the bills. So this is happening because, thankfully, you are supporting us, and thankfully you are buying into what we're doing. But we need your continuing support, literally, city by city, to just help make this happen. Now, this morning, I wanted to talk about one of your enemies, and to help you appreciate that this truly is one of your enemies. And many who hear this, especially online, might be surprised when I identify one of your key enemies. But first I need you to appreciate that your Achilles heel is fear. And, for those of you who don't know the story of, Achilles in Troy, I mean, he was just this mighty warrior that no one could defeat. But while he's at Troy fighting against the Trojans, an arrow strikes him in his Achilles heel. That's why we call it the Achilles heel. And so he wasn't able to fight and he was killed. Your weakness is fear. So for example, if for those of us in the room, if all of a sudden we heard screaming outside and a grizzly bear burst through these two doors and, fur all standing up on end, we know he's angry. Every single one of us is in this room, we're going to run to that door. And in fact, we're going to be in such fear. We're, without thinking, before our conscious mind understands that it's a grizzly bear, our body's already in fight or flight mode, and we are not thinking about anything. We're not fighting a grizzly bear. We're not thinking about anything about flight. Every single person in this room. And in fact, some of us might get trampled and seriously hurt because the rest of us will be so anxious to get out of that door, so literally out of our minds. And we all know that this happens. There's example after example after example where people are killed when a crowd is fleeing in fear. Because when we're moved into a state of fear, we are out of our thinking mind, and there's nothing we can do about it. We're literally filled with a drug cocktail. And so you need to understand you do not have a defense against the physical reaction that occurs when you're in fear. You're not without options, but there is nothing you can do to prevent your body from going into fight or flight mode when you're presented with fear. And, using the bear example, it might actually be a couple of hours, or it might be a couple of days before you're calmed down. Literally, there's a physical reaction, and you need to understand there's nothing you can do about your physical reaction. But mentally, if you train yourself to identify that when you go into fear, and literally it's like, the police and the military, they train through drills. You have to train yourself as soon as you start getting afraid to go, just wait a second, I need to be aware. I have to keep connection to that thinking part of my brain, regardless about how I feel. And you can train yourself. There are people that will look at the stampede at the door and go, there's no point me trying to get through that door right now. Is there another way out? Or just, wait until there's a space. There's people that can do that, and you need to do that. And I think we all appreciate that for the last 3 years, we have been in a theater of fear. And I use the word theater with two meanings, because we literally have been in an information war. And, theater is a term to describe war. But, and when I say we've been in an information war, we have had witness after witness speak about censorship. We've had journalists speak about it. We have had medical people speak about it, doctors being silenced. We have been in a theater of war, an information war. But more importantly, we have been in a theater, a drama. Shakespeare said the whole world is a stage. And when this topic to speak about came to me this morning at about 7:45, and I wrote down the phrase, the whole world is a theater, it occurred to me that these sayings are actually true. The whole world is a theater, and we're just players on the stage. We have been through military-grade PSYOPs operation that has been theater. We have been watching the news, and it has been theater. It has been deliberately designed to put us into a state of fear where literally when you're watching the news, you will have a physical fight and flight response that you have no control over, and unless you have trained yourself to keep connection to your thinking mind, you are not thinking. It's funny, I totally bought into the pandemic before it hit the mainstream news, before I closed my law practice down last August so that I could participate as a volunteer in this National Citizens Inquiry. I did a fair amount of work with clients that make natural health products. And I had a couple of clients tell me they were having supply chain problems sourcing things from China. So I start looking, and before it hit our mainstream news, I think China had 600 million people locked down because of this coronavirus. And remember, I'm just coming to this fresh, and I'm thinking, this was my thought process, right or wrong. My thought process was, wait a second, China's a police state. And surely they depend on, their legitimacy and being able to hold on to power with increasing the living standards of their population, because we've just actually seen a tremendous increase in their prosperity over the last several decades. And I thought, they're not going to be locking down 600 million people unless this is a real threat. And so I was afraid before you were afraid. We didn't have to go and when people were lining up to buy toilet paper. We didn't have to do that. We had already stocked up, So, and it wasn't until about 10 days in of the TV coverage when all of a sudden I started hearing the word vaccine. Like, how could that word come up 10 days in? Because I'm in, the drug approval world, and I knew there's no way they were going to come up with a vaccine. So my wife and I had to make a conscious decision to actually turn off the TV, because when you're in a global pandemic and, the world's falling apart, you're actually glued to the TV. You make a point of watching the 6 o'clock news. And we were watching it for about a month, like even after I thought, we're being gamed here. But we actually found that we were in such a state of fear all day, every day, because we were watching TV. And so we made a decision, we're just not watching TV, and we turned it off. And I think it took about a month before we kind of felt settled down. And then, just to give you an example of how good the TV media is at ramping you up, I don't know, maybe it's 3.5, 4 months ago, we're watching Del Bigtree on the High Wire, and he's talking about, I think it was monkeypox. Like, you remember that they were kind of teasing us with the fear that monkeypox might run through. And so just on his show, he was just saying, here's how the mainstream media is reporting on it. And he maybe played about, might have only been, 5-6 minutes of clips of media reporting, much like we've done here, showing, 6-7 minutes of, government announcements on COVID. So I'm watching, for a very short period of time, the mainstream media reporting on monkeypox, and I realized I was afraid. I was legitimately afraid while I was watching this. I mean, the amount of money and brain power that goes in to determining how to play on our emotions and create fear when we're watching TV is absolutely tremendous. And I mean, even yesterday, we played 2 sets of clips that we just had, our video guys spliced together of news reports from Manitoba, except there was that one, Christmas one with Santa Claus and Teresa Tam. And I think everyone in the room will agree with me that it was traumatizing. It was traumatizing to watch old footage of the Manitoba leaders basically announcing lockdowns and restrictions, and watching Santa Claus and Teresa Tam encourage children to get vaccinated. So what we experienced, was literally surreal, but understand it was theater. It was deliberately done. The play was deliberately run to put you into a state of fear. And the state of fear that we were in was horrendous. We've heard in this inquiry about basically people in Montreal in old folks' homes literally starving and dying of dehydration because the care workers abandoned them. Can I say that again? In Canada, we experienced old people that were totally dependent upon us for their care dying of dehydration and starvation because we were too afraid to care for them. Can you get your head around that? That is possible. This is how effective the theater was. And we know it was theater. We look at our overall death count. In 2020, when we had no protection from the vaccine, and our all-cause mortality was really no more significantly different than in a bad influenza season. We did not have to let old people die of dehydration and starvation alone in their rooms, without their diapers changed in Canada. We didn't have to do that. But the theater was such a great production that we had no choice, because we were all having a physical reaction that disconnected us from our minds. We had a witness yesterday who runs a security company who it was almost comical, because people would be putting these security systems in their homes because they were so afraid of anyone coming to the door and they needed to be secure. It was irrational. His business took off. It was irrational fear. I forget who, but it might have even been the Honorable Chess Crosby had put up a news article with an opinion piece about, let the vaccinated people die, or unvaccinated people die. And we all heard about putting unvaccinated people into camps. We all heard in Canada about putting unvaccinated people into camps. Were we in Nazi Germany talking about the Jews carrying disease and lice? For public health reasons, surely we need to get them into camps. We were talking about putting unvaccinated Canadians into camps. The theater was tremendous, and it was effective. You've got to think about this as the day goes on and as the weeks go on, what actually happened, and ask yourself, my God, how can that happen? How can Canadians let old people die of dehydration and starvation? How can Canadians talk about putting other Canadians into camps? Because we were afraid. And we're so afraid that the entire nation has post-traumatic stress disorder. Literally. It's why I keep speaking about hatred and our need to forgive each other. Now that we're in a state of post-traumatic stress disorder, where it's still difficult for us to empathize with our fellow Canadians, understand that we are more easy to manipulate because we're already on edge. That switch to fight and flight, that fear switch, it's primed. There's a spring on it now. And it's much more easy to be depressed. We are more vulnerable now than we were in the spring of 2020 when this had begun. And remember when I said earlier, when quoting Shakespeare, that when we hear these historical phrases, they're true? President Roosevelt, one of his fireside chats, we have nothing to fear but fear itself. That is not a historical statement. It is true. It literally is a tautology. It's true. What you have to fear is not COVID. What you have to fear is not monkeypox. What you have to fear is not the Russians. What you have to fear is fear itself. What you have to fear is being put into that fight or flight mode. We don't need to get locked down because we're afraid of climate change. We don't need to fear civil unrest, although it is being fomented because we're putting into a state of fear. We don't need to fear another pandemic that people like Bill Gates is telling us, assuring us is coming. When the theater continues, and it's still continuing, but when it continues in full force, and listen carefully, you will go into a physical fight and flight mode. You will. You can't stop it. That's why they do it. But you can train yourself to understand that you're doing it and keep that thread of conscious thought to your thinking mind. You cannot watch the mainstream media. You cannot watch the mainstream media that has put on this theater. They have, in my opinion, acted criminally. They have been manipulating you. If the media had not put on this theater, what I call fear porn, this couldn't have happened. Could you imagine if the media had been reporting, there's this new virus, and actually reporting fairly? Yeah, it might even be worse than one of our bad influenza seasons. We're not sure. We need to be cautious. But, let's not be afraid. We've got plans in place here. Here's what we're going to do. A witness had to back out for personal reasons yesterday. We hope to have him back at a later hearing. But he'd been involved in pandemic planning, and he says, what you do, City of Winnipeg, you just pick a big building, you empty it. Every single COVID patient goes there. You bring your surplus medical people there, and right away, because you're not sending COVID patients to all the different hospitals, you're sending them to one place, right away you'd know, this just affects old people. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about young people. We're just now able to, all that information comes quickly, and he says, and you're not wearing out your mainstream medical system because the doctors and nurses are doing the regular shifts. They're not facing any new threat because they're not in fear. And you can still go for your regular treatments, and you're not afraid to go to the emergency ward. And this is just some things. And I see people in the audience shaking their heads like, yeah, this makes sense. Well, what if the mainstream media had said, well, here's our plan. Here's how we deal with this. And it wasn't fear, but it was reassuring. Would we have tolerated being locked down? Would it be possible that we would be coerced into taking what truly is an experimental treatment? What if the media had been reported fairly? I mean, safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. Well, wait a second. The vaccines were exempted from the safe and effective test. And in fact, when you read the test that they were approved under, the word safety and the word efficacy isn't even in there. I mean, they didn't have to be proven to be safe and effective. So why would anyone pretend that they were? Why did the media keep telling us this? The point I'm trying to make is this could not happen but for the media, but for the theater. The police state depends on the theater. What would have happened in Stalinist Russia if no one watched TV and no one read the newspapers? What would have happened? It would have been different. But none of this could happen without the media. And if we get our institutions back, if initiatives like the National Citizens Inquiry can get Canadians having a dialogue together, to get us working together, to get us peacefully getting our institutions working for us again, I pose the question, is it possible that a single person on the mainstream media's editorial boards or a single journalist, is it possible that a single one will escape jail? It's a good question. If we get our institutions working for us again, is it possible that a single one of them will escape jail? Now, understand as I say this, because I'm just trying to educate you about the fact that when you're put into the fear mode, you have no choice. Understand they will play this card again. We're not done. They want climate lockdowns. They want 15-minute cities. They want us eating bugs. They want us adopting a digital currency, which we'll have to because our financial system is falling apart and we're all going to starve and die. And it's like collectively we couldn't come together and figure something out for a while. We need their solution. But understand more importantly, remember I just asked you the rhetorical question that if we get our institutions back, is it possible that a single journalist that was really carrying misinformation when they were saying, oh, this person's spreading misinformation, Dr. McCullough is spreading misinformation. Dr. Malone is spreading misinformation. Oh, if Uncle Bob starts talking about, that the virus escaped from a lab, here's how you diffuse them. If a single one of those can escape from jail, if we get our institutions back, I'll be surprised. But understand, they'll be surprised too. They know. So you're on the editorial board of a mainstream media company, and if we get our institutions back, you're going to jail. They can't stop. They've got to continue with the state now. They have a vested interest. You were their enemy before we started waking up, because you don't carry out a military grade, and there have been actually Canadian news reports about how we've been put through a military grade psyops. This is what this theater was. This was the full meal deal. You don't carry that out against the population unless you consider the population to be your enemy. But now that they're understanding that if we wake up in time and get our institutions back, that they're going to jail, we're really their enemy now. Like, you think about that. We're really their enemy now. And you have to defend yourself. Don't watch. Educate your circle. And then when they make you afraid, and they will, when they make you afraid, understand it is an attack. I was dialoguing with a potential witness that chose not to speak at the Winnipeg hearings. We may get this witness to speak at another hearings, and a lot of effort went into trying to get this witness to testify, and listen very carefully to what I'm going to say here. And this witness was afraid of testifying because not just of social repercussions, although that was a very real threat to this witness, but economic repercussions and repercussions against family. Some things have already happened for what this witness has already done. And I'm mindful that some people have actually gone into hiding that we used to hear from regularly on these topics. And so we were having a discussion, and the witness almost wanted me to give them reassurance that, that speaking would be okay. But I had to say that actually, you speaking out is very, very dangerous. But listen to what I said next. And I said, in fact, the only thing more dangerous than you speaking out is you not speaking out. So we're gonna start this morning, and I just can't resist with some more video clips, and then we're going to move into our first witness, Cassie Schroeder. So, David, if I can have you just illustrate for us basically what I'm talking about with this theater and what I call fear porn.
I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again, and we'll keep saying until everybody does it. Vaccines are our safest and only way out of this pandemic. Vaccines are our protection against the fourth wave. Vaccines are our protection against future lockdowns. Vaccines are how we get our lives back. Thank you to you for your willingness to do your part. Roll up your sleeve not once but twice and protect yourself and protect your fellow Manitobans. Protect our businesses too, our small business community. Protect our economy and to protect our communities and our healthcare system as well. Experts are saying that the fourth wave will be an even greater threat in terms of its numbers of cases than the third. This is why today we're announcing that all frontline provincial employees who work with vulnerable populations must be fully immunized by October the 31st or undergo frequent COVID-19 testing. All designated public sector workers will be required to be fully immunized and provide proof of vaccination or undergo frequent COVID-19 testing in order to ensure the safety of their workplace and the people they serve. As an additional protection measure against the rising Delta variant and a possible fourth wave, we are also announcing today that we are requiring mandatory mask use in all indoor public places. In other words, we're strengthening the value of being vaccinated and the utility of the VaxPass in our province.
Public Health has been advising Manitobans for many months now on the value of being vaccinated. It's the best way to protect yourself, those around you, and our province. So it's in our best interest to keep these COVID numbers down. And the best way for that is for us to practice fundamentals, which includes being vaccinated as soon as you're eligible. So those designated employees who are not fully immunized or who cannot provide proof of vaccination must submit to COVID-19 testing regularly. And so for a full-time employee, this could be up to 3 times per week. We're recommending that private businesses and organizations follow the province's lead and consider mandating COVID-19 vaccination for their employees to protect their staff, protect their customers. But I encourage all Manitobans who have not yet done so, book those vaccine appointments. And what we can see in other jurisdictions that this is now a pandemic largely of the unvaccinated. And we have to make sure that does not lead to adverse health effects for all Manitobans. We want to protect all Manitobans from the fourth wave. Our Vax card's giving every immunized Manitoban the right to travel safely across Canada, and it'll now be your passport to doing even more, and that'll be announced later this week. To all of those who have done this, who have gone and got vaccinated, remember the influence you have around you. Remember the people that are your friends and your family may not have made that choice, and you have the opportunity to encourage them, to educate, to inform, and to motivate. Doing your part to get vaccinated and to encourage others to do it is how we're going to get through this together. So these new public health orders are being implemented that will require Manitobans to wear masks in indoor public places, and that will be effective tomorrow, August 28th. This includes schools across the province. And so in addition, the province has developed new requirements for individuals to be fully immunized to participate in certain events and activities. These requirements will come into effect by public health order on September 3rd, and these would be for all regions, and this includes requirements to be fully vaccinated to attend indoor and outdoor ticketed sporting events and concerts, indoor theater, dance, symphony events, restaurants, both indoor and outdoor dining, nightclubs and all other licensed premises, casinos, bingo halls, VLT lounges, movie theaters, fitness centers, gyms, and indoor sporting and recreational facilities. This does exclude youth recreational support, organized indoor group recreational classes and activities, and indoor recreational businesses. Children 11 and under who have not been immunized will be able to attend events and activities with fully immunized adults. And again, these orders are here to try to reduce the transmission of the virus, as well as to reduce the future need for further lockdowns.
Every child in Canada has definitely earned a place on the nice list. Their parents and caregivers too. It's been a tough season with lots of viruses making people sick.
Thankfully, Santa and I are feeling as healthy as ever. We are both up to date with our vaccinations, including COVID boosters and flu shots.
That's so good to hear.
I always tell Santa to make a list and check it twice. 1, stay up to date on your vaccinations. 2, wear a mask in crowded indoor places and make sure it fits nice and snug. 3, wash your hands to the tune of jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Great advice. Great voice too. Also, you can be sure to stay at home if you're feeling sick. And if you're gathering indoors with other people or elves, open a door or a window for a few minutes at a time to let in some fresh air. The more items you check off the list, the more protected you are.
Yes, you can think of it like decorating a tree. You need tinsel, lights, ornaments, and the star on top. The tree is at its best when all the decorations are up and nicely layered.
Thanks, Mrs. Claus. Happy holidays, everyone.
if we get our institutions back, I look forward to that last clip, particularly being played at a couple of the criminal trials. So, and I will ask if people can just not clap to respect the audience that's online. And I'd like to invite our first witness, Cassandra Schroeder. And Cassandra, can I get you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yeah, my full name is Cassandra Jaden Schroeder. Spelling of the first name is Cassandra, and Schroeder is Schroeder.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God today?
Yes.
So, and I'll have to just apologize earlier. Cassandra showed up, and I was waiting for a lawyer named Cassie to show up, and I thought Cassandra was the lawyer. So I was walking her through what she needed to do as a lawyer. So I think I probably put her on edge today, and I apologize for that. Now, Cassandra, you have a Bachelor in Science degree.
Yes, yeah, I received that at the University of Manitoba.
And I don't want to name your employer, but basically right now you are working kind of treading water because you're wanting to do something else once it becomes available.
Yes, yeah. So right now I'm just working in the meantime while I apply to other programs.
Right, and what you're wanting to do is train to be a naturopathic doctor, is my understanding.
Yes.
So now you made a decision not to get vaccinated.
Yes.
And can you share with us kind of how you arrived at that decision?
So early on in my degree, I was taking a cell bio course. And in the course, we were talking about how you could use mRNA at this time, they called it gene therapy, for cancer treatment in our cancer unit. And I just remember hearing about that. And then when they rolled out the vaccines, that they said they're going to be mRNA. And I was like, oh, I've heard this before. And it didn't go over well in science. That's why it's not widely used. And so immediately I had some red flags.
Right. And my understanding is also you have high blood pressure and that's an issue.
Yes.
So, and did you speak to your doctor about that to see if you could get an exemption?
Yes. So early on, I started collecting some research on this. I was very skeptical. I really only became a problem, I guess, when I couldn't partake in society with friends in school. So I started collecting some research, presented it to my doctor, and she did agree, as a healthy young adult, you shouldn't need to get this, and there is research against this, and so she recommended not to. At this time, though, she told me she could not write an exemption because of legal things. She'd lose her license and wouldn't be able to practice medicine.
So can I just stop you? Because I want to make sure that the audience understands what you're saying. So your medical doctor agreed that it would not be medically wise for you to get the vaccine.
Yes.
But despite that, she said she couldn't write you an exemption letter or she would lose her license to practice medicine?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you had indicated that you started doing research when, some restrictions started on you. Can you tell us how this affected your university, what was happening with the COVID mandates?
Sure. So in 2020, in the winter term, they moved classes online. That's when they had their first recorded cases here in Winnipeg. And so everything was moved online. That summer, obviously, things happened with the pandemic, nothing crazy. And then in the fall of 2020, we were told as university students that it was going to be mandatory masking and all classes would be online. That was for fall and winter of 2020 and 2021. And then in the fall of 2021, they started rolling out the vaccines that spring, and they mandated all university students to be vaccinated. At this point, the university had said, so we all registered for classes in June and July, and come end of August, they released a statement saying that you had to be vaccinated and you'd have to have your first dose by mid-October and your second one by the end of November.
And can I just pause you?
Yeah.
So I think you were going into your third year.
Going into my fourth.
In 2020, right?
In 2020, yes, that was my third.
And you had switched majors to microbiology.
Yes.
And in microbiology, there's a heavy lab requirement. Like you've got to be in the lab quite frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that played into things also as it went forward, right?
For sure. So I originally was on path to do a biology degree. I didn't quite enjoy the courses at the 4,000 level, so I switched to microbiome. And with the pandemic, a lot of the labs, if they had the opportunity, they were offered online, but not the ones in microbiome that I had to take because they were lab techniques that you had to actually practice. And so because of that, I wasn't able to actually participate in them, and I actually changed my degree, which kind of changed the trajectory of my future options, not because I wanted to, but because I didn't really have any other choices.
Right, because my understanding is your plan was at first to do a master's in microbiology.
Yeah, I was very interested in doing masters. I did some research work and enjoyed it, thought that a master's could be an opportunity, but I couldn't because I changed my degree.
Right, so just so that people listening to your testimony understand, so
Sure.
had you been able to participate normally in classes, you would have gotten a 4-year degree and been able to go on and do a master's in microbiology.
Yes, I would have been able to go down that route, but now I can't. I'd have to go back.
Right, okay. So, so you had to kind of come up with a different plan. What did you decide to do? Because I understand that at one time you were actually interested in then going into become a medical doctor.
Yeah, so I was interested in medicine. I ended up applying to the University of Manitoba, but seeing how everything happened in the pandemic, I was just very appalled with medical ethics. I mean, speaking with my own doctor who said, I advise you not to, but I actually can't help you with anything. I couldn't believe or even picture myself practicing something like that. And so I ended up not going forward with that, and I applied to naturopathic medicine instead. I got a seat there, but I still can't attend due to restrictions in the province that the school's in.
Right, okay. So can you share with us more specifically what the restrictions are?
Yeah, so I applied to the Canadian College of Naturopathic Medicine in BC, and their clinical requirement, not the schools, but provincially, is that you have to be vaccinated to be in a medical clinic, practicing as a student, whatever the case may be. If you are employed or a student, you have to be vaccinated, and I obviously am not, and so I cannot go to that program, and I cannot pursue that opportunity right now.
Okay, so that's why you're kind of on hold right now.
Yes.
Because you still want to become a naturopathic doctor.
Yes.
But the restrictions today, still in April of 2023, are holding you back.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm curious how, if you were treated differently at the university because you were unvaccinated.
For sure. So I actually didn't disclose my status to friends or my colleagues. I had told my boss at the time, because I was also employed on campus. That was my only opportunity to be on campus, was through work. And so I had been upfront with my boss, but I hadn't disclosed this to anyone else. I didn't think it was information that anyone, quite frankly, needs to know. But I had a couple friends who I did tell, and they ostracized me. They treated me differently. Going out to social settings was very different. I had people almost treat me as if I was ill, even though I wasn't, and they all knew I was there, and they're all friends with me before the pandemic. And so, yeah, that really changed my friend groups, which I think was very difficult. As a young adult, you predominantly look for advice and hang out with peers your age, and to lose all of my friends was very, very hard.
Right. And were there any comments by professors or anything like that you experienced?
Yeah, so in the classes, even though I was taking them online, there were some professors who would still make comments about how, like, belittling those who are unvaccinated. I can't believe there's anti-vaxxers, things like that. I can't believe that people wouldn't get vaccinated. It's so crazy. Like, make sure you get boosted, all these things. And it was just crazy because I'm taking science courses, but that, quite frankly, has nothing to do with science. It had nothing to do with the courses I was taking. And it was just kind of a jab at those who chose not to get vaccinated.
Now, you told us that you were employed at the university. Mm-hmm. And my understanding is that in the winter of 2022, you got tested to see whether you'd caught COVID or not.
Yeah. So my thought process was, how do I end up keeping my classes so I can pursue my degree? How do I make sure I can still work so I can pay for all of this? So I asked my doctor if I could get an antibody test done, which, interestingly enough, you cannot get one if you're vaccinated. So I went to my doctor. She agreed. I got the lab work done. It came back positive. And so I said, hey, like, can you write me an exemption so that I can go to these classes? And she said, the best I can do is write you a letter saying you can cross the border and go to the States, and you can try to use that to get into classes. So I emailed what the university had set up as their COVID committee, saying, hey, can I provide an antibody test and a letter from my doctor that'll allow me to be on campus so I can continue working and going to classes? And they told me no. According to their research, the best bet, even if you had recovered from the disease, was to still get vaccinated. I asked them if they could provide the research that they used to say this, and they just stopped communications with me, which is very frustrating because at this point, I don't know what they're making the rules on, and there's nothing I can do to fight this, which was very disappointing and discouraging.
And just so that everyone understands, when you say, you had an antibody test and it showed you had the antibodies, that means you had caught COVID, you had overcome COVID, and you had natural immunity now.
Yes,
having successfully fought COVID.
Yeah, and on the actual antibody test, when it comes back, it says this test cannot differentiate between naturally induced antibodies or vaccine-induced antibodies.
Okay. And now, who was this COVID committee that was kind of controlling your life and stopped responding?
So they never released who it was. I asked a couple people, like who is making up this body. It wasn't voted in. The university never disclosed who made up the committee. They just made the committee themselves, and that was it.
So there's basically this secret committee whose membership won't be shared with the students, who are basically making decisions that significantly affect people like you, and you don't even know who it is.
Yeah. I also asked them too if people who disclose their vaccine status to the committee, I said, who will be able to see this on the university side, and they didn't provide an answer. So who knows who's seeing that on the other side? They didn't really provide any information.
Right. Now you did, so they're not going to let you attend in person, even though you have natural immunity. So what did you do?
So at this point, the university had offered testing in the fall semester. You could get tested, you could go on campus. Every 2 days you had to go back and get tested again. They asked you questions like, who are you on campus for? Who can we send this information to? Things like that when you go get tested. So before that was an option. Come the winter, they took that option away, and you could no longer test, and they kicked me out of all of my classes. I was in some in-person and online options. They still took me out of all of my classes.
So they took you off of the online classes?
Yes.
So, I'm just trying to get my head around this. So they kick you out of the in-person classes because you're not vaccinated, although you have natural immunity, but you can't even attend online classes.
Correct.
When you're unvaccinated.
Correct. After that, I did re-register in courses because I just needed to finish the degree. At this point, I was very discouraged, and I just wanted to get out of that situation. It wasn't doing anything good for me, and I just needed to finish my degree. So I ended up registering for some online options after that, and that's where I switched from focusing on microbiome to just finishing my degree as a general science degree.
Right, okay. Now, you actually were living at home at the time, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us kind of, what happened concerning vaccination with your family and kind of maybe the dynamics that were occurring in that process as COVID went on?
Sure. So right off the beginning, because I was skeptical, my mom's a nurse, and so she also knows kind of the science background, stuff like that. And she actually got very sick at the beginning of COVID, and she called some people, and they said, we still recommend you get vaccinated. So she did, and then everyone else in my family did as well. And
I'll just stop you. So you lived
Yes.
with both your mother and your father, and then you had 2 siblings.
Yeah, and they were at home at this time.
Right, okay.
So I was the only one that chose not to get vaccinated and received a lot of pressure. And I know that they come with good intentions, as any mother does in, family. And it was just a lot of pressure. It was, I mentioned so many times, it was like it was your fault. You won't be able to hang out with your friends. You're going to miss out on all these opportunities, stuff like that. And honestly, it just confused me, because I was like, it's not my fault that I'm choosing not to get vaccinated. I just don't think that's the best health for me. But the repercussions that I'm going to suffer, the loss of friendships, the loss of future opportunity, that's not my choice. That's not me doing that. And so it was just really hard because it felt like it was me who was sabotaging my own life, which was very difficult. It was lots of tears. Thankfully, I had a really good support group that I found later on that really helped get me through all of it, but it was very, very difficult.
Now, eventually the kind of dynamics or feeling in your family changed about your vaccination status. And do you want to tell us about that and how they currently feel?
Sure. So thankfully my boyfriend also knows a lot of science and sat down and had a really good conversation with my mom and really just opened her eyes to everything. And she was so supportive after that, which I'm so thankful for. But now also it's the reality of, like, we know people who are vaccine injured, people who have died from getting the vaccine, people who have brain fog, chronic fatigue, debilitating illness, and just like it'll change their life forever. And being awake to that reality and seeing that is very, very hard. There's a lot of stress now, you know, like what happens to my parents, what happens to one of my siblings, how do you help people through that? What happens if everyone around you dies? I actually had my first ever panic attack, realizing that could be a reality, that I could lose everyone around me, and it was very, very difficult.
And is it fair to say that actually your family that's vaccinated, they're stressed now that they've been vaccinated?
For sure, for sure.
Right. And
absolutely.
Right. So they've come to realize they're at risk now.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were talking about you came across a group that helped you get through this. Can you just share with us about that?
Yeah. So Students Against Mandates is the group. It's founded by Lee Vossen, who's fantastic. She's been a great support. And it's just a bunch of students and young adults, even parents, who are just very, very concerned about what was going on, what options did students have, and really just give a voice to those who are young and going through this, because up until this point, I didn't know anyone who was on my side, who viewed things the way I saw it. And so it was very, very isolating. And so to have a group of people who could support you and talk to you about all this was just amazing, and that really did give me hope. It really was just phenomenal.
Right. So I imagine that you would probably recommend, if anyone finds themselves, you know, in fear and isolated, to find like-minded people.
Absolutely. Yeah. Share your story. Find people who support you.
Now, going forward, is there anything that you think we should have done differently?
Oh, man. I think the biggest thing is that medicine, bodily autonomy, all that needs to be protected to the utmost priority. It's not a group collective. Each person is an individual going through individual situations, and you cannot make a group decision on what people should do, and that should never be pressured.
Right, okay. And I'll just, I'm finished asking you questions, but I'll ask if the commissioners have any questions for you.
Sure. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You had mentioned that you'd signed up for university, and I assumed you pay your tuition when it started?
Yes.
Did they refund you the money when they kicked you out of the classes?
So at that point, I hadn't paid for my tuition. The way the university works is it's 2 weeks. They kicked me out of the classes before they started. In the fall, I'm assuming the reason that they couldn't kick us out of our classes is because we had already paid for our tuition when their mandate had happened, because they'd actually told us you had to be fully vaccinated by a date in November. But because I think we'd already paid, people were already taking the course, so they couldn't have done anything. They didn't have much power. So that's why I think they heavily implemented it in January, and then they just kicked people out before tuition had been paid.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm a little confused about your situation right now.
Sure.
Did you mention that the vax mandate is still in action? It prevents you to do some of the courses you'd like to do, or did I miss that?
Yes. So I'm applied to BC, and in BC they still have the provincial, rules or whatever it is, the laws that say that you have to be vaccinated to participate in clinical. And so in naturopathic medicine, the first year you already are in clinics and you need to be vaccinated for that. So the school does not have the mandate, but the province is mandating it in clinics. So yes, that is why I cannot go to classes.
And are you aware of any prospect that this law of a level of the province will change anytime soon, or?
No, that's why I'm looking at American opportunities, hopefully, but I have no idea where I'm going to go with all of that. We'll see where opportunities present themselves.
did you explore other provinces?
Yes, they have a school in Toronto. Last minute, I was told I could go and attend that school. It was about a week before it would have started, and it's just it was not feasible for me to up and move to Toronto. So in the future, I may look at that avenue, but I'm not sure if I want to partake in that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Cassandra, those are our questions on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. We sincerely thank you for coming and sharing your story this morning.
Thank you so much.
And our next witness is Mr. Stephen Setka. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning.
So I'll start by just asking you to state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the record.
Stephen Christopher Setka, Steven. I go by Steve, though. Last name Setka, S-E-T as in Tom, K-A.
And Steve, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that you have a business. You are a freight broker in the Winnipeg area.
That's correct, yep.
And you've been doing that for 5.5 years.
Yes.
So you kind of started just shortly before the pandemic, and then you're still working through that today.
That's right. We've been doing our business. It's more or less a family business, and I won't necessarily mention too much about the business, just the fact that it's in the freight and transportation industry. I myself am a sales manager for our company, selling freight services, small parcel services, transportation services for international and domestic shipping. And we started a couple years before the pandemic. And as anyone would know, a new business more or less struggles somewhat out of the gate. So we struggled for sure for a while. The pandemic actually was a little bit of a supercharger for our business. Fortunately, I would never choose to go through a supercharger event like a pandemic in order for the benefits of my business because I was deeply affected by a lot of other aspects of the pandemic. But yes, that was the career path that I've chosen for the past 5 years.
Now, you mention it as a family business, and I want you to talk about your family, but my understanding is that prior to COVID, I mean, you had a sizable extended family in the Winnipeg area, and that you were really tied into that. So my understanding is you've got aunts and uncles and cousins, and that pre-COVID, I mean, this was a tight-knit family that you were an integral part of.
Absolutely, yeah. I would say we're a pretty tight family. There's a member of my family here today, which is awesome. I really appreciate that. And I would say the size of our family, it's medium to large, and it is spread across Canada. There was more members of our extended family in Winnipeg up until a couple years ago, since a few of them have moved away to other areas of the country. My immediate family, there's my mother, father, and my sister and I. And then there's cousins and aunts and uncles, and a few of those families we're very close with. And there were some consequences for my decisions throughout the pandemic that affected those family relationships.
Before you go into that, though, just explain to us kind of how regular your family would meet and for what types of things, just so that people understand kind of what was normal before things changed.
It was pretty regular for sure. There's a cousin that I have that I'm very close with that I would spend a good amount of time with. We grew up together. We spent a lot of time together with a lot of common interests. Family gatherings would occur, I think, the same as any regular family, maybe every couple weeks, maybe once a month, maybe once every couple months, depending on the season. Summertime, there was definitely a lot more going on, and there would be somewhere between 10 and 20 family members at these events that we would have: barbecues, indoor gatherings, birthdays, Christmas, Easter celebrations, a variety of different things. We all got along really well for the most part. There was some chaos, as there is in any family for sure, but for the majority of the time, it was wonderful. We had a great time.
And you were involved with some sports with some family members.
Exactly. Yeah, you bet. So growing up, we played hockey and I played rugby with family members, and we were just an athletic family, our extended family. My family specifically, my sister and I excelled at sports, and other members of our family around the city were the same. So that's my passion, and that's where I really enjoyed spending my time with family and friends, and that's my community.
And pre-COVID, there would be regular phone calls and family group chats and texting and things like that on a pretty regular basis. Am I right about that?
Absolutely, yeah. No more, no less than any other family, but we were close, and we appreciated each other's company. I was raised by the phrase, blood is thicker than water, and family is very, very important. You can't pick your siblings, you can't pick your family, you can't pick your parents, so you might as well make the best of it.
Okay. And we appreciate your enthusiasm. So tell us, as the COVID experience started, what happened and what changed?
Oh, so I would say that I was questioning the pandemic, not necessarily from the start. I started to question it, a few months in, for sure, in regards before vaccines even came out, before lockdowns and severe mask mandates and all those different types of things. I have a pretty healthy belief in my immune system, my physical health. That's very important to me, physical, mental, and spiritual health. Therefore, I looked at it from a different lens, right from the get-go, more or less. But I was scared, and I had fear from the get-go. And for the most part, my immediate family was very on board. They feel more or less the same way. Other members of our immediate family, or not our immediate family, but the extended family, didn't really feel that way. They went right into the so-called fear porn response, I would say, and watched too much television. And that affected the relationship that we had, because I was not overly outspoken in the family, but I was most definitely comfortable telling them what I felt in a polite and respectable manner, in what I thought, and they didn't really like that a whole lot.
And then was there also some disapproval that you would be going out when perhaps the government did not want you going out?
I was a rule breaker, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, but how did that affect the family dynamics?
Again, the immediate family, there wasn't any issues necessarily per se, but if we're going to jump ahead and talk about the whole vaccination process and my decision not to get vaccinated, there were a fair few members of our family that didn't approve of that. Just the fact that I didn't do it, and that I was still attempting to participate in everyday life as I normally would. Of course, I wasn't able to for a variety of reasons. As most people that do know me, they would understand that I'm quite a gregarious and outgoing individual. I have a lot of energy. I need social engagement in my life. And being locked down and being isolated in a house or home on my own or with a partner at the time was very, very difficult. So it wasn't received very well in my communities, in both family and friends.
Right. And then you told us you chose not to get vaccinated.
Correct.
What types of things happened within the family and your access to the family with that decision?
There's a few households that I was not able to attend. I have not been back there since. I won't go too much into depth on that, but the relationships of being around those family members has definitely changed. And I would say that it's uprooted some deeper hurt that has been long-standing, maybe within the family. Our family, I believe, like none others, struggles with issues and challenges and relationships, especially the larger that they get, the more difficulty you can experience. And COVID, the pandemic, the vaccines, the lockdowns, our difference in views definitely affected that negatively.
So my understanding is you're not invited to birthday parties, and there's some of your nieces and nephews you're no longer allowed to see, right?
More or less. I would say it's just more currently, it's just the association, discussions, the participation in family has been very limited and minimal. And I would say our immediate family has been ostracized and excluded from events. Specifically, I'll tell a really quick story. Members of my immediate family that were vaccinated are and have been invited to events, and then the ones that aren't invited to anything anymore. And that's that's really been the case for a couple years now. And I don't know if that has to do with still the vaccination status, or to do with the fact that there's other things going on. To be honest, it doesn't bother me as much any longer. It did affect me really negatively and my mindset for a long period of time, although.
Now, I want to segue to church, because you had an experience with church. My understanding is that you were going to Oasis Church when the pandemic hit. And can you share with us what happened there?
For sure. This is something that I have a friend that I discuss with regularly, because I was in more or less a Zoom group, or more of like a family care group with this individual. A couple years ago, Oasis Church was concerned about the pandemic and vaccination requirements and whatnot. And I brought it up with the leadership of the church that I was concerned about that, the fact that they were going to separate individuals, bring in a vaccination pass or something of the like. And I had met with the leadership of the church to express my concerns, to no avail. Whenever the vaccine pass would have come around, what would that have been, 2021, end of summer-ish, going into the winter, it got really severe and really heated. Oasis Church brought in a vaccination pass, and they had it right around Christmas time. And I made the decision to go they had a section for undeclared individuals for Christmas Eve. I decided to go to that.
So this is like Christmas Eve service.
Eve service.
Which in a Christian church, I mean, that is one of the two major celebrations.
Absolutely. Christmas Eve is a big deal. It's a wonderful opportunity to spend time with your family. I decided to go on my own as in the section of the church that was declared for individuals who did not want to declare their status. And I'm walking in, and I go into the church, and I go into the theater, which was separate from the main congregation for the regular vaccinated service, I guess you could say it, on Christmas Eve. I was the only one in that separate theater at the church. And I was shocked that there were, first off, no one else there, but it doesn't surprise me that nobody else showed up. If they didn't want to declare, they just wouldn't go. I just put myself on the line, and that was more or less the straw that broke the camel's back for me when it came to not attending that church anymore because of that decision that they had made, which brings me to changing churches and going somewhere else now.
Right. So basically they were accommodating people that were undeclared, but they were in a different theater, and I guess the idea would be is you'd watch it on a screen.
Right.
But when you show up, you are the only one in that room.
Exactly. There would have been, I would put my number on it, at maybe 1,000 people at the service in the main area, and then myself as the one individual who went undeclared.
Were there other things about being unvaccinated, other restrictions that affected you?
Absolutely. There were work repercussions in terms of events and networking and social engagements. That was severe. I also love to travel. I have family all over the country. I enjoy travel for business, family, and leisure. Have not been able to do that for a long period of time. I can now, of course, but I was not able to attend work conventions in the United States, work conventions in Canada. My business partner and I actually drove to Toronto right near the end of the flight mandate. It was about 8 to 10 months ago, which is a long drive, especially in the winter time, to get to another city in order to attend a mandatory work event. So we're not able to fly there. Instead, we had to drive 24 hours and take time away from the day-to-day operation of our business in order to do that. And that was very difficult and very challenging.
How has this affected you mentally?
Tremendously, I would say. As I stated, a very outgoing and gregarious individual. I felt feelings of sadness, loneliness, anger, depression, anxiety, a variety of different things. I would say I utilized my family, my friends as an outlet to talk about them. Was it sufficient? I have beautiful people in my life, and I was very happy to have those people there and those support groups, the aforementioned ones that Cassie said about Sam and other groups that I affiliated with. But the readjustment of my social scene and social circle was extremely difficult, and it's ongoing. When you lose friends, when you lose opportunities, miss out on a variety of things, and aren't able to do anything for fun, per se, for 8 months, that takes a toll on your mental health.
And especially for a large period of that time, you were living by yourself, weren't you?
Correct.
So, lockdown for you meant just being isolated.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I was living with a partner for a period of that time, but more or less probably half of the pandemic I was living on my own.
Now, do you have any ideas how we could have done this better?
Depends how much time we have to talk about it. I have a belief that in this world we live with a lot of risk every single day. And I would have liked to see the government or those that be allow us to choose which risk we wanted to take in our life, and the ability to have autonomy in our own decision making. If you wanted to get vaccinated or stay at home or wear a mask or whatnot, that's great. But if you are willing to take the risks associated with daily living, along with going out when there's flu season sickness going around, that would have been how I would like to see the response. Now, that response was done in other areas of the world, Florida probably being the one that we're most familiar with. Bodily autonomy, personal autonomy, and individual responsibility. And that's just what I believe in and how it should have been done better.
Thank you. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
Good morning. I'm glad you've decided to find another church, but I'm just wondering how the new church did things differently with regard to the mandates and lockdowns.
So I'll share that I'm a member at Springs Church, and there's other people around here that I see that are there as well too. I felt more at home there. I went, a little short anecdote about the reason why I ended up there is because of this experience at the previous church, the Vax Pass, and then being accepted elsewhere. Also, members of the community that I was becoming involved with were there, and I never really knew much about it, but it felt more like home. I went to the church, to Springs Church, for that reason. I stayed because of the pastor, Leon Fontaine, God bless his heart, is no longer with us. And I'm continuing at that church, and I will be for a long period of time because of the communities and the associations that I've built there. Springs definitely pushed the envelope. They allowed people individual autonomy and responsibility. They were in the news and in the media more than definitely many others. They stood up for the charter freedom that we have to practice our religion or our faith, and I appreciated that because that's exactly how I felt in regards to the human rights we all have as citizens of the world.
Thank you.
I'm almost tempted to ask you a question about what you experienced in the church. I guess you must have had conversation with people over there. I'm wondering whether the question about what would have Jesus done under those circumstances with the unvaxxed, was that ever raised?
I believe so. I have these conversations with my father regularly. He reads the Bible on the daily, and we are very biblically focused, and we have a lot of faith, and I don't necessarily know. I don't know if in the Bible there's anything to do with vaccination specifically. But Springs teaches us this little acronym that many people are familiar with, and I believe this is what Jesus would have done. He would have loved and accepted and forgiven people for the decisions that they made. Love people for where they're at, accept people for the decisions that they have made, and forgive those who have potentially wronged you. And that's just the spirit that I live by.
Thank you. There being no further questions, Stephen, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for coming and sharing your experience with us.
Thank you for having me.
And our next witness is going to be a Mr. Stephen Keidick.
Good morning, Stephen. Could you give us your name and then spell it for us, and then you're going to have to swear an oath for me?
My name is Stephen Kiddick, Stevenkieddyk.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during your testimony here today?
I do. I will.
Okay. Your testimony today is going to relate to your injuries that you suffered from the vaccine. So let's start with a bit of background. Your profession is that of a land surveyor in Manitoba, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first start doing land surveying?
2007, I believe.
Okay. So by October 2020, you were still doing that, and you were doing it for the Manitoba government, correct?
I was, yes,
Okay.
correct.
That job terminated in April of 2021 for no COVID reasons, am I right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. There's a restructuring of the government. You continued to do surveying and went back to your original company in June of 2021. Am I correct? Yes.
Yep.
Tell me why and when you were convinced to get one shot of the Pfizer vaccine.
Well, it took me a while to actually finally convince myself to go in and get a shot. And the reason why I did it was because for months, I finally got it in July of 21. And up to that point, I was pretty adamant on not wanting to get it. Only because I believed I should have the right to choose on whether I should get it or not. Secondly, because I wasn't really a part of the demographic that was, at risk for the disease. So therefore, I didn't want to put myself through that risk. But eventually, after months of being essentially cast out of society and being told that I was a horrible person for not joining the vaccination campaign, I finally decided that in July, I just woke up one morning and decided to get my one shot to, regain my presence in society, I guess.
Okay. And at that point, you were pretty healthy. I understand that you did a marathon in July of 2019.
Yes. Fairly adamant gym goer. I go to the gym roughly about 5 days a week. I ran, like I said, I did my first marathon in 2019. Actually did really, really well, and tried to continue on going down that path of being extremely as healthy as possible, and because I'm only getting older, so I may as well try to stay healthier.
Yeah. And did you have any ailments of any kind?
Up to that point, no. I mean, I was fairly healthy. I guess I was around 35 around that time. I was fairly healthy 35-year-old. Just, trying to learn how to run.
So in July, you had your one shot of Pfizer.
Yep.
And when did you have your first health concern?
So it was only the one vaccination that I had, so I was still kind of locked out of most of society, so I wasn't able to go to the gym and I wasn't able to do much physical activity. But it wasn't until October I got together with some friends and we decided to play some basketball, where just playing a regular game of pickup with some friends I ended up like losing consciousness and collapsing on the floor, just playing regular basketball. It was really alarming because it has never actually happened to me before under strain, like losing consciousness and blacking out and getting all tingly. So that was kind of alarming, but now I realize that it has not stopped. Actually, I'm finding myself losing consciousness on overexertion. Actually, a lot of times, my body goes tingly. I lose vision, and I just can't. I have to take a knee, or I have to like take a second to regain.
And how often does this happen?
Well, in the beginning, it could happen almost like 3 times a day, depending on what I was doing that day. Now I'm a little bit better at regulating how much stress and how much strain I can put on my body so that it doesn't happen. But it does happen still quite regularly if I'm if I overstrenuate myself, I guess.
Okay. Has this interfered with your surveying job in any way?
Indirectly, yes. I'm not as able to complete. I'm not as good at my job as I was before. I'm finding myself taking a few more breaks during my work. When I'm doing my physical work, doing my physical activity during my work, I'm not getting as much work done as I did before. Again, because of breaks, because of having to catch my breath, because of having to make sure I don't collapse and lose consciousness.
Yeah. We talked just earlier about your work and how you, as you put it, you do a certain number of bars per day.
Yeah.
Could you explain what that means for the commissioners?
Sure. For an example, let's say I was on a day a regular day, I would be able to place about 12 bars. These are iron bars about 3 feet long, about 1 inch by 1 inch. I'd use a sledgehammer and I would be pounding those into the ground on property corners.
Okay.
So
let me take an example so this is understandable. If you're surveying, let's say, a lot out in the field somewhere, you will want to locate the corners of that lot.
Yes.
And when you do, you will put a iron bar at each corner of the lot.
Exactly, yes.
And it's about 2.5 feet long, and it's about 1 inch by 1 inch.
Yes.
In outer
diameter.
dimension.
I would be diameter, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not circle,
so what you'll do is you'll put that bar, and then you'll get your sledgehammer out, and you'll drive that bar into the ground.
Yes.
Okay. And then that becomes the precise location of the corners of the lot.
Exactly.
So, previously, we had said that you could do something like 12 bars a day.
Yes.
And you're now only able to do sometimes 3 bars, sometimes 5 a day.
Yeah, depending on how tough the ground is and how much strain I'm actually having to put onto that, I am actually doing much less than what I was doing before. Right. Because of, because I'm not able to just continuously work like I did before. I'm finding I'm having to take a lot more breaks and catch my breath.
Have these sessions of blackouts, let's call them that, have they gotten worse or better, or stayed the same roughly since October of 2021?
I like to be hopeful, and I'd like to say they've been getting better, but I think it's just I'm better at regulating exactly how much strain I can put. Maybe they've gotten slightly better, but for the most part, they're very evident and they're very continuous in my daily life.
Okay. And have you gone to a doctor to have him or her look at this?
That's the one thing I have not done, mostly because of the whole scenario that has gone on during the pandemic. I've lost a lot of faith in the medical industry. I mean, I didn't really want to, but I just really don't know who to trust, and if I'm just going to be cast aside and now your problems are your problems aren't unimportant. So I just wanted to, I know my body. I know what I know. Like, for the last 37 years, I've been living with this body. So
is it fair to say then that you're able to manage it
yes.
to some extent,
yes.
so that you can still work? But
yes.
Has it gotten better or worse or stayed the same?
I definitely wouldn't say it's gotten enough. Like, it hasn't gotten better enough to say that it's very noticeable.
Okay. You have learned how to manage it to some extent.
Yes, and that's probably about the way I could say it's gotten better.
Okay. I think at this point I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions they would like to dig into. Yes, Dr. Massey.
Did you try to report your side effect to the authority?
I did. I signed a form, one of the forms that was circulating on the internet, but that was about as far as I went to that extent. Again, mostly because the medical industry, a lot of people were complaining about, I was hearing about a lot of complaining about side effects that were going unheard. So I just didn't really know the right person to give my complaints to that would actually get traction. I was always under I'm under the impression that it just wouldn't get much traction, hence why I actually even signed up for this, so that my story could get heard.
And my other question is your partially vaccinated status has affected your ability to work or your social life?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has affected it. Two ways. One way it's affected it because, you know, the people who are on the vaccine campaign, you know, give me flack for not getting my second one, and then also the fact that I got my first one, like I said, it impacts my life like every day. I can't. It's very strenuous on my life, and yeah, I guess. Sorry if I answered that.
Can you also specify the delay between the vaccination you had and the first onset of symptoms that you have noticed?
Yes, so it was the first week in July when I got the vaccination, and then it was about the second week in October when I actually realized I got that. I had the first symptoms, and I noticed that I was actually, I couldn't exercise like I used to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? No. Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The next witness is going to be Devin Sexton. Could you give us your full name, Devin, and then spell it for us, and then I'll make you swear an oath.
It's Devin Sexton, DEVON SEXSTONE.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during your testimony today?
I do.
Okay, to start with a little context, could you tell us what your career and work history has been since about 2005, just quickly?
Yeah, so I've been an Army reservist for about 16 years. I'm now a veteran, and I have operated equipment and trucks, both militarily and in the civilian world. When COVID hit, I had just become a unit manager, managing a freight terminal for a expedited LTL and courier company, one of the largest in Canada. And I lost both that job and I've been kicked out of the military due to the vaccine mandates.
Okay. So let's pick up the timeline, March of 2020 then. This was when there was evolving COVID policy happening. You started to have some fears. And then March of 2021, you're off on parental leave for a bit of time. This is while you were working for Purelator.
Yep.
And then in October of 2021, the vaccine mandates came in. What happened at that point in your workplace?
So March of 2020, 3 months into being a manager, COVID, as far as I can recall, landed on the shores of Canada. There was constant, ever-evolving policies coming from head office. The executive branch, in my opinion, did not do a good job of allaying people's fears. A lot of people were understandably concerned, but we were told that we were essential services and we were to continue working. Throughout the next year and a half or so, there was a lot of high stress. Our industry exploded in terms of busyness, and it was uncontrollable growth, coupled with mask mandates and constantly changing policies. When I returned from parental leave after the birth of our fourth child in October of 2021, I was told that there would be an impending vaccine mandate. I believe the initial date that they had stated was November or December of 2021. They kept pushing it back because there was a lot of pushback. I was told that if I didn't disclose my status, I believe in November of 2021, that I would be disciplined. I actually ended up disclosing it under duress because at that point I wanted my children to have presents under the Christmas tree because financially we were still recovering from me being off on parental leave. At the same time, in November of 2021, the Armed Forces had told me that if I was to refuse the vaccine, that I was no longer allowed to train and parade with them. I was made to read through the entire COVID policy from the Chief of Defense Staff and discovered that I had missed a date for voluntary release and was told that basically I would be forced out, 5F released. I told them I was going to grieve that because I was not aware of it. So at the same time, I had the stress of losing my civilian job, which provided for us because my wife was at home with our 4 young children who were 4 or 5 years old and younger at the time, and my part-time job, which we used to help sustain us. During the time period between October and December of 2021, there was a lot of confusion going on amongst the head of Purelator, the executive staff. There was questions about the legality, both from myself and others, and the only responses I got were either no response whatsoever, or I was told that that was a good question, and that was the end of the email. At one point, one of the individuals responsible for the vaccine mandate at the executive level was asked as to what the legal, essentially, what was going to allow them to legally do this, and his response was that the government was going to be helping them out. So I took that to mean that this was not legal and that basically it was a political thing. Fast forward to January of 2022, sorry. Myself and 1,032 other individuals were placed on unpaid leave, and our ROEs were coded, I believe it was code M, which was suspension or temporary dismissal, and as a result, I was ineligible to collect EI benefits, even though I had been paying into them. So at that point, I had lost my military career. I was no longer allowed to parade. That release finally happened in June of 2022. And so basically, the stress from that was absolutely crushing because, you know, had my wife been working and not lost her job, that would have been a different story. But when you are the sole breadwinner for your wife and 4 young children, to be honest, I felt like an abject failure as a man for quite a long time. Yeah, it's
okay, just to quickly summarize then, in January of 2022, the mandate came in to disclose your status or tell them that you're not vaxxed, and if you weren't vaccinated, you would be put on unpaid leave, which happened.
Correct.
Right. And so at this point, you are still basically suspended unpaid leave with
That's correct, yeah, from
Purolator.
Purolator.
But you did get a different job, so you've been driving truck since.
Yeah.
And
if I may, though, delve into some of the impact that I saw it happen to some of my employees that I managed. One of our clerical workers, her husband suffered Bell's palsy as a vaccine injury. She was terrified to get the shots as well, but basically disclosed to me that she felt she had no choice because financially that would ruin them. Two of my drivers that drove for me told me that after their second dose of the vaccines, they had horrendous headaches every single day that they had never had previous. After the 1,032 of us were placed on unpaid leave, 215 of us launched a lawsuit. Several of the individuals from that lawsuit lost their apartments. They were in places like Toronto where the rent is extremely high. They were living in their vehicles. The impact of this policy, it was attempted starvation. Okay. To say to someone that you can't work somewhere is one thing, but to say to someone you can't work somewhere and then basically pull out any social safety net is a different thing entirely.
I think we should note that you have had other vaccines in the past, so it's not as if you're anti-vaccine.
Yes, I deployed to Afghanistan in 2011. I believe I received 5 or 6 different inoculations in a very short window. I had no concerns about it at all. I had no adverse reactions whatsoever. I probably have more vaccines than most people sitting in this room.
Right.
So I'm not an anti-vaxxer. My reason for suspicion with the vaccine was my mom was a nurse, and she told me about a lot of what she knew. And the longer things went on, the more it became quite clear to me that it was politically motivated. People that were asking legitimate questions as to the safety and efficacy of the vaccine were told that they were conspiracy theorists, that, I mean, our own prime minister stood on TV and called them misogynists and racists. It was apparent to me that, you know, from my experience in the military, the government will do what it needs to stay in power and to protect its liability. They often don't, unfortunately, do what is right. There was a lot of veterans that were prescribed mefloquine, which is a anti-malarial drug, and it came out years later that that drug was causing severe psychological effects on those that were prescribed it, and they knew for decades that it was doing that. So I had an underlying suspicion of the government telling me that a drug was safe.
In terms of your employment at the moment, are you making similar money to what you made with Purolator before? And could you tell me, compare your wages and your benefits now to what you had with Purolator?
I am making similar, but I'm working 12 to 14 hours a day instead of 8 to 10. I had a pension plan with Purolator that was very good. I had a lot of upward mobility. I had hoped to move into more of network planning and logistics and load planning across the entire network, or at least the Western Canada portion. Where I am now, I'm very grateful for the job. The employer has treated me very well, but I'm making $10 an hour less than I was working at Purolator. So it was a substantial pay cut.
And was there any benefits from the military prior to you being released from the military back in June of 2022?
No, thankfully, there had been actually rumor that my pension would be taken away from that. Thankfully, that didn't materialize. I still have my pension.
Okay. So you're managing to support your wife and your 4 children and yourself at the moment?
Correct.
Yeah. I think at this point, I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Dr. Massing.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If I'm not mistaken, I was reading this morning that Purolator has dropped his vaccine mandate. Are you aware of that?
I've heard rumor of it, but I have not been contacted by HR to inform me that that's changed. So until that happens, you know, that maybe that is the case, but I haven't. No one's contacted me to inform me.
Would that be something you would consider?
It's hard to say. To go back after what's approaching a year and a half to a company that violated every aspect of my employment contract and treated people like absolute garbage, it would be a pretty hard sell. I'm not saying it would be a no-go, but I don't know. By their fruits shall you know them, right?
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay. On behalf of the Citizens Inquiry, thank you for your testimony. Oh, okay. Sorry, one more question.
I'm sorry, I'm always slow to put my hand up. I'm just wondering about the safety net that the government provides when you lose employment. And I'm thinking of government contracted employees who can collect EI in the non-contracted periods of the year. How did you feel when you could not collect EI even though you had contributed to the system, if you will, in terms of, like, since 2005? I believe that's the year.
Yeah, since I was 16. It might sound a bit extreme, but I would almost liken it to attempted murder. I mean, you've taken away my ability to provide for my family. It's one thing to do that to me as an individual, but part of the struggle was everyone, it seemed, had vaccine mandates. It wasn't just a matter, like, I have my class 1, which is kind of a ticket to a lot of employment, but a lot of companies would not even entertain employing you if you're unvaccinated. So, and I mean, even then, you go to an interview. I had a few interviews that I'm sure the reason that they booted me out the door was because when they asked, well, what's going on with Purelator? Well, I was unvaccinated. It immediately black mark. So, to pay into something and then be denied it, it was in keeping with everything they did. Everything Purelator did violated the employment contracts and employment rights of their employees. And they were directed to do that by the government based off their own admissions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you again for your testimony.
Good morning. Ms. Vossen, can you please state your full name for the record and then spell your full name as well, please?
Yep, my name is Lee Elizabeth Grinelli Vossen, and that's Leigh V as in Victor Ossen.
Very good. Now, Ms. Vossen, do you swear to tell the whole truth, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Very good. Now, I believe we've actually had some reference to you already this morning as Ms. Schroeder mentioned you during her testimony. I understand that you're here today because you're one of the founders of a nonprofit organization called Students Against Mandates, or SAM for short. We're going to get into the circumstances that led to the formation of that group, but just to give us a bit of background, can you please explain to us your qualifications and your education and your employment as of the pandemic at the start?
Yeah, so when the pandemic started, I was working as an in-house graphic designer, and at the time as well, my friend and I were actually planning on opening a small business. So we just finished doing a business plan, and we were looking at spaces to lease. The 2 weeks to slow the curve hit, and I said, let's take a pause on this. And ended up being a little bit longer than 2 weeks to slow the curve, so that small business was put on hold. But that's where I was at the beginning.
And you were continuing to work throughout the pandemic at that point. Your current employment was still continuing at that point, is that correct?
That's right. It was moved to all online, so I was able to work from my apartment. By December of 2020, I decided to leave my position there and go back to school to take business administration, accounting. I felt that would be good to make use of the pandemic, and that education could be put towards opening my small business.
Very good. Where did you enroll for these classes?
It's at Red River College here in Winnipeg.
And just to confirm, that was in December of 2020 that you enrolled in those classes, is that right?
It started in January of 2021. So my last day at my graphic design job was in December, and then January is when I started business administration.
Very good. And at that time, how were classes being conducted?
So they were all on Zoom.
All of them, 100% of your
yeah.
classes.
Yeah. And there was no mention of mandates, no mention of vaccine passports. Hadn't heard of them at the time.
Very good. So I understand that you were able to complete your first and second term, in fact, of your business administration program.
And third term.
And your third term as well, all via Zoom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, how long was your program? How many semesters in total?
It would have been 4 terms.
Okay.
I had 1 term left.
All right. So at what point were you preparing to start your 4th and final semester?
Ooh. I remember that the mandates hit in August of 2021, and I was still in my 2nd term. The mandates actually didn't affect me because I was online and it wasn't moved in person, but any staff or student who needed to be on campus, say nursing or there's a lot of construction programs at Red River. It's a very hands-on college, so there's a lot of programs that required students to be in person. At that time, it didn't affect me. It wasn't until the end of my 3rd term going into my 4th term, I was notified that my classes would all be moved to in-person and that I would need to submit proof of vaccination. I contacted my school and said, you'll need to provide an alternative. And I guess I can just say they provided one online class, one online class per course. But for some reason, a number of students, including mine, another unvaccinated student, I don't know about the rest of them, but our registration portals were frozen until all of those classes were filled. So I don't know why that happened, but I was unable to register for any online classes. They were taken up, and I decided to drop out because I didn't want to support the college. So I'm going ahead. I'll let you ask questions.
That's okay. I understand. I'm just going to circle back a little bit here and just try and get a little more detail about some of what you've told us here. So you've advised that you were told in August of 2021 by your school that a mandate would be coming into effect shortly. What specifically were the terms of that mandate? You have said that only those that were required to attend classes on campus at first were required to be vaccinated, and that this did not affect you as an online learner. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So it's essentially...
At what point did the mandate then affect you, and what did the mandate require?
So again, it was at the end of my 4th term. I can't remember the exact date of when that was, the end of my 3rd term going into my 4th term. That's when I was informed. I received an email saying business administration classes were going to return to campus, and in order to step foot on campus, you need to provide proof of vaccination.
And so this policy was only coming into effect on your 4th and final semester, in fact.
Only when so the mandate was still in place, but then they were moving my program to in-person. The mandate actually started during my, maybe halfway through my 3rd term. So I felt like I'd be able to get through my whole program without having to go through this.
Right. Now, you did say that you expressed some concern regarding the mandate to your administration. Can you just describe generally how you communicated those concerns?
Absolutely. So I remember I was driving with my family to Toronto, sitting in the backseat of the car, and I received an email from the president of the college announcing the implementation of vaccine mandates and passports for all staff and students who wanted to step foot on campus. And again, didn't affect me, but I felt so strongly against this, and I guess throughout the whole pandemic I'd felt that a lot of the treatment towards the unvaccinated was very unjust, and I decided to do something. So I wrote an email to the president expressing my concern. I said on behalf of a huge group of concerned students, it was just me, but I just explained I'd like to see the data. I followed that up by posting that email into an anti-mandate group on Facebook that I joined the day before. There's about 5,000 people in that group. I said, could you guys send this and bombard the president of my college, which a lot of them did. A few days later, the college announced, I should add, they had said no exemptions were allowed for students who are unvaccinated to step foot on campus, they said, actually, we will allow exemptions for unvaccinated students. And then I messaged the president and said, would I be able to meet with you in person to discuss the data? I mean, it's a very nerve-wracking thing to do. I'm not comfortable with that, but I felt like we needed to push back on this. And he ignored a number of emails and voicemail messages, and then eventually they said something along the lines of, we're against discrimination and segregation of any kind, but these are our policies, and that's the end of the discussion. So.
Now, you said that the school did at some point advise that there would be exemptions made. Were there any conditions that you had to meet in order to qualify for an exemption?
Those weren't stated, and once I started my organization, Students Against Mandates, I started receiving messages from people saying, my religious and my medical exemptions are all being denied. You're hard-pressed to find a student who got an approved exemption. I think it was just sort of a, look, we're offering this, it needs to be approved, and none of the exemptions really met the criteria. I think there's a couple students, but very few.
So did you ever receive any direct communication from the administration, specifically with regard to your attempted communications?
I got one email saying we'll respond to you in a couple of days, or we'll respond to you tomorrow, and then they didn't. So then I kept emailing them and leaving them voicemail messages, and then I did get that email, that one email saying this is the end of the discussion, essentially. This is our policy, we stand firm by it, we'll not be meeting with you.
Very good. Now, I understand that it's perhaps been implied to this point, but has not been directly stated, that you either were not vaccinated or were not willing to disclose your vaccination status. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm unvaccinated.
Okay. Prior to COVID, had you ever experienced any hesitation with regards to obtaining vaccinations?
No, not at all.
So this was essentially a first instance of concern for you, is that right?
That's correct.
And what specifically was it concerning for you?
Well, I don't know why this is for me, but I never felt any fear when I heard about the pandemic. I just listened to what our politicians, our leaders were saying, and I started to notice that they were not uniting the country, they were dividing, and to me that didn't make sense, and I felt like there might have been an ulterior motive. And then as things proceeded, and my sister actually has a degree in microbiome and immunology, and she was saying, you know, these headlines don't make sense. This is not what a virologist would say. And I'd have a lot of really great conversations with her. In addition, my family, I would say they really push critical thinking and listening to both sides of the conversation, so I was always willing to listen to people who had a different viewpoint. I am very against groupthink and cancel culture. I've been canceled for my view on cancel culture before. So yeah, I didn't like what I was seeing, and I didn't see what the leaders of the country were doing as true leadership. So I said I didn't have really an issue with the vaccine necessarily at the beginning. I just thought, well, there's no longitudinal studies. We don't know what this will do, and they're not being honest about that. They're saying it's safe and effective, and they have no way of knowing that without longitudinal studies. So I chose to hold back.
Right. Now, you've advised that you created an account, I believe it started on Instagram, is that right, for Students Against Mandates?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about the early days of the creation of that account?
Yeah, I feel being ignored by the president pushed me to create this Instagram account to share the policies that Red River College was implementing. It started focusing with Red River College. I have the graphic design background, so I felt this is something that I could do. And then, to my surprise, I have to say I was very isolated prior to the pandemic. All of my friends, all of my social circles did not agree with my viewpoint. I hadn't really told most of my friends, but my family, half of them are vaccinated. I have 5 siblings. Half of them are vaccinated, but they all supported us making our own decision. So I made this Instagram not expecting much back. I remember I was surprised when I got 25 followers, that there were 25 like-minded people at Red River who agreed with me. But then I just started getting hundreds, now thousands of messages over the past 3 years, but hundreds of stories from students, staff, administration, professors, doctors, lawyers. There's underground networks of paramedics and lawyers in Winnipeg. it opened my eyes to just how many people there were being affected by this and the degree to which they were being impacted. And it just kept me going and pushing back and speaking up.
Can you describe some of the more memorable messages that you received from some other students who are similarly impacted by vaccines or vaccine mandates?
Absolutely. So at the start, a lot of the messages from students sort of surrounded feeling isolated, scared, that they couldn't speak up. Essentially, there's a lot of messages saying thank you for making this platform because I felt alone and it's been impacting my mental health. I started saying to anybody who is in Winnipeg, I will meet up with you, I'll have coffee if it's legal to go to a coffee shop right now, or we can go for a walk. So I was starting to do that multiple times a week, and then it started to get to be a lot, so I started hosting potlucks at my house to get these people to meet each other and form a community. I felt like if you have people behind you, you're going to be more likely to speak up. And I know I have my family behind me, but these people didn't have anyone. So I started doing that. But one student I met up with for coffee, she's from China, she said that, she's a resident student, she said, if I don't get vaccinated, I'm going to go back to China, and if I don't get my Canadian passport before then, I'm not going to be able to come back. And she said, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation in a coffee shop where I'm from. So I'd really like to stay here. And then I had a message. It really shocked me at the time because I was anonymous up until the Freedom Convoy. On Sam, a former teacher that I had had before the pandemic, one that I'd see every day in person, she messaged me and said, can you help me? I got 1 dose of the vaccine. I'm terribly injured. I essentially like all the symptoms of Parkinson's, like shaking, couldn't walk well, sleeping most of the day. She said, I'm having difficulty picking up a cup of coffee. And I ended up saying, it's me, I'm a former student of yours, and she's going to testify, I believe, but she's not well, so she wasn't able to follow through with that, so that was pretty hard. I had a professor, actually, this about 3 weeks ago, message me. She said, she just wanted to share her story with me, that she held out as long as she could. She didn't want to get the vaccine. She loved her job, and she'd worked there like her whole career. And they said she'd lose her job if she didn't get vaccinated. And she said, if I didn't, I would lose my house. I wouldn't be able to pay for my mortgage payments. So I went and got vaccinated, but I was bawling hysterically when I went into the clinic saying, I do not want to do this. And no one said anything. They looked sheepish and uncomfortable, but they vaccinated me. And about 2 weeks later, they dropped the mandate. And she said, I was raped when I was younger, and this is akin to that, but I can't get the substance out of my body, and I'm afraid of what's going to happen to me. And she said, I'm crying right now writing this email to you. So a lot of messages like that. It's been pretty hard sometimes to see all this, and I realize I'm very lucky because my situation is a unique one where I was never at risk of like not being able to put food in front of my family or a place to sleep. I always knew I'd have a family who'd be able to support me, but a lot of these people are not able to speak up and they don't have the ability to, but I do, and the fact that this is rare for you to be able to speak up is very upsetting. I also had a administrator from a university contact me and say that the university decided to give students an extra week, sort of like an extra study week, reading week off. And they said the real reason they're doing that, it's known internally that the suicide rate for students is going up, so they're giving them a mental health week. And that was due to lockdowns and whatnot. So
if I can just interrupt you for a moment here.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, you've referred several times to students or a professor. Were these all students and professors from your school, Red River College, or were they from?
All across Canada.
Okay.
The majority of the ones I've told you are ones that I've met with in person that are from Winnipeg. There's one story that the one where she emailed me, that was from Alberta.
Okay. And how many messages did you receive from students and professors, do you think?
At this point, I've received thousands. I've had to bring on more people to help me answer the messages, and I can't answer all of them, but I've received hundreds of stories where they're explaining their story, and a lot of them are just, they need someone to talk to. Like I had one girl say, every time I come downstairs, my family pretends I don't exist, and I'll say, hi guys, morning, and they don't look at me, they look through me, and they keep talking to each other, so she had to move out. So she's someone I met up with in person and talked to because these people are being abused.
Now, what was the response from the public generally to your creation of this group?
I mean, from the freedom community, very good. From non-freedom community members, not so great. I had an article written about me. I received death threats. I was called an alt-right extremist, leader of a pro-convoy youth group, which I guess, fair. It brought members of my family into it, saying, look, her mom supports her. I was called a Nazi. People said they were going to push me off the top of a building, and my family members off the top of a building. Yeah, I don't advise people to read the comment section. I read that about 2 or 3 times over, and I'd just be shaking reading it. It's very weird seeing your name written over and over again. There were hundreds of comments between Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, former friends commenting saying I used to be friends with her, and I distanced myself as soon as I realized what her views were.
Right.
And all of my friends prior to the pandemic stopped being friends with me. They cut me out, so not good on that side.
Right. So if I can just bring us back to the start of your 4th semester, I think you've touched on this already, but you advised that pardon me, classes moved back to being in person, and I believe you reached out to the administration and encouraged them to offer some online courses. But I believe you've testified already that you and I believe a number of other unvaccinated students were unable to register for any of the online sections. Is that right?
That's correct. And I reached out and said, for some reason, my registration portal is gray. I can't click on any of the buttons to register. And they said, it seems like a number of students are having this issue. We'll contact you when it's fixed. And like 4 hours later, I got an email saying, should be good to go. And I go on, and all of the online options were gone. I don't know all of the students that this affected. It could have been vaccinated, unvaccinated. I don't know. But it's very hard to meet people over Zoom. I had met one girl who was unvaccinated, and she had the same problem. But I don't know about the rest.
To your knowledge, were the online sections reserved for unvaccinated students, or could anyone register?
Anybody could. They just said we will provide one per class. You got to make sure you get it in time, basically.
Okay. And I understand that you're unable to complete, of course, your 4th semester because of this. What is your current educational, what is the current status of your education or completion of that degree? Have you been able to go back and complete it, or where do things stand now?
No, and I have no intention of doing so because I felt like I couldn't give another penny to an academic institution that discriminated against me and segregated me from my classmates. So although I do have to forfeit the money that I put into it, the time and effort, I have no interest in finishing that. It would have been great to have that diploma, but as I said, I'm lucky I did have education beforehand that I can use to get a job. I completed a graphic design program. I didn't need it, but it would have been nice to have gotten.
So when it became apparent that you wouldn't be able to complete your degree, did you set about trying to find new employment?
Yes, and I applied to many different places, about 7 places. At the time, it was like different serving jobs. I just thought in the meantime, until I can find something else. I was also doing a bit of freelance graphic design. Thankfully, I had that. But every place that I applied to, they either started the interview with, are you vaccinated? And I'd say no. They'd say, are you planning to? And then I'd say no. And it'd either be a really uncomfortable interview, or at the end of the conversation, then they'd ask me. I had one interview where it seemed to go really well, and they were saying, we're so excited, this is going to be great. What's your schedule like? And I said, completely open. I can take as many shifts, as few shifts. I can work at any location. They were like, great. And then they said, are you vaccinated? I said, no. And then the next day they said, our schedules don't line up, so it's not going to work out. So I don't say about that.
I understand that you are employed now, is that correct?
I am, yeah. A family member of mine recommended that I apply to where they work, and I was able to get employment as a marketing specialist.
Very good. Did you experience any other negative impact of your involvement with Students Against Mandates, or your general position and outspokenness about the vaccine mandates generally?
Honestly, I would say overall, creating SAM is the thing that helped me through the pandemic. I don't know where I would be if I hadn't, but there were definitely negative things that came with it in terms of losing all of my friends, having my friends or people attack me. I was harassed by a doctor for a while, calling me transphobic for posting Jordan Peterson posts. A lot of not great things happened, but I have such a good support system that, you know, you take it in stride, and it didn't seem so bad. I'd say the worst thing was losing my friends, losing my ability to get my diploma, and the article, especially in terms of how it impacted, I'd say, one of my siblings, because she's a part of SAM too. I know it caused her extreme stress. It did for me as well, and it made going to work very uncomfortable, but nonetheless, it is what it is.
Did you ever fear for your physical safety at any point through this experience?
I didn't initially when I saw the death threats, because I just thought people on Twitter are rude. But then someone broke into my house shortly after that article came out. They had actually posted where you could find my house address in the article, and I was home alone, and I heard someone come into my house. And just the way that I am, I paused the Matt Walsh episode I was watching, and I then figured maybe it's just my cats making a huge amount of noise, and I went upstairs, and then later I came downstairs, and the door was open, the mat was flipped over, drawers were open, and the door that I had locked was unlocked. So I ran out of the house, I called the police, and they said, "Has anyone said they want to hurt you?" And I was like, well, actually, yeah, people have threatened my life. So then I was not able to sleep there for like 4 days comfortably. I was too scared to go back home.
How do you feel that this situation could have been better addressed by, for instance, your administration at the school?
I don't think mandates should have been in place at all. I don't think you can segregate people. I don't think you can coerce people into taking an experimental novel injection. I think we need to look at this on the individual perspective rather than a utilitarian collectivist perspective. We heard a lot during the pandemic that, you know, do this for the greater good, do this for the collective, but that comes with harm to the individual, and at the end of the day, it's the individual that makes up the collective. So if you're harming the individuals, that leads nowhere good. We've seen in history that that's not the way to do it, and how can you really quantify it being a worthwhile sacrifice for the collective? I disagree with that fundamentally, and mandates should never have been implemented in the first place.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, subject to any questions that the commissioners may have.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I heard you say that one of the response you got from university is that in their corporate HR environment where diversity, inclusion, and equity is such a high, important aspect of the way they want to manage people, discrimination, in their view, is kind of a cardinal sin. Mm-hmm. So, and it's probably true also in other corporations where DI is so important to push as a way to manage the human resources. So what's the sort of moral standard that justify the kind of discrimination you've been through with the vaccine mandate, as well as other people that have been submitted to that? What's the justification one can propose or can oppose to this notion that discrimination is bad except in this case?
Yeah, it's so funny. It was so hypocritical to start the full paragraph saying we're against all these things, but we're doing it anyways, and we're not talking to you about it anymore. Their justification, I mean, they didn't say this, but I'm assuming they're suggesting to protect the vaccinated students and for the health of the students and staff. But again, when you ask for data supporting these mandates, like, I would understand implementing measures to protect students and staff, Maybe there's a pandemic and you say, we're going to give everybody the opportunity to do online classes if you want to. Give them that option. But, oh, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, they refuse to even discuss the data. And actually, this is interesting. A lot of students screenshotted their responses from their universities all across the country, asking their university, what data do you have supporting your measures? And a lot of the responses are the exact same thing. Other universities are doing it. We're not discussing this. This is the end of the communication we're having with you. No university that I can find has presented data to support it. And that's the same thing, as I said, I just got some, that diversity, inclusion, equity response. It looked like a copy and paste response, and then we're not talking to you. We don't want to talk to you. You're not going to hear from us again. So they can't justify it. They can't justify their discrimination. So.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. It sounds more like the pedagogy of the oppressed is at Red River College. But I know it's consistent with other universities and colleges across the country. Red River College in about, I'm going to say, 15 years ago was well known for PLAR, for prior learning and assessment recognition. Given all the experience that you have, do you think the president of Red River College, who is not a doctor, I'm going to assume he's not a doctor, maybe I'm wrong there, but I'm going to assume that he or she is not a doctor, would be willing to take all that experience, the professional experience and knowledge that you have, and finish your fourth semester as under the PLAR criteria? Do you think that's possible? I'd hate to see you lose your education.
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't think they're going to be making any allowances for me or helping me. They haven't at this point, so there's no reason for me to believe that they would do that now. And I should add, you were saying this is for just Red River. It started with Red River, and we've expanded. I have a huge team working with me and hundreds of members. This organization serves all of Canada. So we have people on the leadership team who live in BC and Ontario. It's a Canada-wide nonprofit.
Thank you for taking up the torch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry.
Thank you for having me.
And Commissioners, I apologize. I had neglected to introduce a member of our council team, Cassie Baker. And Cassie, we thank you for helping us today. I'm going to suggest that we take a break until 15 minutes. So at about, I guess, 11:27 we'll return.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now?
Yes.
From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, he has, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the things, the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not. But it's certainly on hold, and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said,
My last name is Pringle, Pringle.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Very good, sir. I understand you're appearing from Alberta today, is that right?
Yes.
That's where you reside?
Yes.
Is that in the Penhold area?
Yes, it is.
For about 25 years you've been in that area?
Yeah, in Alberta we've been here for about 25 years, yeah.
Okay. I understand you've got 2 children, is that right?
Yes.
And you've got some grandchildren?
Yes.
How many?
One.
One grandchild.
We should have 3.
Now, before we we go down that line of questioning, I just want to ask you where you've been working throughout the time of the COVID period.
I've been working at a large grocery chain, which I won't say. We had to wear masks. It was very scary all the time when you had doctors saying that people that going on social media saying people that don't get a vax should be punched in the face, and two doctors in Alberta both publicly stated that you should lose your job if you won't get vaxxed. Yeah, it was really fun going to work wondering if you were gonna be forced to lose your job.
So I'm right in saying you were what we referred to as on the front line. You were an essential worker, right? Working at a grocery store.
Yes, sir. And I had to wear a mask every day. And I've dealt with migraines for years. And of course, when your oxygen is low, of course, you end up having way more migraines than usual because you're oxygen deprived. And when I asked for an exemption from my doctor, he said, well, we in the clinic have decided that as a clinic that we're not going to be giving out any exemptions. So, it wasn't like the science says this or that. It was just we as a clinic, because of basically publicity, we're not giving out any exemptions.
Now, can you just describe what your family relationships were like prior to, I guess, the onset of COVID there in 2020? Just tell us a little bit about your family.
Very close. We talk to them on a regular basis. We would have family events on a regular basis. We're very connected to our church as well. So we all went to the same church. So we got to see each other every Sunday, as well as opportunities during the week as well. And Karina's mom is very infirm. She has very tough arthritis. So she's basically homebound. So she depends on us to be her, connection to people.
And who's Karina?
Yeah, that's my wife.
Okay. Now you have a daughter, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have a son and a daughter?
Yes. Our daughter's 29, our son is 27.
Can you just describe what happened at the start of when the pandemic started, the restrictions were implemented? Do you recall having a conversation with your family around that time, with your daughter in particular?
Yes, we did. Right at the beginning, we gave them our faith reasons why we would not be going along with this tyrannical mandates that violate a number of our personal and beliefs and freedoms. And we just agreed to disagree. And we didn't realize how bad it was going to get. When I should have had a warning when they left and said, well, the reason why that this is going on is so long is because of these unvaxxed people that won't follow the mandates.
And who said that, just to be clear for the record?
That was my son-in-law.
Okay. Now, I understand you do have one grandchild. And
yes.
What's his name?
His name is Lewis.
And when was he born?
He was born in October of 2020. Sorry, I apologize, September of 2020. Good thing my wife is here to help remember things right.
Okay, now, if I'm not mistaken, there was a period of time when you weren't able to see your grandson. Is that right?
That's right. We didn't see him for about 6 months, including his first Christmas.
Do you have any idea why that was the case?
Oh, yeah, it was because it was the mandates, and they were absolutely following the mandates, and Well, they said they were. Of course, they weren't. But you know, it was always a control thing. So you're breaking the law. I mean, never mind. The government was violating the charter and breaking the law themselves. But you know, it's just what they want.
So that would have been from September, October 2020 until March or April 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, am I right in stating that your children would have been vaccinated? I guess your daughter...
Our daughter did, and our son-in-law did, right off the bat. Our son, on the other hand, almost actually got into a fight with security at the mall because they were trying to force him to wear a mask and he refused. And he went on like that for 2 years. But finally, the bullying and the propaganda and the social outcast wore him down, and so he finally got vaxxed.
I understand your daughter was pregnant. Was that, do you know the timeline there that your daughter was pregnant? Can you tell us about that?
She got pregnant roughly about 9 months after her first pregnancy, and we got a call. We got a call about 2 months after, well, roughly a year later, we got a call. So perfectly healthy delivery, everything was perfect.
And that, to be clear, that's your first grandson, healthy delivery?
She's struggling.
Okay, so I apologize. I'm being corrected here. She did have a couple, you know, everything was not just perfect for her first pregnancy, but her Lewis, her son, our grandson, is in perfect health. But a year later, after a perfect, like a basically for all intents and purposes, textbook outcome, we get a call at 2 a.m. and rush to the hospital and find out that our daughter had lost our grandbaby.
Do you know how far along your daughter had been in her pregnancy at that time?
Roughly 2 months.
Okay. I'm just curious about the relationship with your daughter. You spoke about the conversation you had in your family at the start of the pandemic, or when the restrictions were starting to be implemented. Just describe the relationship with your daughter and how that progressed.
I had about 30 pages of emails back and forth with her because I wanted her to be able to see facts. And so I just simply asked her questions. Why are you trusting what the government is telling you? What is the science that they have to back up what they're saying? Why do you think Bill Gates, who has been very well documented, not caring that much about humanity, why is he someone that you trust over me, who would take a bullet for you? And it got basically, because I just wanted them to answer the questions and so have an opportunity to think. And they basically, they wouldn't answer any of the questions. And at the end of the day, it was left at, well, we're not going to have relationship with you if this is a topic of conversation. So I basically was like, well, if I want to ever see my kids, then I have to pretend the emperor has clothes and remark about how amazing and beautiful the clothes are.
Now, did you have a lot of contact with your daughter while she was pregnant,
No.
leading up to the unfortunate loss of the baby?
No.
We didn't know.
We didn't even know she was pregnant. They didn't tell us.
So you get this call. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just get woke up at 2 a.m, rushed to the hospital, and oh, that was a treat. Let me tell you, we get to the hospital, they're all like acting like it's Ebola. So it turns out that our son-in-law, who's vaxxed, has COVID. Gee, that's never happened before. And so he is 8 days into the quarantine. So he's not allowed in the hospital. So our grandson and him are not allowed in the hospital. So I tried to go into the hospital. The hospital will not allow my wife and I to come in. So I went in, and my daughter came out of the washroom, and we hugged, and we cried. And then a girl needs her mom. And so because only one of us was allowed, I went out in the parking lot and sat in the car while my wife went in to comfort her alone.
I know that neither you or myself are medical experts, but do you have any belief of what resulted in the loss of your grandchild?
No question. If you look at, I mean, I had right after the first 2 months of lockdown, we knew this was absolute garbage, and so my wife and I drove across Canada, and you should have seen the fear in people. It was just terror, but because we were just asking people questions, do you know anybody that has this? Do you know, and plant the seed of doubt and plant the seed of truth, and people would open up when you told them where you stood, but they wouldn't even talk to you.
So we know it came from facts.
And so I had gone onto the Stats Canada website, and it showed how many miscarriages it showed, and we know that what was on the Stats Canada website was a fraction of actually what was happening. Many doctors have come out since and said we're pressured not to input. So
we tried to warn them.
I mean, the news reported there were 13 stillbirths in like a weekend in Vancouver.
Do you know which vaccine your daughter received?
No, we don't, because that's verboten. We weren't allowed to talk about any of it. We told them about infertility. We told them it was not safe. We knew it wasn't safe. They didn't listen to us.
Now, since this incident, how's the relationship been with your daughter?
It's fake. I mean, we still love each other, and we hug each other, and we smile and just ignore the ginormous elephant. I mean, I attempted at one time to engage my son-in-law in a conversation regarding the Freedom Convoy, and he thought that Trudeau was totally justified in implementing the War Measures Act, which was not even implemented during 9/11 to deal with the few people playing hockey, drinking coffee, and eating Timbits. So he absolutely could not be reasoned with.
So would I be right in saying you've never been able to suggest to your daughter what seems to have happened with her child?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I would probably be risking ever talking to them again if I did that.
I understand there might have been some other effects you experienced in your community, maybe with restrictions and gathering. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, just so I don't forget, our daughter-in-law lost her baby a week ago.
Would that be your son's partner?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she had been vaccinated?
Oh, yeah. They got the Novavax.
We warned them.
We warned them as well. So did her parents.
I don't know if there's more you want to tell us about that. How's the relationship with that side of the family?
We get along.
That side is very good. We've they're not hyper. They're willing to talk about it. So that's we try to keep it to a minimum because I don't want them to feel bullied, and they're not fully awake yet. They're seeing some things, but I probably won't ever say ever to them, try to help them make the connection about the loss. I think that hopefully what'll happen is in 5 years from now or something, that God will speak to them and it won't be a soul crushing thing that they can't get over. They'll realize that they were lied to and manipulated, and a lot of it wasn't their fault.
Were there any other effects you experienced in your community related to the restrictions?
I'll just make a quick list here. So, Karina's mom can't go anywhere. So she was in a elderly facility, and they were treating it like Ebola. So we couldn't visit, and couldn't visit, and couldn't visit, and couldn't visit. And then they changed the rules, so they allowed 4 people. So the 4 main people, I couldn't be on that list, even though I'm somebody that is kind of the more available person that would actually do small things for her around the place. So we had to be very creative about how we once or twice would get in to visit, to get around the COVID police, I guess you'd call them. My wife went to the grocery store one day, and she wasn't wearing a mask because she's done the research. If you go on the NIH website, you can see 37 studies of how masks don't work and 23 on how they're harmful. That's right on the government website. So we've been sharing this information. And so this woman in the store was so angry that my wife wasn't wearing a mask that she rammed her with her cart. I almost never go and get gas from Petro-Canada now, because driving all the way across Canada, Petro-Canada, you got gas, but they wouldn't allow you to use their washroom. I don't know if anybody's driven across Canada and had to go to the washroom. I mean, it's just, what else can I add here? So our church has had a huge split. I find it amazing that people would say to me, talk about how loving and kind it is to, go get vaccinated and wear your mask because you're being so loving and kind and you're sharing the love of Jesus when you do that, and then have no problems with hollering your personal stuff that's going on in your personal life across a crowded coffee shop because you're one of these unvaxxed lepers that should be publicly humiliated. Our daughter was very dizzy, couldn't walk. She had to take, and I think it was a total of 3 weeks off work in the next following 2 months after getting vaxxed. She couldn't drive even, couldn't focus. But, you know, like she goes to the hospital and goes to the doctor. Do you think anybody asks the question, hey, have you been vaxxed? I mean, normally when you go to the doctor, they ask you, has there anything unusual been going on? You know, that's the first question. No, nobody's ever going to ask the question, have you been vaxxed? Because that might mean we have to admit that it's traumatizing people. So we're supposed to treat you for a poison that, you know, we're just supposed to magically wave our magic wand and figure out what poison you have in your body. Like, it's unbelievable. You know, the difference between God and a doctor is God doesn't think he's a doctor.
I don't think I have any other questions for you, sir. I want to thank you for being patient because I know you've been waiting to testify. So I just thank you for that. And I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
I'm curious about the vax injury that your daughter suffered. What was that reported to the authority?
No.
Did your daughter acknowledge that she was probably vax injured?
No, not at all.
And wouldn't take the spike to protect them.
We gave them some natural products that have are known by a number of doctors to help mitigate the damage, and they refuse to take it. They're in absolute 100% total denial. And before I leave, I just I know you might have more questions. I just want to say thank you so much for taking this time to fight for us.
Thank you.
No other questions? Okay, I want to thank you, sir, for testifying on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you.
So our next witness today is Mr. Rick Abbott. And Mr. Abbott, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name, please?
You bet. It's Richard Abbott, A-B-B-O-T-T.
And Mr. Abbott, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, I want to introduce some of your police service to the commissioners. My understanding is that you were a police officer for a full 25 years.
That's correct.
And you had quite an accelerated career path. So when your first, the class that you were in your first year, you were the class president, you were the valedictorian, and you were the winner of the Officer Safety Award.
That's right.
You started in patrol services, which is the normal route, but very quickly you were moved onto a beat team.
That's right.
And because of that, you got to know the drug world very, very well.
Very well.
And then you went, in year 6 of your career, you joined the tactical team.
That's right.
And my understanding is that's very early in a career for a police officer to be joining the tactical team.
At that time, especially in that era, yes, it was.
Right, okay. And then you were for 8 years a police sniper. Following that, you taught gunfighting.
That's right. When I left tactical section, after just about 8 years, I moved to our officer safety unit, teaching the patrol carbine program.
Right, and then you were promoted to sergeant, and so you were sent back to the street to manage a beat team and a patrol team.
That's right.
And then they took you back to the SWAT team, basically in charge of the sniper unit.
Yeah, as their training sergeant, that's right.
And then while you were still in tactical, acting as a staff sergeant, you were promoted to commander for the West Edmonton Division.
That's correct. Promoted out of tactical section as their acting staff sergeant back into patrol services.
Right, but as a commander.
That's right.
So, and is it fair to say that in your 25 years as a police officer, that you were trained quite extensively how to make very rational decisions with an aim to making volatile and violent situations safe?
Most of my career revolved around either responding to or commanding using what we call risk-effective decision-making.
Okay. Now, you're here to first of all talk to us about the culture in the Edmonton Police Department when COVID arrived. And so can you start sharing with us some of the things that occurred in the Edmonton police officer concerning COVID and the approach taken?
I'll talk specifically today about 2 policies of the Edmonton Police Service that I think will show that objectively it crossed from worried about the membership's health and directly into coercing, bullying, and demeaning the membership who had decided not to take the COVID drugs. The first one occurred in the fall of 2020. It was a disclosure that was forced upon the membership. So the service had said, and I'm paraphrasing, that they needed to know the vaccination status of the membership so that they could make good health decisions for both the police service and the community at hand. This quickly became clear to me to be a lie because let's say there's 2,500 combined membership of sworn and non-sworn members of the Edmonton Police Service. There was a handful of the membership who had held off on disclosing the vaccination status. I was one of them. And to be clear, I was vaccinated, and my chain of command knew that I was vaccinated. I'm not here to talk about the reasons why I was coerced into taking the drugs. I'm here to talk about objective reasons of how the policies were not about health. So,
right, so just so that I understand, so literally there's roughly 2,500 people that we're talking about, and only a handful would not have filled in this questionnaire. So, I mean, you're like 99.9% plus. And they're saying, well, they need that last handful to fill them in so they can make proper health decisions.
Yes, and it gets worse. I had been respectfully speaking through my chain of command. That means up through and including one of the deputy chiefs. I wanted to keep lines of communication open with them, saying, I think if they're not making a legal mistake here, I knew they were making an ethical or a moral mistake. And I had openly told my deputy chief, I'm going to fill out your form. But I'm purposely dragging my feet here to keep lines of communication open. And we spoke just like this. I said, don't fire me. I was joking with him. I'm going to fill out your paper. But when push came to shove, I got a phone call from the president of the Edmonton Police Association. And this might be a good time for me to fill in some 3-lettered acronyms that police use. It can be painful. So there's the Edmonton Police Service, which is the organization itself. There's the Edmonton Police Association, which acts as a union. So although police can't legally unionize, it does act as a union, also called the EPA. And then there's the Edmonton Police Commission. So the commission is considered the buffer between the politicians of city council and the police service itself. Across the nation, sometimes they're called a police services board. In Alberta, it's called the police commission. So I got a phone call from the union president telling me, Rick, they're going to fire you if you don't fill out this form. And I told him, I told you I'm going to fill it out. I'll go fill it out now. So after I filled it out, it came down to one last member of the Edmonton Police Service. So of those approximately 2,500 people, one patrol constable who I've gained permission to use his name today. He was a 25-year combined member of both the police service and of the Canadian Armed Forces, named Constable Rob Kitchen, he was on a mental health complaint act on duty as a patrol constable when he was called in and told that if he didn't fill out the form, there'd be ramifications. He said, I told you, I'm not telling you my status. And he was suspended without pay at that moment. I use the term tongue-in-cheek, but it's not funny. He was fired on the spot for not filling out a form. So this is my first example where I think it clearly crosses from, this is not about health, this was about coercion. And they were firing Constable Kitchen to show the rest of the membership that if you defy any of these mandates, there will be serious loss for you and your family.
And I just want to make sure that everyone hearing your testimony understands that when you have 2,500 members who have, and only a couple have not filled in a health questionnaire, that statistically speaking, I mean, you've got the information you need to make any health decisions. That's basically what you're saying is there was really no need for them to have 100% compliance.
And objectively, since I had shown my hand culturally saying I'm vaccinated, if there was one person left who hadn't filled out that form, you could take a scientific wild guess as to whether or not that person was vaccinated. You could basically still make your decisions on whether or not, or how to make your health choices, as they said this was done for. They were lying. This was about coercion.
Right, okay. Now there was another incident you wanted to tell us about.
The second policy issue I can talk to you about is what I defined as the segregation incident. So as a commander of a shift, essentially, in one of the divisions in Edmonton, I'd be responsible for a chain of command of, at any one time, 4 sergeants and their patrol squads, plus some detectives that would be in the area. At any one shift, I could have I'd be working for between 50 and 60 people.
Mm-hmm.
This was in the fall again of 2020, where the policies of the police service said that if you chose not to take the COVID drugs, you could go every 3-ish days on your own dime and on your own time to go get a rapid test to show whether or not you were sick with COVID. So under my command, because nobody could truly disclose who was who, there was supposed to be privacy around that, there was at least, say on a shift, 3 or 4 people who I knew hadn't taken the drugs. Either A, because they confided in me, because they trusted me, or because it came later to my knowledge that because those who chose not to take the drugs were not allowed to use the lunchroom in the division. They weren't allowed to use the gym, and they weren't allowed to work overtime at that point. So the issue over not using the lunchroom really was even unknown to me until one of my constables came to me and said, listen, you know that they're calling the superintendent's boardroom upstairs now the shame room. And I hadn't heard this. The shame room. No. What's the shame room? Well, the unvaccinated aren't allowed to eat with the rest of their squads. Now, you have to remember what's going on during the shift. We could have a vaccinated and an unvaccinated police member sharing a squad car, responding to the stabbings, to the family fights, to everything you can imagine a patrol service member goes to on a daily basis, sharing the steering wheel, sharing the tight space. I say kicking and a gouging in the mud and the blood and the beer, arresting people. Policing can be a messy job. Nobody wants to see it. They were allowed to do that messy job with their squad mate in the car.
Right, so they'd be using the same computer keyboard, they could be using the same microphone, one would be driving at one time, one would be driving it. So basically they're touching all the same surfaces.
And responding to these crowds of people all day long, together. But when they came back to the division, they weren't allowed to break bread together. So the boardroom became known as the shame room because there were some a few members of the service that were sympathetic to their squad mates who decided not to take the COVID drugs, and they'd go eat with them in the shame room. So, okay, I had had enough. That was one of the straws that broke this camel's back, and I wasn't going to allow that under my command. I wasn't going to push that policy, and I knew, based on my experience already with the vaccine disclosure forms, that the police service wasn't listening to me anymore. They were going down this road irrationally, and I went out of the chain of command, which is not my normal course of duties, and I wrote a letter to the then Minister of Justice in Alberta, Casey Madhu. I wrote him a letter directly telling the story of segregation inside the police service buildings, and outlined, as I just said to you, how irrational it was. And clearly, this is not about health. This is about bullying. This is about coercion. The Honourable Madhu sent that directly to the Director of Law Enforcement, where that complaint should have been directed, and had it investigated by the Edmonton Police Commission.
So can I just stop you there? So this is an October 26, 2021 letter. David, can you pull up the computer screen I have for exhibits? And I'll just tell you, Mr. Abbott, that we've entered this as an exhibit, WI 3B, but I just wanted to read and have you comment. Basically, I'm going to start at the paragraph near the top of the page, the unvaccinated. And so this is your letter, but I just want to read you a couple of paragraphs and have you comment on it. So you write, the unvaccinated are expected to respond to calls for service, sharing the same police car, hold the same radio mic, use the same mobile workstation, share the same washrooms, showers, locker rooms, parade room, computers, and even use Category 1 and 2 uses of force alongside the brothers and sisters in patrol. But the unvaccinated who submit to rapid testing are not allowed to use the lunchroom or the gymnasium. Tonight, I witnessed unvaccinated members segregated from their workmates to eat, and it was disgusting. Not just disgusting because I'm ashamed of the poison work environment, our EOT, has created, but equally disgusting because the segregation plans are working on our people. The members of the squads that exclude their friends are doing so mostly out of fear of the tyranny from our EOT and chief. My subjective analysis is that most of our patrol members are pro-choice. They admit to me that they're afraid of becoming the next Constable Robert Kitchen. And I'm just going to skip down and read another paragraph, but I'll just scroll down so it's up on the screen. It's the one that begins with, we are told. So you write, we are told the reasons for segregating the unvaccinated from the lunchrooms and gyms because this is where science reports that COVID is spread, yet no one can cite any studies. This argument falls flat on its face with even the slightest amount of reason and common sense applied. Those who are taking rapid tests are the only persons in the building known to be COVID-free. And I'm just wondering if you can comment for us on those paragraphs.
I'll give you some more insight into risk-effective decision-making, and I wish that the Edmonton Police Service could have taught this to the nation, although commanders across the nation use this same matrix that I'm going to quickly teach you right now. It's an acronym, NRA. It does not refer to the Second Amendment rights group in the United States. It stands for whether or not the decisions we make are necessary, risk-effective, and acceptable. So we do this every day. And I tried to get my command structure to use that NRA risk-effective decision-making matrix against this very decision of not allowing our people to eat in the lunchrooms. Is it necessary to do this to our membership? There was no data to prove that. So it would stop at the end. We wouldn't go on to the R in this. Is it risk effective? Well, it doesn't pass the R test either of whether this is risk effective or not, because those who are testing are the only ones that we could say are safe from COVID. The others are not. So there's no risk effective decision to be made there. But more important to this tribunal, and I think the legally trained will understand this very well, is the A stands for acceptable. Is what we're doing to the people I worked for that night going to be acceptable to the courts tomorrow? Is it going to be acceptable to the courts in 10 years? What about in 30 years? So to quote another Edmonton Police Service member here that I want to give credit to, just recently in Edmonton, we made apologies for raids that were made in gay bathhouses in the 1980s. It was wrong, and we're apologizing for that today. Had we used the NRA matrix in those situations, we would have avoided the embarrassment and the wrongdoings that we've done 30 years ago. If we were to apply that acronym here today, we all know that this is not going to bode well for our institutions tomorrow, 10 years, or in 30 years. It was wrong yesterday. It's going to be wrong in 30 years.
Now, my understanding is not only were unvaccinated officers prevented from going to the gym and the lunchroom, but they were also prevented from overtime shifts?
Yeah, for a short time, yes, they were. I can't speak to the timelines.
Okay. Now, there was something else that happened with you concerning the, I'll call them blockades or the trucker movement. I'm just wondering if you can share with us what your experience was and how you came to do your kind of own investigation there.
Yeah, you bet. I had been questioning what was going on in both Ottawa and in Coutts and Milk River in Alberta. Normally, from media, we could get different perspectives and interpret from that what was going on. But from what I was watching in the mainstream media versus in any of the independent media sources I was watching, they were so diabolically opposed that I had decided that someone's not telling the truth. The mainstream media was going off on racist, misogynistic, terrorist types blockading the border in Coutts and protesting in Ottawa. It's a small community, this policing service, and I wanted to speak to someone in Ottawa who was witnessing it. And so my number was somehow found its way to a Canadian hero named Constable Danny Bulford. He shared a similar career path as I did as a sniper with the RCMP's emergency response teams, and then became involved in assisting with the protests in Ottawa. Mr. Bulford phoned me, and I'd never met him before, but I'd seen enough of him on TV, and we spoke the same languages that I wanted to ask him what's going on. And he told me not to believe him. He said, go see for yourself. He said, either come to Ottawa or go, and he hadn't been to Milk River. He said, it'll be the same crowd. Go see for yourself who's telling the truth. So I decided to travel to Milk River. And within a day, I did just that. And when I landed in Milk River, it didn't take me long.
And I'll just stop you. Did you travel with anyone else?
I had. I have to be careful with...
You don't need to name names.
But I had traveled with another police officer who had been vocally critical of the mandates across the nation as well. And this is a good point to make. I'm not alone in this. There's cops like me across the nation who've spoken out, but we'll quickly learn here why they're keeping their heads down.
Now, were you on duty that day that you went to Milk River?
No, I was on a day off.
And were you in uniform?
No, sir. I was in civilian attire.
Okay, so you're just taking your own time to find out for yourself, not as a representative of the Edmonton Police Force, but you just want to see for yourself what types of people are participating, because the media is telling you one thing, basically that they're dangerous, or what do you recall the media saying?
I took it that it was essentially a terroristic activity that had taken over our border.
Okay.
So prior to going, I did study Edmonton Police Service policy to ensure that I wouldn't break any policy. And at the time, I thought I had maintained still the civil right to travel within my province. And I thought I still had freedom of association. And I wasn't going to violate any of our social media policies. I just wanted to go see for myself who is telling the truth. And if I had a chance, my second goal was to encourage attendees and police both to be peaceful. So when I got down to Milk River, it didn't take me long to determine who was lying. And excuse me for using such extremist language, but there was no happy medium between whether or not we had terrorists at the border or whether it was the equivalent of a Canada Day celebration. But what I saw in Milk River was one of the funnest Canada Day parties I've been to. It was truly horsey rides, jumpy castles, barbecues, and teeth. When I say teeth, it's because people were smiling. It was teeth everywhere. It's remarkable to me to this day.
Now, can I stop you? Because you kind of described, the media was referring to these people as terrorists. Do you recall also perhaps our Prime Minister calling them things like racists and misogynists?
I do.
Okay. So you're going down to see these racists and misogynists and terrorists, and what you see is basically the best Canada Day celebration you had ever seen.
I saw Canadians there, and I liken, if I can brag, I think I'm a good read of people. I've spent my career reading people, and I believe I'm good at it. And this was Canada there. It wasn't the latte lunch crowd necessarily. It wasn't just one demographic. It was every Canadian from every walk of life. And if I had to generalize and use a biased opinion of who is there based on my experiences, I would have actually called these farmers. I come from a rural upbringing in Saskatchewan, and I know a farmer when I see him. And although there was nurses, there was doctors there were plumbers, there were electricians, it was farmers and farm families that were generally protesting in Milk River, which I had now analyzed enough to see as a lawful protest.
And I'll just stop you there. So it was a lawful protest because actually it was the RCMP that was blockading the road just to prevent these people from going to Coots.
That's correct.
So they weren't responsible for actually breaking any law. So what they were doing there was 100% legal, was your understanding?
Other than parking in ditches, which would violate the Traffic Safety Act.
Okay.
There was no criminality there. This is important for me to paint a picture of the type of people who were protesting in Milk River too, because I respect them so much for it. Where I'm from, when we go to a Canada Day celebration, we'll imbibe, and we'll do it respectfully. We'll put a drink in a coffee cup. I know that there was alcohol in Milk River, but I never saw one open drink, and I watch for these things.
And can I just give the people listening to you a little more perspective when you say you're analyzing things? You were a police officer at that point for 25 years, and over half of that time in a tactical unit. That's correct?
That's correct.
And even a regular police officer, it's life and death being able to evaluate people to determine whether or not they are a threat, either to the officer or to other people.
I'm always looking for bad guys. I cleared this room before I came into it.
But the point I'm trying to make is that you are trained specifically to identify threats and evaluate people, because the members of you and your team and innocent bystanders and even the bad guys depend on you being able to make accurate assessments.
That's correct.
So you're not just somebody, who works selling shoes who have gone down to evaluate these people. You you are trained in making this evaluation. And did you see any dangerous people?
None.
So, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just thought it was important for people to understand. You're a professional at making a threat assessment.
That's right.
Okay. So I'll let you carry on to see what you saw. And I also want you to share with us, you know, how the police that were at Milk River would have been experiencing what was happening.
Sure. And it is important to understand that I saw this as a lawful protest, because the RCMP were blocking the highway at Milk River, which is maybe 30 kilometers north of the border at Coutts. And my take is nuanced. I understand why the RCMP had done that. This was to minimize the number of people that could get to that unlawful protest down at Coutts. The police members who were in Milk River I met with, and I say this tongue-in-cheek, but it's true. This is the easiest overtime police can make. This is the easiest money police make, is when they get paid overtime to go watch over you and you and you on the commission. There's no police work to be done. It's minimal, other than dealing with what we'd expect good people to do, like park in ditches and make noise. It was easy work for the RCMP, and they admitted to me as much.
How were the people who were at Milk River, at this lawful protest, how were they treating the police that were there?
As good Canadians treat the police. But I've always had good experiences as a police officer, even though the news, as we've heard today, dwells on the negative. Has never been my experience with Canadians. Canadians are very respectful of our police agencies and are very supportive. They were exactly the same in Milk River and in Coutts, which we'll get to shortly.
And do you mind, David, can you pull up the computer? You provided me some photos that were taken at Milk River, and so I just wanted just people seeing your testimony to understand what you're watching. So these are the types of people that our Prime Minister would describe as terrorists and misogynists. So this is one such person at Milk River?
One of 1,000 I met that day.
And this is what you mean when basically you say, smiling. Lots of teeth.
Teeth everywhere.
Okay, so this is representative of the type of interaction you were having?
That's right.
And I'm just going to go to another photograph. This is also representative of the type of interaction you were having?
I believe he's a vet, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so a war vet, and then I just need to move to another program, sorry. Just want to show 4 photographs from Milk River. So this is another one?
Yep, another one of 1,000.
And then finally another one. So these are photos you sent me, and these are just the typical kind of farmer Canadians as you described them that you encountered at Milk River. So what was then your impression of the media reporting now that you'd taken Danny Bulford's advice and you'd gone to see for yourself?
Yeah, it didn't take me long to see who was not telling the truth. Independent media were recognizing the horsey rides, the bouncy castles, and the barbecues. I decided with what I'd seen in Milk River that the media was lying.
Okay. Now, something else happened at Milk River. Can you tell us about that? You were approached by a Calgary police officer.
Another brave Canadian police officer, Brian Dennison, asked me and he had left the Calgary Police Service because of the mandates. He asked me if I'd speak to the crowd. He said the crowd was itching to hear from a current police officer as to what we were thinking. And there was at least 100 people gathered near an impromptu stage they had erected, maybe 200 people. And he asked if I'd give words to the crowd. And since I had already determined that those folks were lawfully placed, legally there, protesting, I wanted to encourage them to be peaceful, because I also with things can go wrong quickly in crowds like this. With with the lies that the mainstream media was producing over this time period, I also saw it as a powder keg and saw that they were being divisive. And so I wanted to encourage this crowd to be peaceful.
Okay, and what happened?
I told them that. I essentially told the crowd that as long as they're peaceful, they're lawfully placed. My understanding is that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms at this time still stood. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I knew at the time that none of the courts across Canada had gone through what's called an Oak test, and sir, you'll be able to explain this better than a cop. But essentially, because no courts had said that Canadians' Charter of Rights and Freedoms should be suspended, that these folks' charter rights stood, and that means that they could lawfully protest. And I encouraged them to do just that, but peacefully.
And then did anything happen with your talk?
Well, within the next days, someone had obviously videotaped me giving this speech, and they posted it on, I think, their Facebook page. This went back to my executive officer team in Edmonton, who within one or two sets of work within 10 days suspended me without pay for violating Edmonton Police Service social media policy. And you need to know that I've never had a Facebook page, even as under a pseudonym. I've never been involved in social media, and that I've been accused of discreditable conduct for what I did in Milk River.
And if I understand the policy is you basically, it was alleged you violated their policy because it was said you posted it online, and yet you did not post it online.
I had not.
Okay, but you are suspended without pay. Now, you weren't finished there. You're at Milk River, and you travel somewhere else. Can you tell us about that?
I did continue to the border of Coots. I'd seen enough in Milk River. Now I'm really interested as to what's going on at the border. So I did, and when I got there, I was met by RCMP on the perimeter, who guided me into where the blockades had happened. And this was a different crowd. There was very few people there, maybe 50 people. And again, the RCMP freely were letting people come and go from where the protesters had set up a blockade. And I found out that only in the respectful, peaceful Canadian way, they had effectively blocked the border at Coots, but they did, of course, leave a safety lane open for ambulances to come and go through the border.
Now, okay, so unlike Milk River, this isn't a legal blockade, so they are protesting by blockading, but they're leaving an emergency lane so that, if there's an emergency, the emergency vehicles can get through.
That's right.
Okay, and how would you describe this group? This is a smaller group. How would you describe them? What do you think their backgrounds were, and who are these people?
I would generalize again as calling them Christian farmers. I found most of the folks were God-fearing, rural farmer types. Of course, there was trucks there that they'd used to blockade, but I had also noticed that at least one of them was a cattle truck. So I would describe them as the same group that was up in Milk River, but it wasn't a party. This was serious, and they knew that they'd unlawfully blockaded a Canadian border.
Right. So you met with the leaders while you were there?
I did, and their council.
Okay, so can you tell us about that experience?
You bet. So I was asked again in Coots to speak publicly to the crowd of folks that were there to encourage them to be peaceful. And I said, I can't speak to a public group here because you're blocking your border. And I said, though, that I would speak to the de facto leaders who were there with their counsel present. Their lawyer was there. And I told them that this was illegal. I told them that they're going to get arrested, and this is how they do it safely and peacefully. I encouraged them. I said, if this doesn't go peacefully, you will have lost your message to Canadians. And they completely understood that. So I went through the actual arrest process with them on how to make it easy for the police to make the arrests. And these leaders understood exactly what I was saying. They thanked me for it. And their lawyer thanked me for putting it into common language on from a police officer's perspective on how to make this safe.
So I just want to understand what's happening is they understand they're going to be arrested.
That's right.
So what was your understanding in speaking with them as to why they were choosing to be there knowing they were going to be arrested?
They were bringing to light what Canadians hadn't heard until the protests in Ottawa and the blockades in Coutts. They wanted to have their charter freedoms lifted. They wanted to be able to travel. It was the biggest version here. They told me that they wanted choice. They didn't want to be coerced into taking any experimental drug for any reason. So they were bringing to light the charter violations being acted upon them. And they knew it was a heavy-handed way of doing it, but nobody was listening to them prior to this. So I believe our democracy is based on that. Someone said immoral laws, that you and I have a moral responsibility to protest against immoral laws. And that's exactly what these folks were doing. They saw a moral necessity for them to speak out against immoral laws by a tyrannical leadership.
And would you describe the people that you saw there and interacted with as peaceful?
Horribly so. These were my relatives. They were our aunt and uncle. It's your cousins. It was us. I saw zero bad guys in this small group of people that were blocking the border. I feel like they were forced into this protest.
So you basically saw a group of Christian farmers who felt forced to, take a stand, to have a voice, who understood that they were going to be arrested for just trying to have their voice heard.
That's right.
And you were doing the service of explaining to them how to be arrested peacefully.
That's correct.
And they actually thanked you for that advice.
As did their counsel. I should get this in now. I know it's impossible to measure, but after the time that I spent down there, and any Canadians who took the time to watch how the surrender went down at Coutts, I'm not taking credit, but I know I had a small piece, but those small pieces add up. I had a small effect on what a wonderful ending it was to that blockade there, a completely peaceful surrender where we saw the protesters hugging the RCMP who had been set up on the border during their blockade.
Can you describe that more for us, just so that the people watching your testimony understand exactly what you're talking about?
And I can't speak to what initially led up to it, but it was within 2 days after my visit to Milk River and Coutts that I think it was after the War Measures Act was called by the federal government that the surrender happened. And the protesters in Coutts, there's a video of them lining up with another line of RCMP, like you'd see at your kid's sports event, where the hockey teams would shake hands after. They'd all queued up to hug each other, to thank each other for ending the blockade.
Right, and then they were all peacefully arrested.
I can't speak to the arrest that day.
Okay.
I don't know that part of the story, who was charged.
Now, you attending at the Coots rally later created some difficulties for your employment.
Yes, like I said, I went back that very same day. I went home and went back to work. And within my first few days of returning to work, I was put on what's called administrative leave, which is, in English, suspended with pay. And then within a few days of that, there was an article on a mainstream media source that showed me down in Milk River speaking. Again, the service insinuated that I did that public announcement or speech in Coots. I did not. And when that mainstream media article hit, I was suspended without pay. And the reason given by the police service was that my conduct was discreditable and I had violated our social media policy.
Now, I just wanted to contrast this, because you would agree that both at Milk River and Coots, I mean, this is a protest that's taking place.
That's right.
And, you know, with not far distant in time from that, there was a Black Lives Matter riot in Edmonton.
Within the same year, that's right.
Right. And are you aware of any arrests from that riot?
I was not directly involved in any of the arrests from any criminal activity, but there was,
Okay.
charges laid.
I'm sorry? Okay.
There were charges laid.
And there was property damage in that that protest, am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
And I'm just, you were given some other photographs, and I just want to pull that up. So can you describe for the audience what this is a photo of?
This is a still pulled from Global News in Edmonton showing protesters of the Black Lives Matter. This is a Marxist group, for the record. This is an open Marxist organization protesting against police and recommending the defunding of police. And those are Edmonton police officers taking a knee, ostensibly agreeing with the Marxists chanting in front of them.
Okay, and I'm just going to show another photograph. Can you describe what this photograph is?
Again, those are Edmonton Police Service officers taking a knee to ostensibly in support of the Marxist Black Lives Matter protesters.
Okay, and I'm going to show you one last photograph. And you have deliberately hidden the identities of these officers, but can you tell us what this is a photograph of?
Those are Edmonton police officers posing with, apparently in support of, an Antifa member. So these folks call themselves anti-fascists. I don't think the irony of that name is lost on anybody on this commission, but apparently standing in support with an Antifa member.
Now, with regards to the police officers that knelt to Black Lives Matter, and with regards to these officers posing with an Antifa member, are you aware of as whether there was an investigation into those officers as to whether or not they compromised the Edmonton Police Service?
I can't speak to whether or not an investigation was done, but I can say that there were no Police Act charges against any members of the Edmonton Police Service in support of the Marxist group or the terrorist group Antifa.
Okay, so you lost your job for what you just described occurred in Milk River and Coots. That's correct?
That's right.
but the officers that, bent their knee in front of the media in front of Black Lives Matter protest, and the officers that deliberately took a photo op with Antifa, there was no disciplinary action against them.
None to my knowledge.
Do you have an explanation for that?
This is about policy and politics. Of course, they rhyme for a reason. I am speaking to this panel today because I can objectively speak to the policies of the Edmonton Police Service that were not about health, they were about politics, and it hurt our membership, and it has hurt Canadians. It's hurt me and my family personally. Obviously, I had to take an early retirement, so my travel to Milk River and Coots on a day off to encourage peace. Well, after pension adjustments and loss of wages over the next 10 years, I tried to stay in shape. I think I had another 10 years left in me. Will cost my family millions, but I'm not the only one. We're losing police officers at a rate that nobody wants to talk about. Constable Robert Kitchen being fired for holding his ground on who he thought he should disclose his personal health choices to has a far-ranging, or will have a far-ranging effect on our communities and our nation if you can't ask, or if we can't expect our police officers to speak up. So it's not just the individual, it will affect our communities, and it is going to affect the nation in terms of this piece. Just this week in Alberta, our Premier has promised 50 new policing positions to each Calgary and to Edmonton. I've been speaking with my old co-workers at the Edmonton Police Service, and they're the first to say, that's nice. Where are we going to get people who want to fill those positions with what I've been going through? And I'm not alone on this. We have officers like me across the nation, maybe with not as big a mouth as me, because they know now that you will be fired if you speak out politically against the orthodoxy of the day. So the question is, where are we going to find those 50 people to fill those positions? I can speak to where there's 3 of them who've spent a career at perfecting our craft. It takes a lifetime to get good at these jobs, and they're pushing us out of those positions because we don't take a knee to the orthodoxy of the day.
Mr. Abbott, I think our bigger danger is the type of person that will fill police positions, understanding that they're guided by politics and they find that acceptable. I think that's a much larger danger to Canada than those spots being vacant.
I use the word call. They're calling us from the police agencies across the nation. I can't speak for all of them, but we know each other. We speak from coast to coast, and they're in each one of your communities, but they're being pushed out of your police agencies.
Can you elaborate a little more? Because it sounds like what you're saying is that the officers that do not want policing to be politicized and want to honor our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and want even to have their own, be able to exercise their own rights and freedoms, are being pushed from the police service in favor of a different personality type.
This is how dangerous it gets. So I'm the prime example. I made a 6-figure-a-year job, and there's police officers in each one of your cities across the nation who are up against Police Services Act charges just like me. I can't mention their names because they're trying to keep their heads down, and I don't blame them for that. But they were there trying to fight. So I can't go into details with those people because it endangers them and their families so much to speak out. A lot of them are just trying to put their head down so they don't lose their livings over having had a political opinion. Mine is egregious. I was on a day off in civilian clothes. I never mentioned my company when I was a police officer. I purposely kept the agents that I worked out of, or worked for rather, to indemnify them. But now, this is public information. I'm one of a few Canadian police officers across the nation who've paid the ultimate price for this, and now the rest are rightfully running scared.
Right. Mr. Abbott, I don't have any further questions for you, but I expect the commissioners will.
Thank you for your testimony. You said when it comes to immoral laws, we all have a responsibility and a necessity to speak out against tyrannical laws. So taking that thought just a little further, the underlying premise of our institutions in Canada is to protect against any law that degrades humans, and to recognize that any law that degrades humans is essentially an unjust law. I recognize that these were policies within the institution, not necessarily laws, but they still dictated a policy advocating, in your words, segregation. So my question is, how do we reconcile this with other laws in the broader Canadian community? And I know you've alluded to the Charter, which actually demands accommodation and inclusivity of both citizens and minority voices. And the second part of that is, in your opinion, is there a way to change the institutional mindset within policing and other authorities like policing, so our country doesn't break down into lawlessness, even when we are witnessing the infiltration of politics within these institutions?
Yeah, I can answer both of those. This is officially into opinion evidence now, which I think is allowed here. The first one is, and I'll have to partly respectfully disagree with one of your earlier guests who said that in looking at how Jesus would respond to this. Although for our brothers and our sisters who are going to come to us now, it's hard for people to say they were wrong over these policies. And we need to be there with open arms for those people when they figure it out, because they are figuring it out now quickly. Where I disagree with your earlier guest is we need some of these leaders who to this day continue to push these policies to be held to account. So, and the door is quickly closing, if I can paint a picture. We're here to still speak to you, but the door is closing. And if we don't hold those men who held high places, to put some more Canadiana into this from the Rush song Closer to the Heart, they need to act like they're in high places, and if they don't, we need to hold them to account. So that means litigation. The second part of your question, the first part was about how do we get through it, and the second half, excuse me again, was?
Just the institutional mindset. How do we prevent lawlessness from becoming the norm?
Bold leadership. Leadership matters. We need bold leadership in these institutions. So not just leadership, we need bold leadership. Leadership matters. It's a trickle-down effect. I saw some horrible behaviors come out of some of the people that I worked for in the police service. When we have weak leadership espousing violating human rights by segregating them in lunchrooms, it justifies poor behavior amongst the employees. I had one of the sergeants that I worked for say out loud that they didn't think any of the Edmonton Police Service members who refused to take the drugs should not be given access to health care. So these are police officers, thinking people that are going to overdoses every day. They're truly heroes on the street. So the squads that I worked for, I could easily say they'd save one fentanyl death per shift. They'd save that person and they would rush them to the hospital to get care that they dearly needed and we dearly believe they need. And then, out of the other side of their mouth, say an employee who doesn't take the COVID drugs, we shouldn't let them get access to healthcare. That's from weak leadership. We need bold leadership in all of our institutions, and that starts with the truth. Just tell the truth, and I can speak specifically to police agencies. Use what you've been trained to use in risk-effective decision-making, and decide whether or not what we do in the future is necessary, risk-effective, and acceptable. Will it be acceptable to the courts in 30 years? I think you'll see changes in how we respond to these.
Thank you very much.
And there's more questions.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I have a question which is about when police officers are called to intervene in any situation. I guess that there is a risk there that people they will interact with are not vaccinated and they don't know, right?
That's right, every day, all day.
So was there something put in place by the police department in order to protect policemen from these dangerous unvaxxed people?
I laugh because it's laughable today. We'd cry if we couldn't laugh. No. The masking mandates were the same across the nation, which we all know when we were doing it was not true. And most people complied with what we knew to be not true. There's a certain segment of the people that I work for, though, the frontline officers in the police service, and I can't get anybody in trouble with this today, they knew it was a lie. But they'd still go to your family fights. They'd still go to the robberies. They'd still go to the stabbings. And the smart ones never wore a mask because they knew it was a lie. They were no different than the politicians who put on a mask every time a camera came around. Oh, we better put on a mask. There comes the superintendent. And then they go to your stabbing without it. I don't know if that answers your question. There was nothing, you know the same story as I do. These people were brave. They were going, even at the beginning when we thought that there could be an actual illness. Of course, we quickly learned within months that nobody was dying from COVID, and then it became easier. But there were no measures to stop that. The essential workers went to work every day.
So I hear you talking about bold leadership in order to get out of this difficult situation we're in. It seems to me that what bold leadership does well is establish trust between people, with one another, and with the institution. How can we build trust in a culture of lying? So what you described, it seems to me that police officers have license to lie.
I can give you, thank you for the nice segue into what the bold leadership can do. So I was a middle manager. I understand that you can do nothing right. People are going to disagree with you whether it was the right decision or not. So when I say bold leadership, I mean what we need is for our leaders at every level to just simply abide by codified Canadian values. So when we're responding to these high-risk incidents in policing, I spoke about our decision-making processes. When I'm scared, when people are going to get hurt, and when we're under time constraints, we abide by what we call standard operating procedures. So I don't know what to do during a car chase where it's horribly dangerous, I'm under serious time constraints, and I'm scared. All I do is abide by my standard operating procedures, my SOPs. We have the SOPs written for Canadian politicians. We have Canadian codified SOPs written for the leaders of our institution. It's called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So when you're scared, when you think people are going to hurt, And when you're under time constraints, just point at the Charter and say, here are codified Canadian values that are my standard operating procedures. Until those are lifted, our bold leadership just has to point at those and say, this is what Canadians are going to do next time.
Thank you.
Just so that we both know that you are going into the opinion area of this testimony, which is acceptable. I've got a question, and I'm going to refer to a couple of witnesses that we've had prior to you on here. A day ago, I think it was a day ago, we had a retired judge on the stand, and he talked about, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but as I heard his words, he was talking about a failure of the judicial system, in his opinion, or at least he was disappointed with the way the judicial system has acted. And I asked him a question about why that would be, and he said to me that the judges felt they were under pressure. And one of the things I asked him was, describe that to me. What does that mean? Does that mean if they rule a different way, they're going to get fired, or so on and so forth? And my understanding of his answer was, no, they wouldn't get fired. It was more of a peer pressure, if I understood that correctly, and I'm prepared to be corrected on that. We talked to doctors previously, and they've sworn an oath like a judge does and like a police officer does. And the doctors were afraid. You know, they were afraid of losing their license, but they weren't afraid of proceeding with a procedure or administering a drug they knew nothing about, or they knew that it hadn't been tested. And I can go through the list of all of those people, teachers, doctors, ministers. We've had ministers on here saying the same things, police officers. And police officers, sorry, but they require special attention. Police officers are probably some of the bravest, gutsiest people I've met in my life. You know, somebody's in terrible distress, someone's in a terrible accident, someone's gone crazy, and you have to walk in there. You're just an ordinary person. Courage is what defines the police, or what has defined the police in Canada. And yet, listening to all of these people, the doctors, the lawyers, the judges, the police, the people who carry guns, the most compelling testimony that I heard here today was a truck driver who said he had 40 employees, and he and his wife sat down one night and decided they have to speak up even though they might lose everything. And they went into it knowing that. And so my question, after all of that preamble, my question to you is, we talk about trust in our institutions, we talk about leadership in our institutions. How can we ever ask Canadians to trust all of those people when it went so wrong? How is it the police took orders that they knew or ought to have known were illegal? How did they beat people in Ottawa? How did they kick veterans? How did they trample them with horses? I'm sorry, that's a heck of a lot to ask you to comment on, but when I see the heroes, what were heroes, and are heroes in this instance, but they're not over here, they're hiding, and I see a truck driver risking his family, his business, and 40 other, one person said 40 other people in his employ, so probably 100 people he put on the line. Can you help me out with understanding that?
In a word, no. I debate the same things as you, and I get asked this all the time. And I try to juxtapose the police officers who run towards the gunfire with the political courageousness. And I've used this example before. Mr. Dennis Prager, an American conservative Jewish radio host, he speaks about how things go wrong in a society. And he specifically was speaking about the Holocaust. And he said that you get three things added together will end in bad policy, or bad things happening, is propaganda, So my answer first to you is that police officers are no different than the truck driver. They are propagandized exactly the same way, and we heard this morning that we've had a war of propaganda on us. And they put their pants on one leg at a time, just like you. The second part of when things go wrong is when there's something to gain. And in these cases, I think it's not so much gain to the population, but it's keeping your job is something to gain by not saying anything. And then Mr. Prager says the third thing that happens is a paucity of people courageous enough to speak out. And I didn't know what paucity meant. I mean, paucity means hardly anybody will speak out about this. But what I have seen is that sprinkling of courageousness goes across every vocation. It actually isn't concentrated anywhere. So if I can leave you with any good news is, I think that paucity of courage is sprinkled throughout Canada, and it's contagious. So we have a few rare doctors. We have a few rare cops. We have a few rare nurses. We have a few in every vocation who's spoken out against this. The other truth is, I'm going to agree with you, is that the blue-collar folks, the folks that work with their hands, who are the backbone of this nation, I would say that we've seen more of them maybe. But anyway, there is courageousness sprinkled out through society. The good news is maybe there's a concentration of courageousness amongst the working class, amongst the trades, who are the backbone of this society. And I think that's what gives us hope. Don't go looking for the police to do it. Don't go looking for the doctors to do it. It falls on every one of us, is my answer.
And I understand and I agree with your statements. One of the problems, or perhaps one of my other questions to you is, and I think you perhaps answered it, is about propaganda. You know, and the question is, do we have a free market media or news group in this country anymore, and what did they contribute to the damage that's been done to our society?
I won't mince words here again. The mainstream media is lying to you about what's going on in our nation. And I know it sounds extreme to put it in those terms. That's my personality. There is no halfway with this. They are lying to you about what's going on a myriad of topics, not just COVID.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, Mr. Abbott, I sincerely thank you for your testimony on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry.
Thank you, folks.
Commissioners, surprisingly, we're running a little late, so I would suggest that perhaps, with your consent, we would take a 35-minute lunch break and recommence at 20 to 2. Does that work? So we're going to adjourn for lunch until 20 to 2. What's that? We're done? We're still... Oh, yes. Just wait. If I could have everyone settle down. So there's just one thing that I have to say to the online viewers, and sorry to the online viewers for the confusion. We thought we had finished for the lunch break. But Facebook resets us after every 8 hours. And so those of you that are streaming us on Facebook, we're going to shut the stream down and then just restart it. So if you'll just be patient and then rejoin. We've just noticed that if we don't tell you that, we lose about 30 of you live streaming us. So we are going to shut down the Facebook stream just briefly and then restart it. So please rejoin. And then we will recommence at 20 to 2 Winnipeg time. Sorry for forgetting that, David.
I went there, they caught sinus tachycardia when I was standing, so it was like my heart rate was around 130 when I was just standing up. I've never felt that before. They walked me around the ER and my heart rate maintained high. The ER doctor sent me home with request to an emergency Holter, and the emergency Holter came back normal. Then they did an echo, that came back normal. Was sent to a second cardiologist who was going to do a POTS tilt test. So POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So it's where a person stands up, their heart rate will usually spike to 130 plus, and their blood pressure can either plummet or skyrocket. So the cardiologist at the Royal Alec thought that that might be what I had. At this point, I'd never passed out or fainted. I just had a slew of symptoms, like probably 20 plus at this point. My GI was a problem after coming back home from the hospital. My heart rate continued to rise. I was out of work for about 5 to 7 weeks before I was able to take on a client again. I was a massage therapist, professional for humans and horses prior to the first vaccine. I slowly started taking on one client at a time or so, 5 to 7 weeks after. And then it was months before I was able to get the tilt test, unfortunately, because COVID and the hospitals were busy and restrictions and everything. So I had the first vaccine in April, and it wasn't until November that I finally got my tilt test. The cardiologist at this point had told me not to get the second vaccine because he needed to do more, he wanted to do more research on me and needed to figure out why I had a reaction. At the same time, without the cardiologist acknowledging it, Alberta Health put on a whole set of doctors themselves to determine whether or not I had an adverse reaction in the first place. This was also my personal family doctor, who's been my doctor for, at that point, 5+ years, didn't know about Alberta Health putting on doctors on my case. He had no idea. So in addition to the tilt test, my cardiologist had said I did not have POTS at the time because I didn't pass out. That was what he had told me. In the same conversation, he told me that I had to have a personal responsibility to know, to get the second vaccine. And he left the room, and the resident cardiologist that was also watching stayed and continued to talk to me about getting the second vaccine alongside the nurse that was there to help me with the tilt test. So they lectured me for probably about together 15 minutes straight about me getting the second vaccine and that this was just a coincidence and that they were really worried for me because I had a past blood clot. So with COVID causing blood clots, the cardiologists were like, you need to get the second vaccine. I don't have POTS apparently because I didn't pass out. They dismissed everything else and told me to see a neurologist for my anxiety. So my family doctor was never on board with me getting the second vaccination. Immediately after the first one, he said, don't do it, that's a reaction. But Alberta Health called me and told me that based on everything that they've seen, all of my tests are normal, and this was after the tilt test. Alberta Health's doctors pushed forward and said that I need to get the second vaccination. There is no adverse reaction. So even though I was in the ER hours after and out of work for weeks and continued to have symptoms and never got back to my full work ethic, they told me that I needed to get the second vaccine. I ended up getting the second vaccine. I felt extremely pressured, and I was scared both ways around. I was afraid to get COVID. I was afraid to get the second vaccine, but I didn't understand what was going on with me. Around December, early January of 2022, 2021 into 2022, I did get a little better. I started taking on about 5 clients a day. I was doing a little bit more yoga. I used to teach yoga as well prior to all of this. But it was still not quite what it was, but I could tell, I could stand up, I could do things a little bit more normally. That, again, from April to December, that was the amount of time that had happened. So January, I took the second vaccine, January 8th, 2022. Within 24 hours, I was passing out. So, the slew of symptoms that I had before not only came back, but they came back tenfold, and I had more symptoms. I was not able to communicate with anyone like I am right now. I'm on a lot of different medications right now to get past brain fog and the neurological symptoms that POTS causes. My doctor was really, really upset. He didn't know what to do. I went to the ER at the U of A hospital is where I went. And the doctor there and the cardiologist there and the neurologist there, all of them basically had their hands in the air. My tests were coming back okay, but the sinus tachycardia was there. So I had to do my own research on POTS, and I found Standing Up for POTS organization on Facebook and dysautonomiainternational.org. So through them, I found Dr. Raj, he's a cardiologist, autonomic specialist in Calgary, who handles POTS. So after that, my doctor gave me the referral to him. It definitely felt like the doctors were being pushed between a rock and a hard wall with the government. In particular, mine, several times, like I said, he's been my family doctor now for over 6 years, and I had never seen him so distraught. I would come in over my symptoms and what to do, and he just would slump in his chair and just like, he didn't know what to do with me. He didn't know how to handle anything, and he just kept saying, the government shouldn't have pushed this so hard. And he actually didn't get his boosters because of me as well, because he doesn't trust what's going on quite yet. He wants more research to be done. But yeah, the doctors were pretty all clearly told to push the vaccine regardless of potential issues. And I'm now still taking constant medication throughout the day. I need all of this, and this is more than just like I need it in the morning, I need it in the afternoon, and in the evening. I started taking beta blockers at 32 years old for my heart. I'm on blood pressure medication, both because I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS this year. So hyperPOTS means I get tons of adrenaline dumps randomly. So basically your normal adrenaline times 6 is what I get randomly. And it happens when I'm sleeping, and my heart rate will spike to 170, 180. Me getting up without medication, doing like normal things, 200 for my heart rate. Like it's insane. So yeah. Like I said before, I was really, really active with the community, with my family, with my kids especially. Now, mornings are not okay for me. Like I can't function normally in the morning. Getting up, again, my heart rate every morning, it's insane. So before I get out of bed, I have to take medication, but the medication takes half hour, 45 minutes to kick in. So I'm kind of idle in those moments. I'm really not able to be present at all with anyone in the morning. And honestly, for about 3 hours after I wake up, just my brain everything is slow. I don't understand things the right way. Sometimes my hearing will even be off. Like my digestive system, like eating I can't, my diet has changed insanely. I can't have anything I used to have. Having a meal with my family, I always have to have something different pretty much than what they have, unless it's like fresh meat and fresh everything. I can't do gluten or dairy, so, going for ice cream with the kids, it's getting them something, and I just don't. I can no longer, walk my kids to school. I can no longer go to their school without having to plan days in advance, because I know it's going to take a lot of energy for me to be present with a bunch of other people, because my nervous system has to take that all in. So riding in the car, like anything you have to do that your nervous system has to do, mine is like a switch, and I don't get to decide who's pulling the switch. It just happens. So eye dilation, like pretty much everything you can think about with your body, it is no longer normal for me. On a good day, I need a cane and sometimes I can walk a while without it, like around the house, as long as I'm medicated, as long as I'm doing all of my salt as well. So before, within 3 hours of being awake, I need to take in at least 3 liters of water. And in addition to 3 liters of water, I need about 10,000 to 12,000 milligrams of salt and sodium. So this is what, I just did a comparison. So this is what a normal person needs, about 1.9 grams, and this is what I need in a day now. So the reason I need so much salt is because my body gets rid of it and it constantly is dehydrated. Adding salt and water helps my blood volume try to go up to my brain and my heart. A part of people with POTS, when we stand up, our blood volume goes down. We're basically allergic to gravity. So when I stand, if I don't have a bunch of water, this is one of the reasons we can pass out. Like, our blood volume does not get to our heart and head properly. So I have to wear, these are not just normal like yoga leggings. These are medical grade compression garments. And I have to wear a full corset or medical grade abdominal binder as well, because the blood pools in my abdomen, it pools in my thighs. If you have POTS, compression socks are not enough. You need full compression above your hips and into your abdomen. So this is my daily attire. I often without it, I don't feel great. Exercise. So I've become extremely exercise intolerant. So going for walks with my family, that's not happening easily. It just doesn't. To get better with POTS right now, the cure is, there's no cure. It's a diagnosis for life, and you have to take care of yourself. So I have to do water, compression, salt, and then I attempt to exercise, but it is very hard. So recumbent bike, so things that are on like lower, things that I can, nothing standing, nothing elevated. But even then some, as long as I can go the first 10 minutes, like rowing without passing out, I can usually make it through 45 minutes, which is, 45 minutes 5 times a week is what my goal is. But half the time I end up passing out, or I have to stop because I have to get sick. I physically get sick. Working out for me is an extreme challenge. On occasion, though, I can finish the workout and I actually do feel better after for a little bit, but it's like a massive wave. And now we're, let's see, it's March, end of March. So I was diagnosed last April officially, or it was April or May that I was diagnosed with hyperPOTS, vasovagal syncope, and suspected MCAS, which is mast cell activation syndrome. And at this point, I'm living better than I was, but it's in part due to it's not because my condition is gone, it's because we've all had to change. My kids know that I'm not there in the morning. They know that they both can't come at me at the same time with something exciting or with something awful. Dealing with fights is awful. There's so much that has changed. Nothing about our life is the same, like nothing. No, I am actually in the vaccine injury program. So it's a program that Canada has for people like myself who have injuries directly after the vaccinations. However, I will say that this program is insane. So I applied to it last June. I am just now in phase 2. So phase 1 is they get all the information that they can on you, essentially, and they decide whether or not it's worthwhile to take you. So they decided for me it was worthwhile, but now they're on the medical board. So they're collecting all of my medical records for the last 3 years to see my health records prior to the vaccinations and then directly after. So it's taking a lot of time. It could take, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe it's set up to 18 months to decide whether or not I am actually vaccine injured. And I, at this point, also am being represented by James SM Kitchen because he is fantastic and understands that I was absolutely healthy prior to this, and I am now disabled, unable to do anything I was normally able to do. And the government's, we have not received any help at all. We've not received help. I had a career and I was often bringing in income through different sources like massage therapy, yoga, art, lots of different things. And my health is so inconsistent right now. There are days like I'm with you right now and I'm able to be with you right now, but there are days where I can't talk and I can't do anything because my head just hurts because I can feel my heart rate. And there are days where I can't eat anything and I try and I just puke. It just doesn't happen. No matter what I do, I'm still chronically ill. Yeah. Honestly, before this, I had never had doctors to the extent that they did just tell me something like that this is anxiety. I heard that so consistently throughout taking the first vaccine, throughout the second, and after the second vaccine, sitting in the Alberta University Hospital, the cardiologist, Gordon, I forget his name, but he was the head cardiologist for his department. He was kind, and at this point I had been accepted into Dr. Raj, so I told him I was going to see Dr. Raj, the autonomic specialist. But before I had said that, and he came in to see me in the ER, he tried to tell me, well, this could be an anxiety attack. And this is the first time at this point, second vaccine, I'm passing out now, I'm sick all over the place. This doctor is trying to tell me it's anxiety. It's just like, I put my hand up. I was like, no, you don't get to tell me that now. I listened to, it took 11 or 12 doctors to finally get a diagnosis, and most of those doctors are specialists. Those are neurologists, cardiologists. Multiple times I heard anxiety. I was a yoga educator for a decade. I understand anxiety. I have 2 children. I have moved countries to be with my husband. I understand anxiety. What I have, this is not anxiety. It causes anxiety because I can't go someplace now without worrying about passing out and freaking someone out. I can't live my life normally. Yeah, it causes anxiety. But the doctor's gaslighting, telling me it is anxiety, it's in your head. Basically, this is not POTS, this is not something bigger than what it is. I don't know about your other symptoms. Yeah, and I know that there are hundreds of other people out there being gaslit by their doctors, and it's not, I have to put blame on the doctors and the government for this one, because the doctors should be able to say, I don't know. And I'm tired of doctors telling me it's something it isn't because they don't know, or because the government, oh, well, this is so new, the COVID-19 with the vaccine, it's so new. I kept hearing that too. Yes, so then admit that it's new and that there are going to be problems, and you need to help the people that it's being a problem for. There's 3 sides to this. It's not just black and white. And when there's a freaking pandemic, you would think that doctors and government would work together to help people, not just to be like, oh, look, fluff, we covered it. We did that. We did something. Now we're making our doctors say something about this. We're making them tell patients that if they have extra stuff, that it's anxiety because the doctors have to push the vaccinations. There's just so much to this that's wrong. I have no clue. I have joined a lot of different dysautonomia pages, which is POTS falls under this dysautonomia umbrella, and everyone with POTS is very different. You can have POTS and not pass out, which is, I fully believe I had POTS after the first vaccination, I had POTS. I just didn't have an autonomic specialist to tell me that because our tests all come back normal. So other than autonomic testing. But my future, I'm hoping at some point I can do what I did. I miss yoga. I miss horseback riding. I miss helping horses, being around horses. I miss being a mother.
like the mom guilt like that you have throughout the pandemic normally, yeah, that was bad. Mom guilt and then becoming disabled on top of that, like, there's nothing that could have prepared me for this. Nothing. And no one, like, everyone, I don't know. Everyone else is seeming to move on and live and be able to do things, whereas my family has to very carefully step forward. We have to very carefully do things, and honestly, we're pinned in a corner still waiting for help, like, from the government. I'm lucky that my parents are who they are and that they've been able to help me pay for my medication. Like, I had nothing before, nothing. This is like, I take like tons of pills a day now, and I need them. Without them, I am bedbound. So I'm hopeful that, you know, I hear stories from POTS patients that they just keep pushing through, keep drinking the water, keep trying to exercise, continue. But that's what my future is right now, is keep trying to be normal. And even once I get there, I still have POTS. This will always loom over me. This, you could pass out. Like, a lot of people do go into remission with POTS, and then suddenly they're just out again and hit like a brick. So I'm hopeful that I can get into more of a remission state, that I am able to talk to you now, which wouldn't have happened this time last year. But I'm not sure what my future holds. I have no idea. I cannot do anything normal. Holding a job, there's no way I could hold a normal job. Like a typical, I couldn't get clients right now. I couldn't schedule them. I'd have to reschedule half of them, if not more. And yeah, my health is just really unpredictable. So I'm hopeful for some sort of a future beyond my house. That'd be great. And yeah, feeling like being 33, feeling like you're a senior citizen waiting on life just to come to you. That's really hard. It's really hard. So you get messages from friends who care, and you know that everyone cares, but no one knows how to help. And you don't know how to say, I don't know how to ask for help in the ways that I need. Because a lot of the time, it's with POTS, it's hard to be around people. It takes energy, and you're only, you know, they have the spoon theory with POTS. I like to think of it as a point system because I don't understand this. I don't know why they use spoons. But every day I'm given a set of points, say 5 points in the morning, and every day's different. So one day it could be 5 points, one day it could be 1, one day it could be 12. But normally it's around 5, and each activity takes points. So getting up to go to the restroom, that takes points. Yeah, like anything position changing, like, oh shoot, I dropped something, I have to bend down. Well, that's 3 points. Now you're gonna have to sit down for an hour because you just used up your points. That was it. Like, it's yeah, it's awful. It's not living, it's surviving. Yeah. Why aren't you helping me? Where's your excuse? Has this been over a year that I've been like this? Why? Why? My family didn't need this. Like, if we didn't have my families to help me, we would have lost everything by now. My house, everything, everything. But why is this vaccine injury program the only thing available for someone like myself? It's unacceptable. And why did you tell the doctors to continue to push the vaccinations when they come to you after the first one with any issue after any vaccination, after any shot, the flu shot, anything? That's a reaction. If you have something happen to you after, that is a reaction. My pharmacist immediately knew you had a reaction. My doctor, family doctor who's known me for years, that's a reaction. Why can't the government admit that? Why did they have to put a full team that was unknown to my doctor on my case to tell me that I didn't actually have a reaction? Why are you gaslighting me? Why? I'm smarter than that. I'm an educated woman. I am a mother, I'm a wife, and have been a really awesome part of my community for a long time. So why Why would you not want to help someone like me? Anyone struggling? It's just like they just wanted, I don't understand their goal here with this, any of this. It is worse than any hell I could have ever imagined. Like, yeah. Imagine literally waking up one morning and you can no longer eat what you love. You can no longer do activities that you love. You can no longer visit with people that you love because you physically can't. You can no longer leave your house easily without consequence. I can't drive anymore. And I used to take my kids driving. Like I used to going out to all the range roads so that I could visit horses. Like everything's different. And the response from the government is not only wrong, it's inhumane. It's not okay to have citizens feeling and going through everything that I've gone through. I have solid diagnoses. Like I have a 5+ page paper from Dr. Raj, and it notes all of my reaction after the vaccinations. So I don't understand what there is to argue. I have specialists, I have doctors that are behind me now. So why is the government not? Doesn't make sense. I did exactly what they asked me to do. And they're just like, you could apply for the $600, refund for March. It's like, do you know what it's like to feed a family of 4 for a couple months? You think $600 extra for help is really gonna no. No. So
it changed a lot of things for me because obviously I had to switch to online school as a student. Student athlete, couldn't play basketball anymore for the school, and I couldn't even go to the gym and work out because everything was shut down, right? And as an engineering student, it was hard also because it's hard to do labs online. It just didn't make any sense because we had to go buy our own stuff, create our own space at home to be able to do the labs and do the projects that we were assigned. And it just would have been so much easier for me to be able to go on campus and, actually use the facility and everything they have there in the school. Well, again, I wouldn't really know because we're all online, right? We're all basically on our own. So I wouldn't really know, but I'm sure there were students that struggled, more than I did, man. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I just did whatever I could at home, pretty much, because like I said, because I played basketball through the school, right? And I love playing basketball, and just because of the whole thing, I wasn't able to, we weren't able to play basketball for the school anymore. And on top of that, I couldn't go even get shots up at the gym, at the rec center, or even work out. So I had to manage at home. I didn't have a basketball hoop at home, so I just, kind of did whatever I could, push-ups and whatever, in the basement. And yeah, I just had to figure it out. But, I just didn't have the access to everything I was accustomed to. For me personally, it wasn't that big of an issue because generally I don't have a huge amount of friends personally, or people that I keep close contact with. I just have a few. Obviously I have other friends, but I just don't keep as close contact as the closest ones I have, and they all go to our church, and and we were able to meet sometimes when the church would allow us, and we were able to even through FaceTime and things like that, just keep in touch, talk to each other. So it wasn't, that side of things wasn't really that big of a deal for me, at least. Yeah, there's a few people, like, because a lot of the people at church, I knew a couple of people around my age, they have friends close friends in the schools and stuff, and at work even. But for me, it just wasn't the case, like I said. So they wouldn't be able to see their friends or their close friends from school and work. And I think it impacted them because they would have the habit of going to like on trips and stuff like that with their friends. And again, like I said, for me, that wasn't really the case because that's not really what I do that much. So. They would have been in grade 11 actually when it kind of started, when the pandemic kind of started. So I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, they would have ended their season like halfway through or something in grade 11, and then wouldn't have been able to play the entire grade 12 year. So like just from the people I've talked to, they were obviously angry, and because like I said, like that's the time to get it. That's the shot to get a scholarship. It's your final year. Like if you want to go, unless you already have one from the previous years, but most of the athletes don't, right? So it's your final year, and you want to get a scholarship if you want to play post-secondary basketball, and just not even being able to show your ability to coaches and stuff, right? And then you have to, since you can't play your senior year, you have to try to find a school that will take you and offer you and give you a scholarship and during the summer. And if you want to go to school in the fall in September, it's just like there might not even be enough time for you to find a school that wants you to play on the basketball team and then apply and get accepted in your program at the school. So, I think a lot of them ended up actually taking the year off and then just trying to figure it out from there. It was hard. Like I feel them. It was hard. So. Like I said, it's the Lord, and I just had to, trust. So there's like a beautiful scripture that says, "Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and you perish in your way." So, and that kind of got me through that, and it basically just means like just look to, to Jesus, because obviously he has the high perspective. Like I don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on, but he is above all else, and he is looking down so he can see how it's going to play out. And through that I was able to have clarity, and he was able to guide me, and just trusting him, because at that point I'm like, he's brought me this far, like all the things like my family has been through, like even just being able to come to Canada, he's like been with us. So why not just keep trusting and looking to him and for guidance and as an example. So. And that's what got me through. It's just my faith. Yeah. Yeah, I think they probably trusted in something or hoped in something, and I think we see the evidence, the results of that, and I think for the most part, like we see the consequences. Like it didn't turn out good for a lot of people. Like I think like if your hope isn't in the one, right, then like everything else is gonna fail. So and I think we see the evidence and the consequences of that. So. Again, obviously, just speaking from the perspective of a 21-year-old and 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Again, for just speaking on the athletes again, I think they could have done a better job, perhaps, just being more mindful of them and their opportunities, even not just the athletes, because even just regular students trying to get into, you know, post-secondary. Like, I know at that time it was hard for a couple of them, just even deciding whether they even wanted to go because of everything that was happening. So I think, yeah, just being just more mindful of them, like just giving the athletes opportunities to maybe even, I don't know, show what their talents and stuff, just to be able to get into these schools that they want to, and like maybe like individual sessions with like just contact, you know, coaches and stuff at the post-secondary level, and just have individual sessions with the kids, you know, because obviously, like, I think it would have helped them a lot if they felt like, you know, they were heard more, or if they felt like things are being done to help them, you know, get into these schools. Yeah. Actually, I know a lot of them, like they're just done. Like I don't even, a lot of them don't even play basketball anymore. For the ones that still do, like, you know, they fought, they waited, just waited for the opportunity, waited for the thing to go over. I know a couple of kids that did that and now are just getting back into the schools and playing. And I know a lot of them just also just, you know, just gave up, like they don't even play basketball anymore. You know, they just, I guess, lost hope, or felt like they weren't good enough because they weren't getting, you know, opportunities. So, yeah. So obviously what has been done has been done. It's in the past now, and I think we just need to move on and like forgive whoever needs to be forgiven, and just try to move together forward as one and find ways to better ourselves and just grow, you know, as a nation.
It's been devastating. But fortunately, my family love each other very much. We're Christian, we have Christian beliefs, and we decided with the division that we were seeing, because part of my family got vaccinated, part of them have not. We decided that we were going to hold hands, which we did in my living room, and say to each of us in the family, we will love and respect and honor each of your personal choices, which I don't feel the government has done. They mandated these vaccinations. I've been in the medical field all of my life. Most of my family have been in the medical field. Never, ever have I seen anything like what happened during COVID. I'm a concerned citizen. I have 5 children. I have 5 granddaughters, and the impact on them all could have been even worse. I've seen families torn apart. I've had grandparents who are friends of mine who have not been allowed to go see their newborn grandchildren unless they got the COVID shot, which they did not want. But they went and got it. But they did it for the family. We do lots of things to try and keep our families together. My children's mental health, I think, has been impacted. I have one son that has become very withdrawn. He doesn't want strong bond with each other.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holloway. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Ivan Holloway, Holloway.
Very good. And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Now, Mr. Holloway, I understand you're here to tell us about your experiences and observations regarding censorship, and also some of your observations regarding your interaction with the Freedom Convoy movement here locally in Winnipeg. Just to provide some context to that, can you please describe to me your current profession, age, just give a little bit of background about yourself?
Sure. I'm 45 years old. I'm married. I have 2 children. I have a daughter aged 9 and a son aged 11. I'm a lawyer by profession. I have 2 university degrees. I have an advanced degree in economics and a minor in philosophy from the University of Manitoba in 1999. I have a law degree from the University of Manitoba, 2002. I received my call to the bar to practice law in Manitoba in 2003. I've been practicing ever since. I specialize in construction and commercial litigation. Currently, I am the managing partner of Holloway Thaveris Commercial and Construction Lawyers. I live just outside of Winnipeg, and I practice downtown Winnipeg.
Very good. I think that we will start with some of your observations regarding the early days of the pandemic and your investigations into the dangers of the virus itself, and I'll let you take the lead from here.
Sure. So I'll just preface by saying that I don't have any particular expertise in the medicine or the science behind COVID or the vaccines. I'm a layperson in that regard. But I'm going to talk a little bit about what I learned with respect to the science and at what juncture, because I believe it's material to understanding some things with respect to what I observed with the legacy media and other observations. So if we go back to March of 2020, this is the point in time in which COVID-19 has been declared to be in North America, and its governments have expressed a concern. Our provincial government, our provincial public health authority is advising people to stay at home as much as possible, to work at home. I'm a practicing lawyer at the time. The courts were shut down. We weren't having in-person meetings. We weren't having any trials. We weren't having any motions. Nothing was happening at the courthouse. So there was a period of time starting about mid-March 2020 where most of us were at home. And I took the opportunity in this extraordinary set of circumstances to do some of my own research into what this COVID-19 was all about. And I did what most normal people do who are lay people like myself. I went online and I started researching whatever I could find. And at that point in time, the pandemic wasn't politicized, or at least it wasn't politicized the way it had become. It wasn't a polarized issue, and you could find a lot of information. It was new in North America, but COVID-19 was not really new in other parts of the world, such as Europe and of course China. And there was very good information from China and from Europe that you could drill down to, right to peer-reviewed studies from reputable universities and reputable journals. And what I found a lot of interesting things, but I don't remember all the things that I uncovered in doing the research. But what jumped out at me that I recall today is that very early on, it was clear, based upon the information coming out of Europe and China, the demographics of those who were affected by this virus. And it was clear that it was individuals who had 2 or more serious underlying health conditions combined with those that were at a certain age threshold. And what was notable to me is that children under the age of 18 had basically 0 risk. And so very early on with this information, which I felt was quite reliable given the various sources that I found, the whole idea of the virus was not something that I was afraid of. I was not personally afraid. I was not even personally afraid for my elderly parents who are in their 80s and late 70s, who are in good health. I was not afraid for my wife. I was not afraid for my children. I was basically not afraid. I parked that information, went on with my life as we all did or tried to do at that point in time. But the interesting thing is that, of course, COVID and issues relating to COVID were a daily news item. And the way the legacy media, or at least the legacy media that I was attuning into, was not being candid and forthright about the demographics of who was being affected by this virus. And I thought that was unusual. I thought that was strange. And it was only, and it's a rough order of magnitude here, but it was only about 6 months after I had done this kind of personal research on my own that the mainstream media, the legacy media, started to talk about the demographics of who this was being affected by. And I thought, I'm just a layperson. I just went online and spent some time and found this information 6 months ago. Why is it only being publicly talked about now? I thought it was strange. And that I don't remember all the times in which I had done research and had found information in which there was a delay before it became information that was being publicly broadcast, but it happened many times. That's one particular one I remember very specifically, but it happened multiple times. So fast forward, I'm living life. I'm trying to do my best to, be a father and a husband and a practicing lawyer and so on. The vaccines are starting to roll out. We're now in about spring of 2021, spring, early summer, and I'm becoming eligible based upon my age to receive a dosage of vaccine. And while I'm a bit skeptical based upon some of my previous experiences with the delay of information coming out, at the same time, I didn't have a lot of source information other than what I received from mainstream media about these vaccines. And the messaging that was coming out was, don't just do this for yourself, do it for your community, do it for elderly people, do it for people that are immunocompromised. And And so I did it. I took the first dosage of the vaccine. I gave public health the benefit of the doubt based upon whatever information that I had, which was really all publicly available legacy mainstream media information. And likewise, roughly 6 months later, I took my second dosage. And all the while, I maintained relationships with friends and others who made the decision to not get vaccinated. And I have to confess, at the time, I thought it was odd that they weren't getting vaccinated. I didn't understand why they weren't getting vaccinated. I didn't understand what the rationale was for them not getting vaccinated. But at the same time, I believed that people ought to have free choice with respect to these matters. Fast forward to the late fall, winter of 2021. The Public Health Authority in Manitoba was now recommending and had vaccine dosages available for children aged 5 to 12. At that point in time, my children were aged 8 and 9. So they were right within that bracket. And my wife, who I have the utmost respect for and who is a wonderful mother and a wonderful person, stated to me, I'm going to take the children to get vaccinated. And I said, well, don't you think we should do some due diligence on this? And her response was, what due diligence are you going to do? Public health authorities have told us that we should get our children vaccinated. And I would have said, I believe I did say, well, you can't just simply take face value what public health authorities say. We know, and we've known since the beginning of this pandemic, that children in our children's age bracket who are healthy children have almost zero risk of serious adverse outcomes, including death, from COVID. So I think we should spend some time looking into this. My own sister, who has a different mother than myself, was quite a bit older than I. Her mother was prescribed thalidomide in 1960. Her mother made the decision not to take it. It's probably one of the best decisions her mother made, as we all know. So public health authorities and professionals of all stripes don't always get things right. We're making decisions for our children. We need to spend some time. So this was the conversation, in essence, that I was having with my wife. And she said, okay, well, when are you going to do this due diligence? I said, look, it's just a really busy stretch right now. I'm going to do it as soon as I can. And every day from that point onwards, the friction between her and I increased. And to the point where she was calling me up in the middle of the day at work and demanding that that we get the children vaccinated, or I do my due diligence right here, right now, and let her know ASAP. To say that it was causing friction between my wife and I is an understatement. Finally, after about, I don't know, 5 days, 6 days of this, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna stay at work till whatever time it takes me at night, and I'm gonna do whatever due diligence I can do. So, like I did at the beginning of the pandemic, like lots of people do when they want to find things out, I go online. And I wind up at the Center for Disease Control in the United States website and Health Canada website, and I look at the sections on vaccinating children, and I read them, every single word. Top to bottom. I click on every single link. I try to drill down to supporting evidence, journal studies, so on, which I could, at the beginning of the pandemic, I could drill right down to very legitimate medical and scientific information, and I couldn't. And it was interesting because I'll start with the CDC. The CDC was making a pitch that you should get your children vaccinated because your children are at risk from severe outcome and or death as a result of COVID. And Health Canada website was saying they weren't so much pushing that. What they were pushing is, which I think is more honest, they were saying do it to protect the elderly and the vulnerable. And both websites had statistics, they had numbers. I was able to use some of them to run my own analysis. And a couple things struck me. One is that there was a disconnect between what the CDC was saying and what Health Canada was saying on this very point. Another thing that struck me is that the arguments that both of them were putting forward just didn't seem very compelling. If that was the best arguments that they could make, it just didn't even seem that obvious based upon their own arguments that there was a good reason to vaccinate children. But at the same time, the website seemed to indicate that there was no significant likelihood of an adverse effect from the vaccine. The Health Canada website, speaking of vaccinating children for the sake of protecting those that are immunocompromised and elderly, I thought was immoral. But at the end of the day, I had a situation to face which I don't know where it was going to lead within my family. I very much value the relationship with my wife and having a strong family unit. And based upon not having any information that I could find to indicate that there was a significant risk of taking the vaccine, I agreed to have the children vaccinated. And my wife immediately took them down and had them vaccinated. By happenstance, about a week later, I was having a lunch with a lawyer from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And for anyone that's not aware of the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, they were very active in COVID-related litigation. And the topic came up of vaccination and children. And this lawyer started telling me some things about the vaccines as they related to children. And to say that it was contrary to what I had read in the CDC and Health Canada websites is an understatement. It was like two different planets. And I have respect for this lawyer. I have respect for the organization. I know that they had experts who were highly educated and knowledgeable that they were getting their information from. But I was contrasting this with all the publicly available information that I could find that time, and they just weren't adding up. And I said, look, I'm sorry, but can you send me these studies? Can you send me these expert reports? Because I don't know. I don't know who to believe anymore. And she did. And I read them once again, from top to bottom. And we're talking, you know, many of these were peer-reviewed medical journal articles. Some were from more obscure sources, but some were from very well-recognized sources. And what I learned was really jaw-dropping. And like, I'm not a medical doctor, and I'm not a scientist, but I am university educated. I do deal with experts in my profession a lot. I am, I think, basically capable of reading these things and understanding them. And I know enough to know that any given study can say one thing and be contradicted by another study the next day. But what really jumped out at me is that there was a lot of consistency amongst this material, none of which was public information. And in this time of confusion, I sent one of these studies, it was a peer-reviewed study with respect to children and vaccination, to a medical doctor that I know, that I'll, for this person's protection, I will not identify. And I said in the email, I said, is this study intellectually defendable? Or is this just wacko stuff? That's the words I used, literally, I'm quoting. And the doctor replied, it's very intellectually defendable. There is a fierce debate within the medical community about vaccinating children from COVID-19. And this medical doctor also sent me an article from the British Medical Journal, which this doctor indicated was more widely circulated amongst the profession than the peer-reviewed study that I had been reading. But basically, the British Medical Journal article, which was January 13, 2021, so about 5 months before vaccine rollout for children, was saying the same thing as what I had reviewed. And I stopped. There's a fierce debate within the medical community as to whether children should get vaccinated.
Can you describe some of the revelations that you learned through these peer-reviewed studies and how that differed from the research that you had done from the publicly available information from the CDC and Health Canada?
Sure. Let me just finish this thought, though, and I will do that. There was nothing on the CDC website or Health Canada website to inform parents that there was any debate within the medical community. Even not a fierce debate, no debate. This was consensus. The information, to answer your question, what I garnered from both the British Medical Journal and the peer-reviewed study, as well as other information, similar types of information, was that, first of all, the risk to healthy children aged 5 to 12 from COVID-19 was negligible. However, because the standard for approving vaccines requires at least 5 years of clinical trials, as I understand it, not being an expert, but as I understand it. And because of the nature of COVID-19 and the urgency to get out a vaccine, these clinical trials had been truncated. And so there wasn't the benefit of the full 5 years to ascertain what, if any, significant adverse effects were related to these vaccines. The licensing bodies provided what I understand to be an emergency authorized use permit for these vaccines. And the consequence of all that is, once again, as I understand it, first of all, I never understood any of this stuff before I got vaccinated, that this was an emergency authorized use, that the typical standard is 5 years because some of these side effects don't appear until many years later. I had no idea. This is something I was learning that was questioning my own decision-making process with respect to myself getting vaccinated, but I digress. So the result when you put all these things together is that because there hasn't been significant amount of time to do the clinical trials that would normally be done for these vaccines, the risk profile to the vaccine was unknown, which made it not a negligible risk. You put all that stuff together, you have the risk to children age 5 to 12 from COVID as being negligible, and versus the risk of taking the vaccine as being not negligible. It doesn't make any sense. The only possible justification could be that you're doing this to protect the elderly and the immunocompromised. Which, in my humble opinion, is completely immoral.
This doctor that you spoke with, did she ever come forward publicly with her own thoughts, which she had discussed with you?
Not that I'm aware of. I did ask this doctor if there was any kind of gag order that was being placed on this doctor by the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Manitoba. And this doctor advised me that, in effect, there was. And this doctor provided a screenshot of what I believe to be a directive from the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Manitoba, which directed physicians to not depart from the narrative that's being put forward by public health authorities in Manitoba. And part of the rationale for this is to make sure there is a consistent message to the public. So I understand, and this is all hearsay, of course, but I understand that this has resulted in a chilling effect within the medical profession, at least in Manitoba, with respect to discussing issues surrounding COVID and vaccination. I want to add one thing here before I move on. My children are fully vaccinated with all other vaccines recommended by our pediatrician. My wife and I believe in science. As a regular matter of course, we follow the advice of our physicians. This isn't there's no ideological position that I come from here. It may be cold comfort, but I am thankful, based upon what I did learn after my children got the first dosage of the COVID-19 vaccine, and I began sharing this information with my wife, that we decided to not get our children vaccinated with a second dose. So, in December of 2021, Omicron variant becomes an issue. And it's obvious that this variant is spreading rapidly. And it's obvious, I think, to most people that it's spreading amongst both vaccinated and unvaccinated. And at this time, I'm now devouring every bit of information I can get from reliable sources, from what I believe are reliable sources. And once again, being a layperson, but not a completely uneducated layperson, it became clear to me that the mandates were completely disconnected with what the science was saying about the virus and the efficacy of these vaccines. And the fact that public health authorities were now trying to basically pull a fast one over me with respect to my decision making for my children's best interest really caused me to mobilize and do something. And one of the things that I became a part of was the Freedom Convoy protests here in Winnipeg. On January 29, I believe, 2022, a rally was organized in the Flying J truck stop west of Winnipeg, and I believe in other locations around the province, all to converge on the city of Winnipeg. And I called up a buddy of mine and I said, hey, you know, let's go, let's join this. I've never been involved in a protest in my life. But this was different. So we jumped in my truck and we grabbed a Canadian flag. And we joined, I don't know how many, but I'm thinking order of magnitude 1,000 other vehicles with Canadian flags. And we're going around the perimeter. We get to the east perimeter, the Highway 1 overpass, and from every direction, from looking north, looking south, looking east, were vehicles, basically almost as far as you could see with Canadian flags. It was an absolutely remarkable organic event. And whether you agreed with it or you didn't agree with it, something very significant was happening. And I participated in this. We went around the perimeter, we went down Portage, we went past the legislature, we went up to City Hall. And as I'm driving, my buddy with me is monitoring what's being reported on this in the mainstream legacy media. And there's nothing. Nothing. And fast forward about a week or so, the protests, the Freedom Convoy protests, become stationary in downtown Winnipeg outside the legislative building, so on Broadway and Memorial. And that whole area becomes basically occupied by semi-trucks, by tractors, by mobile homes. I believe we had some ATCO trailers, we had a stage. And at various times, anywhere between 100 odd people and probably 500, I don't know, 1,000 maybe at certain higher times. And I reached out to the organizers and I identified who I was. I said, I'm a lawyer. I want to help, and I want to speak. And on February 5th, which is a Saturday, I spoke at the protest. And I spoke largely about my experiences with the science and my children. And I was candid. Look, I'm double vaccinated, but here I am. And I think and so that began an association between me and the organizers of the Freedom Convoy protests in Winnipeg. And I supplied legal advice, I supplied other advice, strategic advice, whatever assistance within reason I could provide. I was on the phone or in-person meeting, sometimes on an hourly basis, definitely on a daily basis. Probably consistent with others that have testified here, though I haven't seen a lot of the testimony, but I've seen some of it. Almost everything that was eventually reported in legacy media that I saw with respect to the Freedom Convoy protests in Winnipeg was wrong. There were people from all walks of life. There were probably as many women as there were men, if not more women than there were men. There was every different background and a variety of ages. There was the atmosphere was positive. The people were peaceful in nature and were really trying hard, in my observation, to ensure that there were no bad apples that were going to wreck this event, this protest. There was certainly nothing that I was ever made aware of, and I'm sure I would have been made aware of it given my assistance that I was providing with respect to hate symbols or anything like that. That never occurred, at least not in Winnipeg. The atmosphere in the city was extremely polarized. There were people that either supported what this movement was doing or people that detested it completely. And there was almost no one that I saw that was really on the fence on that. Fast forward to February 14, 2021. The federal government invokes the Emergencies Act. And it was obvious that the focus of the emergency, or the idea behind the focus of the Emergency Act, was to disperse the protests in Ottawa and perhaps some of the ones that were affecting the border crossings. But the wording of the actual invocation of the act, as I understood it, applied across Canada, including to the protests in Winnipeg. And don't quote me on the exact wording, but I understood at the time to be to the effect of anyone that participates and provides material assistance to the Freedom Convoy protests could be liable to have their bank assets frozen, property seized, amongst potentially other consequences, I don't know, possibly ranging to arrest, fines. That day, I went to my bank and I withdrew thousands of dollars in cash. And I hid it. And it's still hidden. And it's not at my house, too. We, as a protest, i.e. the organizers and myself. And I should be clear that I am part of a group of lawyers that were assisting the protest here in Winnipeg. I wasn't doing this by myself. There were others that were involved. I won't name names, but there were a group of us that were involved in assisting. But on that day, February 14, 2021, it became clear to all of us that we were either going to have to shut this whole thing down, or in effect, we're going to have to basically communicate and organize in a clandestine fashion. And so we did. We had to stop using cell phones. We had to conduct communications of a sensitive nature literally in dark corners of parkades where we were confident that there weren't security cameras and anyone that was close enough to observe, listen. There was a huge police presence, so we had little doubt with the police presence combined with the invocation of the Emergencies Act that cell phone communication was being intercepted, although I don't have any direct evidence to that effect, but we assumed that was the case. The whole environment was surreal. You rewind this for a second. I'm participating in this in good faith with the best information that I can find. For the protection of my children. And the government of Canada has now made me a criminal for protesting to protect and to look out for the interests of my children on a good faith basis, peacefully? Is this really happening in this country? I was born in this country. I was raised in this country. I've worked all my adult life aside from the time I was in school. I've never broken the law. I pay my taxes. But for the first time in my life, this country that I thought was my country was against me. Utterly against me. I felt stateless, and I still feel stateless. And until there is some serious reckoning by those who were responsible for managing the governmental response to this pandemic in a forthright, honest manner, I don't foresee my feelings changing.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Holloway, for your testimony today. I had a few questions about particularly your experience that happened once the Emergencies Act was enacted, and you mentioned that you actually went and withdrew cash from your bank account, presumably because you were fearful that the measures would be taken against you personally. And I was wondering if you could comment on whether you felt that you would be targeted for providing legal services to members of the convoy, or whether you felt that it was more related to your participation as a protester.
Honestly, I thought anything was possible. I felt that I was living in a bizarro world where anything was possible, including repercussions from my governing body, repercussions from the public, the government. I was aware of all of those possibilities, and quite frankly, I was prepared to accept that risk.
And I'm also wondering, you spoke a little bit about some of the clandestine organizing that was undertaken once you were concerned about surveillance and whatnot. Did you feel that there was a risk that your solicitor-client privileged communications could be intercepted or were the target of interception by the government?
Yeah, once again, I considered all reasonable / borderline unreasonable possibilities to be risks. I don't have any evidence that my communications were intercepted or solicitor-client privilege was breached, but we also took steps primarily based upon my initiative, but also based upon advice that I was receiving from an individual who has experience in basically clandestine type operations, that you can't communicate with your cell phone and you have to be careful where you're communicating because there are line of sight devices that can intercept verbal communications.
Thank you.
I had a question about, you mentioned that you really value your relationship with your wife, but at one point, because you were raising some issues about what the public authority was saying, that it created some tension that eventually seems to have improved. That's my understanding, because you decided jointly not to get the second dose after you provided the information. Now my question is, after you've decided to become more involved in the freedom movement, did you get support from your wife, or was that creating some tension?
My wife is very supportive. My wife is not as, shall I say, maybe active in investigating these types of things that I am. My wife, in fairness to her, but like a lot of people, I believe, was afraid. And under ordinary circumstances, if I were to say, let's do some due diligence before we engage in a medical procedure for our children, I don't think her reaction would have been what it was. But she was really afraid. And you know, things, I think, well, things definitely improved once I agreed to getting the children vaccinated for the first dose. She did move in terms of her viewpoints once I provided her with information that I received through my physician source as well as from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. To answer your question, I'm sorry, it's maybe a bit roundabout, but yeah, she did support me. She did support me in my involvement with the Freedom Convoy protest.
I have another question about the censorship. It does have consequences, but in your experience, what would you say was the most damning consequences of censorship in what you've been through during this COVID crisis?
When I use the concept censorship, it was with respect to this pandemic and the governmental response. I think it's important to be clear that at least I'm not thinking of just government censorship. It was censorship. It was a chilling environment across the board, whether it was in legacy media, whether it was in public health authority messaging, whether it was, I believe, in the judiciary. I'm sure that there was active censorship, but there was also a lot of self-censorship. One of our biggest failures as a society in dealing with this pandemic, in my view, is that what we needed to do to have the best chance of successfully, or at least optimally, dealing with it was to have open conversations. But that wasn't happening. It wasn't happening across the board. Not only was it not happening in legacy media, where the same individuals were being interviewed again and again and again, and the same messaging was happening, and the same individuals from public health were speaking, and the same messaging was happening. We recall, the opposition parties of all the provincial legislatures and the federal House of Commons were barely doing anything. The judiciary was making decisions that were consistently supporting the government mandates and regulations. And to speak to your neighbors, sometimes your friends, was a perilous activity because of the polarity, the emotion. A lot of the public health authority response to the pandemic can be characterized by the war metaphor. This is a war against this virus. We are going to eradicate it. And there's also another saying in war: loose lips sink ships. But you know what? In war, the enemy has ears and a brain. When you're fighting a virus that has neither ears nor brain, surely we can have conversations so that the best information, the brightest individuals, the ones that have the knowledge, the background, the experience, they may be right, they may be wrong, but they should all be heard, because we are all better off for it. Me, the public, deciding what's good for my family, what's good for me, what's good for my community, without having open dialogue, without being able to know what is being discussed, cripples our ability to make those decisions and our societal ability to function properly and to deal with pandemics in a rational fashion, in my humble opinion.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the Commission? One more? Maybe two more?
Good afternoon. I'm just wondering, you said earlier in your testimony that the courts were closed. Do you have any information on how the courts being closed impacted those who were either going because they felt they were innocent and unfairly charged with whatever, or the impact of the passage of time and they weren't getting their case heard, their voices weren't able to speak, they weren't able to get justice? Do you have any idea, since you kind of crossed the lines with the the people who were involved in organizing protests, of the impact of those people when the courts were closed?
I don't. Many matters that would involve like criminal charges against protesters and protest organizers, that would be criminal lawyers would handle that. I'm not a criminal lawyer, and so I haven't been involved in that aspect of things. So I can't comment on that. I can comment on the civil side because that's the type of lawyer I am. I'm basically a civil litigator. I can comment that certainly in Ontario, where I do quite a bit of litigation, that the backlog for many basic types of civil matters are like unbelievably long. Sometimes you're looking 12 months to have a motion heard. It could be years before you have a trial that's set down. So I can comment a little bit about on the civil side that it definitely caused backlogs. I think in Manitoba we're getting back to a fairly good schedule in terms of civil matters, but in Ontario, in my experience, it's still pretty delayed, all as a result of pandemic-related measures.
And my second question is, it's kind of a line we use in education, some of the critics of the education system, that it looks like education remains, but it's no longer education. Given that you looked at the CDC results and Health Canada results, and there was all these discrepancies, could we actually extend that to healthcare, that it looks like healthcare, but maybe it's no longer healthcare, in your opinion?
Well, my understanding of the legal requirement to administer a medical procedure by a healthcare practitioner on a patient is that informed consent is required. And without being informed, there can't be consent. And if there's a medical procedure that's performed without consent, that can be tantamount to assault.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the Commission? Okay, very good. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we'd like to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kraft. Can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
I can. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Kraft, Jessica. Last name Kraft.
Very good. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Now, Ms. Kraft, I understand that you're here today because you were terminated as a result of your employer's vaccine mandate.
That's correct.
Very shortly, I'll ask you to explain the circumstances leading up to your termination. But first, can you please just describe a little bit about yourself, your age, your education, and your position with your employer at the start of the pandemic?
Okay. 31. I'm a mom of two. I started at Canadian Blood Services in 2013. I was trained on the job. It was a mix of classroom training and on-the-job training for about 6 weeks. I really enjoyed the job as well.
Can you tell us what your position with the Canadian
Yeah.
Blood Services was?
Yes, I was a donor care associate. I was the person to insert your needle into your arm if you needed to donate. I also did some screening procedures as well.
Very good. Now, when did you say you were hired for this position?
October 13th, 2013.
And I understand that before the pandemic actually started, you went on maternity leave. Is that correct?
Yes, I had my second daughter December 2019. And right after that is when things in the world started to change.
All right. So how long was your maternity leave?
I was on leave until March of 2021.
So you did return to work in March of 2021, is that right?
Yes, I did.
So at that point, what safety protocols were then in place to help you continue to do your job?
Well, at the point of my return, we were mask mandated. All of the staff and donors were expected to wear masks within the facility to donate blood. There was also social distancing protocols, certain wellness checkpoints. Donors had to be sure they were in good health before coming in to donate.
So what other changes did you observe from your work starting from before the pandemic to your return in the spring of 2021?
Well, when I first started at Canadian Blood Services, it was a really fun place to work. I felt really supported. We had a really good team. I guess the biggest changes that I saw prior to me coming back, and I wasn't there, but I had heard from other people, is the changing in management. Also the change in labeling Canadian Blood Services as a biologics manufacturing company rather than a not-for-profit organization.
Okay. And what about the donors? Did you notice any differences in the types of people who were donating blood or the frequency, or what can you speak to there?
Well, I would say that there was a push for first-time donors, but the donating community is pretty reliable, happy, but some of the changes within the clinic for the donors specifically was that they weren't allowed to bring in family members or friends or their children. They weren't allowed to eat or drink after their donation, which is pretty crucial to recovering properly. So they wouldn't be allowed to sit with anyone. It was kind of very rigid and sterile environment.
Did you observe any adverse effects from not being able to give them some juice or some cookies, which I understand is typical after donating blood?
Definitely, yeah. There was an increase in donor reactions.
And what does that mean?
Well, if somebody doesn't eat or drink before donating blood, sometimes they can feel faint or pass out.
Okay. In terms of inserting the IVs, did you notice did you have any difficulties? Were there increased safety precautions taken regarding the handling of blood? What can you tell us about that?
There really wasn't anything different about my specific job and the way we collected blood.
Okay.
No.
I understand that sometime in 2021, your employer announced that a vaccine mandate would be implemented within the organization. When was that?
The official notice came September 1st of 2021, although throughout the summer there was definitely a lot of talk about it. When I had returned from maternity leave, it didn't take long for me to be asked, even in front of, in front of colleagues, in front of donors, so when are you getting your shot?
And what specifically were the requirements of the mandate? What did your employer's mandate require you to do to comply with the mandate?
So I was required to first attest my vaccine status, my personal health information. After that, we were supposed to be a fully vaccinated workforce by the late fall. They never gave us specific dates at that time. It was kind of like, we want you to attest your status and we'll go from there.
Did the mandate allow for any exemptions or exceptions to being fully vaccinated?
It did. There was an option for a medical or religious exemption. When I had spoken to my doctor in regards to that, my doctor really didn't want to go through with that. She said that even if she were to sign an exemption for me, it would have to be cleared by other doctors in order for it to be deemed
And so was
eligible.
Was your understanding that if you applied or asked for an exemption, it would not be granted?
Correct.
Okay. What was your response to the announcement of this policy?
I think I knew it was coming, but it really devastated me because firstly, I enjoyed what I did there, politics aside, of course, but yeah, I was pretty devastated to know that I would ultimately be faced with this hard decision.
So specifically, what part of the mandate did you object to?
Well, I guess I objected to all of it. All of it.
Okay. Did you object to the information requirements? Did you object to being vaccinated? What were your objections?
Basically, my standpoint is that according to the Personal Health Information Act, I wasn't required to attest my personal health information to my employer. After they had asked me to and deemed me not vaccinated because I didn't attest, they then wanted me to rapid test for the last few weeks of my employment, which I also declined.
And why did you decline to participate in the rapid testing?
Well, I didn't think it was a good precedent to set against somebody it wasn't private. None of it was private. They wanted me to speak to somebody I'd never spoken to at work to get rapid test kits from. It just all didn't seem very private at all.
Now, obviously, you're in a position where you're collecting and handling blood and interacting with donors. At any point in your previous employment with the employer, had you been required to obtain a specific vaccine?
No, we were never mandated to get any other vaccines before. They had wanted us to get Hep A, Hep B vaccines. It was never enforced, never had to prove it.
Okay. So there was no requirement to be vaccinated for hepatitis at all. It was merely encouraged. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, very good. Have you generally received other vaccines? I understand that your employer wasn't requiring you to get them, but have you generally obtained vaccines?
I would say up until COVID, I didn't really have vaccines on my radar at all. I wasn't opposed to them. I didn't really think about it too much.
Did you receive all of your childhood vaccines?
I believe I did, yeah.
Okay, you're up to date as far as you know on your other
as vaccines far as I know.
As an adult. You've mentioned that you're a mother. Have you chosen to vaccinate your children at that point?
At that point, yes.
Okay. So you've mentioned that you did initially try to speak with your doctor about the possibility of obtaining an exemption. Can you go into a little bit more detail about the conversation that you had with your doctor and your understanding as to whether or not you actually would be eligible to even ask for an exemption?
Yeah. Well, I guess I had gone in to see her for just a normal checkup. I had mentioned to her that these mandates were coming forward for healthcare workers, and she really, I don't know, it seemed to be dodgy, the entire thing. She just kind of dodged my questions and concerns, really rushed me along, and I told her that I had an opportunity to get a medical exemption, and if I could have one for my specific condition. She checked my heart and told me that I didn't have the condition I had been diagnosed with my whole life. So I thought it was kind of really strange that she would say that.
Sorry, Just to clarify,
Yeah.
you did have a pre-existing condition, is that right?
Yes, I have a functional heart murmur.
Okay, and you spoke about this murmur with your doctor, and she was
Yes.
still unwilling to consider writing you a letter of exemption, is that right?
That's correct. She made it seem like even if she did, that there would be plenty of other doctors after her to sign off on this exemption, that it wouldn't be deemed.
That it wouldn't be accepted by your employer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you express or discuss your concerns about the mandates with your employers or any direct supervisors?
Yes, I did. I tried my best to submit any questions I had to my immediate supervisor, my management, doctors within the organization I worked for. I tried every one I could.
And what was your employer's response?
Basically silence, to be honest with you. I got a lot of blanket statements. Seemed like the emails were just copy and pasted, you know. It wasn't really heartfelt. There was no personality in their responses at all, or any concrete information to solidify that what they were doing was right.
Now, I think you've mentioned that when you returned to work, your coworkers or asked in front of donors or other staff members whether or not you intended to be vaccinated. Did you indicate at that point that you did not?
No, I kind of changed the subject. It was a really awkward moment for me because in my private life, I perhaps was outspoken about this vaccine shot. But at work, I tried to keep it as professional as possible. It really caught me off guard that I was asked this in front of colleagues and donors.
Did this issue affect your relationship with your coworkers and your employers?
I believe it did.
In what ways?
I just didn't know who I could trust completely.
Now, I understand at some point you received a notice of termination. Can you describe the circumstances that led up to receiving that notice?
Yes. I'm just retracing my steps here. October 15th, 2 days after, or sorry, I should back up a little bit. It was Thanksgiving weekend, and I got a phone call from my manager, and she told me that I wouldn't be allowed to come into work on the following Monday. The following Monday was Thanksgiving Monday. She told me that because I did not attest my status and I did not comply with the rapid testing, that I would not be welcome on the premises after October 11th. That phone call was really hard to get. I asked for that confirmation in an email. She declined that offer. She did not want to send it to me in writing. I cleared it with my union, and they told me to not go into work. I was on unpaid leave of absence where they had told me they would send me an education package of some kind to better inform me on these decisions of the policy and whatnot. I never received that. Then I think it was a couple days before my termination, I've submitted a notice of liability form to my employer and went to work to go and get my belongings from my locker. And everyone was so shocked that I was there. It was kind of alarming. It was like, whoa, it's okay, I'm just here to get my stuff. But in a way, it was kind of like I was being pushed out and not welcome. It wasn't feeling very welcome.
And you've mentioned that you raised this issue with your union. Were you able to lodge a complaint through your union regarding this matter?
Yes, after I was terminated, I requested to file a grievance. I was in an arbitration case, hopefully, actually as of yesterday.
Okay, the matter was supposed to go to arbitration
Correct.
as far as you were aware?
Yes.
And what is the current status of your complaint?
Yesterday I was told that I will not be going to arbitration. I will receive no severance pay. I wasn't eligible to collect EI. And I won't be reinstated either. I won't get my job back. And the mandates are still in effect.
Have you looked for other employment since your termination?
No, on and off I have. Nothing serious. I found this silver lining out of all of it to be able to be home with my 2 children. I'm very grateful for that.
Subject to any question that the commissioners have, that concludes my questions. Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. A couple of questions. So in terms of being a phlebotomist, did Canadian Blood Services train you in that position?
Yes, they did.
And did you sign your paperwork when you came in that you would agree to code of conduct, et cetera, that most employees would sign at Canadian Blood Services?
Yes.
And did they change that when you went back from maternity leave? Did they actually change the terms of your employment?
No.
And did the union address that?
No.
And do you know if the mandates coming down were from the province to Canadian Blood Services regionally, like in Winnipeg, or did they come from head office in Ottawa?
It was head office in Ottawa.
And did head office, the human resources person there, did they clarify any of this in writing, the changes that they were making to your employment contract that I guess wasn't in there in the first place?
No.
And in terms of, you said that it had become a manufacturing plant, so was it still, as opposed to a nonprofit, you know, that balance that we have at Canadian Blood Services, so is it still monitored by FDA and Health Canada, or is it just strictly as a blood manufacturing facility monitored by Health Canada only?
To my knowledge, it is only Health Canada.
Okay, and you mentioned about the sterilization. Sorry, the sterilization, the idea that everything had become sterile as an environment and donors were no longer allowed to have their cookies and their drinks. I'm just wondering, is it a bigger picture? Were you feeling that before you went in from the community level, just what was happening in mandates in Winnipeg, as opposed to just when you walked into work, the former fun place, that it had just become so sterile that it just didn't seem appealing anymore?
I think the changes began in the community well before I went back to work. I think I was aware of these changes coming down and happening within the clinic for quite some time. Nonetheless, it was still pretty unfortunate to see the donating community dwindle, and also to be not as satisfied with their donation experience, not as comfortable.
And when donors had to sit alone and they didn't have anybody, like they usually have volunteers or somebody who would be watching them for that 15-minute period to make sure there's no incidents. Were there incident reports filed on donors when they didn't, or when they had reactions, or they fainted, or any of those things that happen sometimes?
Typically, if it was a severe reaction, it would have to be documented, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I would just like to say one more thing before we wrap up.
Please do.
I would like to say that throughout all of this, like I had mentioned before, the benefits of all of this is that I was able to stay home with my children, but I know that many Canadians can't say the same. I know that a lot of Canadians were met with the decision of making this choice or losing their job, their livelihood, their homes. So I'm here for that reason today.
Well, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we would like to thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much.
And our next witness is a Mr. David Lease. David, can I get you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is David Lease, and my name is spelled D-A-V-I-D, and my last name is L-E-I-S.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Now, my understanding is that you trained in public policy and administration at Waterloo, Toronto, and Ryerson universities.
And Queen's.
And at Queen's. You have a master's degree in public policy from Queen's.
Yes.
And you have extensive work experience in public policy, including working in many senior roles in government locally and provincially, in post-secondary institutions, including universities and polytechnics. You have served as the mayor of Woolwich and as a councillor with the regional municipality of Waterloo.
Yes.
And you have served in policy roles for cabinet committees at the province of Ontario as well. You were Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
You are presently Vice President at Frontier Centre for Public Policy.
Correct.
And the Frontier Centre was founded in 1999 as a nonpartisan public policy think tank.
Yes.
And basically the mission is to advocate for better public policy.
Correct.
Now, I went through all of that just to point out that you've basically spent your life becoming an expert in public policy.
Correct.
And you've been invited here today to comment on the public policy concerning how governments conducted themselves concerning COVID-19. And can you please share your thoughts with us on that?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My points are several, but in essence, never in the history of, certainly in my lifetime, nor I believe, sadly in the lifetime of recent memory, has there been such a policy disaster. And that policy disaster is very much articulated in many forms, both in terms of policy itself and associated principles of good practice of what makes for good public policy. But I would say also in terms of failure of critical institutions. Canadians were relying on institutions on the assumption that they would serve us. And sadly, they did not. And I could give you a 360 review. But I also have the point that as a student of public policy, I'm also a student of philosophy and history. And sadly, we can see in history that this is an assault on our Canadian rights and freedoms. I cannot respectfully think of a right and freedom that was not violated. And finally, I'm deeply concerned.
If you need to take a moment, you can. Understand, I think, and everyone in the audience appreciates that some of the witnesses are emotional, including myself when I give my opening addresses. So, Mr. Lees, please feel free to take time to collect.
But thank you so much for your kindness. I'm deeply concerned about the future of our society in the context of an assault on our civic society. And I do not say this lightly, because I am sure, like everyone, we're guided by particular values and principles. In my case, and certainly at many of my colleagues at the Frontier Centre for Public Policy, those principles relate to principles of classical liberalism, principles that have an extraordinary history over thousands of years, an extraordinary history, particularly in the last 1,000 years, that relate to principles on the assumption that we are born free. We are born free. And that we we have governments, the king, the queen, or whatever form of government is not above the law, but rather serves the people. And there are very clear sets of principles that have been violated within those principles, and I could go through them extensively. But I am very concerned about our society, given the impacts on all individuals and the layers within that society. And I apologize.
No, I mean, I think several people in your position, and I was speaking with another member of the Frontier Society yesterday who, shared the concern that literally liberal Western democracy is at a crossroads.
Indeed it is.
And depending on how this generation responds and how quickly, it might be the end of this experience or experiment in Western liberalism. And my understanding is that's why you're finding this emotional, is because you are concerned about where this is going.
Indeed I am. I have served my country. In many different capacities. And it is atrocious what has happened. From the very beginning, there were numerous signs that would have tweaked in any rational decision maker massive red flags. And it is, I realize this is like peeling the perennial onion, where we did not know all the information at the beginning. And that is part of being human, but it was also by design. And in my opinion, it is indeed a travesty what has happened. And the signs were numerous. I am a student of statistics, and I know enough sense to also consult with a myriad of people. And from the beginning, it was very clear that the statistics of mortality did not make this the Spanish flu. It was obvious. And I have dared so many officials to debate this publicly. Anytime, any place. The mortality rate was not there. We knew that the persons that were vulnerable were persons classically of an older profile of multiple health challenges, and they needed to be protected. But to lock down a society is outrageous. The costs are profound. If we look at the myriad of analyses, economic, social, psychological, education on every age category, and not the least of which is on health, we know a lockdown measure was never, ever envisioned. And we didn't follow the plan. As a former mayor, I am trained in emergency management. I have gone through tough situations. And as a matter of course, we would always, thank you, always follow the emergency plan. Standard operating procedure. And part of that methodology, to be clear, is that in any emergency, it is the head elected official that takes charge and brings together an integrative team across all disciplines, all areas, fire, police, every department, including private actors, and brings them around a table like this and does the analysis. What is the situation? What are the risks? And what are the options that we can undertake to not only deal with the disaster, but to also mitigate it in such a way that minimizes the impacts on the rest of the community, the province, or the country? It is a huge head scratcher that those plans were developed and never followed. And from fairly early on in the pandemic, a colleague of ours, Lieutenant Colonel David Redmond, who has done so many emergency plans, his head spins. He did the pandemic plans for a number of jurisdictions, including, I believe, the Armed Forces and the province of Alberta. And they never followed those plans. These are huge red flags that needs to be looked into in terms of judgment or competency. I'm not quite certain, or whether it was just hiding behind the good name of a doctor to avoid political responsibility out of fear. And I know what it's like to be elected. I know what it's like to come in a room with a lot of people who are very upset and very concerned about their safety. And we just followed the kind of core narrative that I believe was largely spilling out of the United States and facilitated elsewhere. But we didn't do our job. I feel that decision makers didn't do their job to do that kind of incisive policy analysis. And I get at the very beginning that there's known unknowns. But we knew that the People's Republic of China was not following World Health Protocol. They signed that agreement. They did not share the information in a timely manner, and that raised red flags. They locked down Wuhan, but they continued international flights. They were facilitating the spread of this virus. And you could tell it from the very beginning. And that's from a layperson's point of view, so I want to be careful about that. But the reality is that there were signs from the very beginning that we were not following best practices on policy, and we were going to hurt a lot of people. And that's outrageous. And it's immoral.
How do you feel about federally and in the province of Manitoba, not just the governing parties, but the opposition and other parties that were in Parliament and the legislature concerning their, I guess, whether or not they listened to the populace, or you felt they were... I guess the frustration is, and I'll just rephrase my question, it seems that every party fell in lockstep. So it seems like every institution fell in lockstep. Was there a college of physicians and surgeons in any province that acted differently than the others? Was there a political party in any province or federally that acted differently than the others? And you study this type of thing, so I'd like your comments on that, and if you know, as best you can, if you could offer an explanation for how is it that everyone is doing the same thing and yet nobody's following the plan.
Well, sadly, we were shocked that we heard crickets on so many fronts. There were persons behind the scenes who clearly were concerned, asking what we thought were the logical questions, and doing, I think, a fair amount of due diligence behind the scenes. But peculiar things were going on that I think need to be kept in perspective. One of which is the media chorus was uniformly a message of fear and hysteria. And these are very disturbing for any elected official then, because they do not want to be seen as being offside. They don't want to be seen as caring, when in fact seeking the truth is actually caring. This is the supreme irony of this. And it was so easy, I think, for any decision-making elected official, let alone body, a professional body, to go along with these narratives because they were placed in such an emotional, psychological quadrant. And this is dangerous because it disables the ability of a population to take a deep breath and say, look, we make decisions based on rational thinking, not just emotion. And I can talk endlessly about what I think around what was orchestrated there.
And if you don't mind, if I kind of take you just in a different direction, it's just that you have some experience, and so your thoughts would be helpful. But it is not unfair to say that the public narrative that we were being fed was completely false and very destructive. And let's just say hypothetically we accept that as a proposition. And let's say I'm a premier of a province and I understand that the mainstream media narrative is incorrect and is going to be tremendously damaging in my province if I follow it. And you're sharing with us, though, that they don't want to be offside. And I think a lot of us had wondered this, like, how does a politician resist such a sustained and consistent media narrative that was terrorizing the community? Does the premier basically send in the police to be looking for evidence of, fraud or misleading? Like, what can a premier do? And maybe we'll have some premiers watching. I'm just trying to figure out what on earth could an elected official that truly wanted to do the right thing, but understands that the media machine can just annihilate him or her. How would they stop this in the future?
Well, I can speak in a number of respects. One is, I know what I did. When I went through crises, I would work to communicate the information that we had, and I would communicate with confidence, not fear, but confidence that we had a powerful team and we were going to get through this. We would share information with panels of experts on toxicology. I'm thinking in this case of a particular water crisis that we worked at. The onus was on us to intelligently share with people as citizens the information that we had and the associated risks so that they could have a fairly transparent picture of what we knew.
Okay, so almost like daily briefings like that fellow in New York was doing, except telling the truth and having experts telling the truth.
I think that's an advisable thing to do.
No, and I'm just asking for ideas because, perhaps some politicians or future politicians will be watching this,
right.
and any suggestions that you would have could be helpful.
But I think as well that any, I know it was a different time, but in my own experience working with the media, I was so fortunate that by and whole I had very good media relationships. But one of the things is I had a profound respect for their work, and that they had a profound sense of desire to serve the community, to look into the story behind the story, and to share information, all within the bounds of their professional standards. And I'm not suggesting that there aren't journalists today, because there are. But I think what we have is a long train wreck that has happened over years in the making. This didn't just happen overnight, where our journalistic media mainstream outlets are not so much about journalism, they are about pushing a narrative. And I think most Canadians would be shocked to know that 2,000 media outlets in Canada are systematically funded by the federal government. 2,000. So this local daily here in Winnipeg, as an example, has almost half its budget from the federal government. Now you tell me how they carry out their ethical journalistic standards. I'm not saying that they can't do something, like reporting a tragic car crash, but their ability to contradict their funders' priorities, because they do have it in an agreement. Like they carry their journalistic practice now through the lens of their funder. They have to.
A conflict of interest. Are you aware, I have heard anecdotally that, because the federal government just doles out so much cash to, clubs and community organizations and the like, that during COVID there would be conditions on the funding that they would support and push the vaccine mandate. Yes. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with that. I would love to get my hands on a signed agreement. But I can tell you this, there are a proliferation of interests involved in this saga, and each one of them needs to be looked at carefully. But when pharma is your main sponsor of so many things, one has to keep your head up and your eyes open and say, what is going on here? So I see these institutions, and I've had enormous respect for them. There's a lot of very good people. But within that context, I think we underestimate that one of the principles of classical liberalism is the belief that we have a limited state for a reason. Now, I am not a socialist for many reasons, but a limited state is very important because you need to keep room for the majority of your society, which are working people who do not work in Ottawa for the federal government or otherwise. And I'm not saying that those aren't important jobs, but the size of our state has mushroomed dramatically the last 30 years. And its tentacles are everywhere. When you are funding the media, when you are funding various institutions, including professional colleges, when you are even funding supposedly independent think tanks, and by the way, Frontier does not accept any government funding. And it does so for a reason. Because if you go along with the size of that state, you put yourself in jeopardy sooner or later. Because depending on who is the king or the queen, they may or may not understand governance. And I can tell you that time and time again it appears that in our country our leadership does not get governance.
I'm wondering, just staying on classic liberal principles, if you can comment on the importance to societies like Canada of actually having freedom of expression and freedom of belief and freedom of conscience, because those seem to be things that are becoming, people wanting to be witnesses at this commission back down because they're concerned that there's going to be repercussions. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on how those things are vital to a liberal democracy.
They are foundational. When we put into perspective the value of freedom of speech, it is one of the cornerstones of our rights and freedoms because it allows us to debate respectfully to get to a truth. And any student of history knows this to be true. And as we look at this, it is also foundational for our livelihood. If freedom of speech is the cornerstone for innovation, for our economic standard of living to move forward and our quality of life. If you look at the last 4,000 years, our standard of living would be basically a flat line. It's only in the last 250 years that we have a standard of living that has increased exponentially, that we have a microphone before me on this table, and that we can be in such a lovely room. This is very recent. And therefore, if we do not have freedom of speech, but rather censorship and the imposition of the state that suggests that what is black is white and what is green is red, and what are facts are not facts, but the narrative is more important because winning is more important, and the ends justify the means, and that science does not matter, then we have lost it all. It means that we cannot innovate. And it means we don't have a future. So we have to get a hold of this now. We have a window, I believe, and I hope I am wrong. We need to wake up people from coast to coast of the significance of what this is that has occurred, because there are lessons learned in life, and such as this time. To be able to look to each other with compassion in the tradition of civil society, where there is a tolerance for diversity of opinion and intellectual thought, and it has nothing to do with your race or your gender or whatever. It has everything to do with a belief that we came to this place in time through a long history of hard-fought fighting and civil war, where many have died, let alone served to protect those rights and freedoms in many world wars. And I am so sad that it seems like, quote, educated people in my peer group of leadership that have utterly forgotten this or do not have the courage to sustain it, to serve the people.
Mr. Lease, I've been trying to think, how do we, and obviously the Commission's mandate is to come up with recommendations on how to change things. And one common theme that we've seen with witness after witness, and I think Dr. Bhattacharya was saying that, is you can't ever get a single public health official or even a private spokesperson. We had one person, pointing out two people that get paid money to be kind of the go-to experts for the media, one I think at the University of Calgary. But these people will never debate. And we had that radio journalist, I think on day one, indicating that, he tried to get a debate with Dr. McCullough and another. They'll never come to debate. And it seems to me that one change going forward would be that public officials or anyone that is willing to privately comment in the media, plus our politicians, would have to be required by law to reasonably engage in debate and explanation so that things cannot be done without reasons being given anymore. And I'm just wondering if you could comment on that, and then if you had any other ideas on, assuming we could get our institutions back, on how to prevent this.
Well, debate is so essential. Intellectual friction, we call it at Frontier, because it is remarkable what we can learn from our intellectual opponents or persons that frankly don't agree with us. What I have noticed is that as our society has tilted more and more towards, I would refer to them as authoritarian impulse, we have lost or frankly don't teach enough about basic points of logic. There's some 26 logical fallacies, and one of which is the most important one, which is never attack your opponent personally. Ad hominem attack. And yet this is the common theme that has gone on through this crisis. And this is a a huge flag that debate is being diminished, because instead of discussing the issues or the concerns, the thoughtful questions that so many citizens have brought forward, it is endless attacks of being a white racist or a person of whatever privilege, when in fact what is going on is not serving people. What is going on is policy-making decision that protects privilege of the few, that protects power and money. And this is atrocious. And so therefore debate is critical. We should be seeking that, requesting that as a matter of course. And I would say that one of the institutions that I am deeply disturbed by, and I frankly believe is in crisis, is the law profession. In a high-functioning, healthy society, it is one of the most important responsibilities of the state is to undertake its judicial function, to ensure the rule of law is being respected. There are no arbitrary arrests on someone's property or in their garden. There is trial by jury. We're all equal before the law, and the state is not privileged before the law. The law is above the state. And just to be clear, our tradition of freedom is dependent on the concept of the common law. The common law is beginning with the Magna Carta and the meadow in Runnymede. Before an atrocious king, John I, and in that meadow, they agreed to basic things that are now in jeopardy. And as I recall, chapter 18, by John Locke in his second treatise on government, is essentially the point that with the end of law, specifically common law, comes tyranny. And that is what we face clearly in the eye today. And 2023 is the prospect of tyranny. And I do not use that word lightly. But this is the ugly reality that we face. So if we look at a 360-degree view of this crisis, it is one of policy disaster, but it is one where civil society has been assaulted.
Well, it's curious that you cite John Locke and his principle that if the rule of law ends, that we end up in tyranny, because tyranny is simply unfettered discretion.
Correct.
And we've experienced basically unfettered discretion in our public health officials and absolute deference of those decisions by our politicians. So it seems to me that we've just experienced the exact problem that John Locke described in his second treatise of government.
Indeed, and when we look at the courts then, the place for prominent public debate then is the judge who realizes that the responsibility is not to the state, not to the public health official, but to the truth. And this is where debate happens in a high-functioning society. Among other quarters, it's part of the culture, it's part of the ethos, it's in the media, it's in the universities, who are many on leave, absent, silent. What is the point of tenure? A job for life, if you can't speak up with confidence. I doubt if anyone here has tenure, and yet they're speaking up. But this has always been the lesson of history. I have studied thousands of years of history. It's always been the few who have stood up with courage and said, "No more."
That's well said. I'm wondering if the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Lease.
Thank you for your testimony. We've heard testimony about from people who are in despair, anger, cynicism with regard to government. We've heard testimony over the last few days and from Truro and Toronto about the political world bouncing from one negative and inhumane aspect to another with less and less making sense. It used to be, not that long ago, that we could somehow interpret our world based on motivations of self-interest and greed, or something to that effect. At least it was a behavioral starting point by which we could then make our world, or model our world, and think about what we might change. But post-pandemic, there is a form of irrational nihilism that makes little or no sense either from the point of view of rationality or the point of view of sensibility and feeling. And in fact, our freedoms and lives are now being circumscribed by all levels of government. Therefore, it shouldn't come as a surprise from an intellectual sense, or maybe even a spiritual sense, that there are many feeling lost in how our institutions are acting in that one-mind context that Sean just alluded to. But what steps can citizens, like the citizens here in this room or who are watching online, what steps can we take as just citizens to change what is happening in our institutions?
Thank you for your question. It's a very wise and insightful one. I think that there's many things citizens can do, one of which is to speak up within your family context, within your community, to be involved, particularly at the local level. I think that participating in the local democratic process is vital. I ran years ago when I was 19 years old. And it was a natural part of my family culture. And I would encourage people, no matter what their age, to engage. Because there has been a vacuum of people engaged in the civic process. And that has, I believe, given a vacuum for other nefarious interests, quite frankly, who do not subscribe to these basic assumptions around freedom and what it makes for a fair and democratic society. They believe that in many ways their cause is beyond question, and they believe the ends justify the means. And I have unfortunately studied for years the world of the Frankfurt School. I know all their sorry stories, their tactics, and their strategies. And they have methodically done the long march through our institutions. And this is apparent, and we need to wake up to this reality and call it out. And citizens, I encourage you to read, not dive into the mindless world of Netflix as much as we enjoy entertainment as well. But it behooves us to be informed about this history. And there's many resources I can recommend, and also through the Frontier Center. I encourage you to look at it. And do not be dissuaded by what people call you names. If they do so, then this is shame on them, and take heart and courage, because this is the reality that we face, frankly, an ideological, destructive, toxic opponent within our own communities who do not care about you. They only care about their twisted, idealistic, nihilistic view of the universe. And that kind of utopianism has done, throughout history, enormous damage. This is the story of totalitarianism, whether it has been China, and I've seen the monuments to over 100 million people, and I have been to the places in the former Soviet Union and Russia, and Nazism. The Nazis were socialists. And this is almost like a perverse hybrid that we have today. It's a toxic mishmash of a state that is out of control with crony capitalists, with people who don't seem to be grounded in basic things of freedom and respect for each other. I was always excited about our society because I felt that, wow, we live in a society where we as individuals respect each other because you're precious. Each individual is precious, and that we can cooperate, we can work together in freedom. That's the brilliance of it. We can innovate, we can start up a business, we can set up a church, we can set up a mosque, but we can be together, though, as shoulder to shoulder as Canadians.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering, when you see that there's many countries in the Western Hemisphere that has adopted more or less the same thing as Canada and many other countries, there's a few states, if you want, that stand out, and there's a few states in the United States, but I'm thinking about Sweden that has been demonized by the mainstream media initially, but now seems to get some sort of more positive coverage. Based on your analysis of the way they manage the pandemic, what is it that makes them different? Is it the culture? Is it the institution that somewhat were strong enough to resist to the temptation of moving in the same direction as everybody else? What is your take on Sweden?
Okay, it's a very interesting question. Thank you. So Sweden is a very interesting case study for many, many reasons. We were very intrigued by Sweden from the get-go based on the approach that was taken by their public health officials. And it was interesting because in many respects they would say they were following best practices. But Sweden was doing something in addition to that. They have an extensive culture and set of plans that relate to emergency management, and they followed those plans. This is not known by many people. So this should inform any thoughtful decision maker, because what is interesting is the results of Sweden are stunning. They, in retrospect, did it right. And I was shocked when I read the New York Times last week that there was actually an article commending it. I'm just, anyways. So this is a situation that we can learn from Sweden. And what's also fascinating is that there's an associate of Frontier. His name is Dr. Martin Kulldorff. He's one of the authors, one of the three authors of the Great Barrington Declaration. And he said something very interesting to me the other day, because I asked him the similar question about Sweden. And he said unequivocally, the quote, consensus, and I hate words such as consensus, but the consensus is that Sweden did it right. But what's also fascinating is he said something to me in the same conversation. He said, during a dark time in the world, there was a select group of people in a country called Canada who got into their trucks and drove across a country, and they woke up the world. And that's what he said. I said, so Martin, are you saying, like, he is the preeminent public health official and biostatistician, I believe, in the world. And I said, Martin, are you saying that the truckers made a difference and gave you hope? And he said, that's exactly what I'm saying. So take heart. By the way, he's a Swede.
Good afternoon. I have a couple of questions. First, I just wanted a bit of a clarification. You know, I often find that details get lost when we use a blanket statement. And one blanket statement, and I know why we talk that way, is that our institutions have failed us. Well, our institutions in Canada don't just include government institutions; they include our private institutions. So I'd like to talk to you just a bit about those institutions and ask you some very pointed questions. Did our police services fail us?
I think it depends which one and what analysis I could look at there. I mean, I've been certainly involved in police services. I don't pretend to be able to give a generalization, but generally they went along with it. They're in a bit of a box when it comes to accountability and under the acts. But I think the type of testimony you heard today was astounding. And even within those units, because the police are essentially paramilitary, there needs to be strong leadership and debate. There needs to be debate. And if there isn't, that's bad leadership.
You know, you mentioned that it's a paramilitary outfit, and I don't want to dwell too much longer on the police because I'm going to get a hook come around me and pull me off the chair. But you know, we heard testimony in Toronto by a fellow by the name of Vincent Gersey, who was with the OPP, and he said, and I asked him a few questions, and he said that when he went to the Ottawa protests, he immediately recognized, very similar to Mr. Abbott realized when he went to Milk River, that this was a peaceful group. And so I said to him, how is it possible then that the police who attacked that group didn't also recognize that? And I believe that was a failure. We don't want robots, even in a paramilitary outfit.
That's right.
So my next question is, did our health system fail us? You know, we heard testimony of health officials that were lying to us. We heard testimony yesterday of people who feel that they lost their loved ones because they wouldn't get treatment in the hospital because they were, for a term that we all perhaps biblically understand as lepers, we were treated as so did our medical system overall, not individuals. There are individuals who are heroes, there always are. But overall, did our medical system serve Canadians?
I would say generally not. I think despite having extraordinary people in the system,
yes,
the system itself is not able to serve Canadians. And I want to be clear, the system itself, and Frontier has done extraordinary work on this over the years with many different international partners, ranks at near the bottom of OECD countries. And number two, it consistently ranks as the most expensive or second most expensive in the world with some of the lowest performing outcomes. Our model should be France and Germany and Sweden, not Canada. Canada is, unfortunately, has an extraordinarily Soviet-style healthcare system that has any one time 5 to 6 million people on waiting lists. Many on chronic pain. It does not serve Canadians well, but it's not for, they're not trying to try. And no amount of money, and I'm sorry to tell this, no amount of money will change that.
My next one is, and I think you've already answered this, did our judicial system fail us, or has it failed us, or is it continuing to fail us?
It's continuing to fail us because so many decisions, certainly that I've read and others have read, the fact pattern is obvious that judges have forgotten their job. It is not to genuflect to the state. It is to do their job, to seek the truth, and to seek the common law.
Did our educational system fail us? Did they protect our children? And by protection, I don't mean putting a mask on them. I mean serving the function of creating people that could be informed citizens.
Generally not, because we have, again, a public monopoly directed by state actors and that has been largely infested now with ideologues that are seeking not a high-performing education system based on the fundamentals, and I can give a long list on Frontier evidence of what that is, but it is a system that's characterized by wokeism, if you will, an ideology that is seeking this endless parade of statements around tolerance when in fact it is intolerant.
Do you believe that our religious institutions led us spiritually through this in general terms? They were always stars.
Well, these are far-reaching questions, and I don't want to pretend to be an oracle. What I'm suggesting is that it depends on the specific case, and I'm part of that failure. I was part of a church community that had enormous fear, and quite frankly was in a context where There was not a willingness. A church is voluntary. That's part of the genius of civil society institutions. They're voluntary. They come together. And in our case, we had many people that were older who said, I don't want to take a risk. I am so sad that the powers that be, combined with the media, did a horrible number on the psychological well-being when their emphasis time and time again was fear. Why? In heaven's name, any logical analysis, why would you feature on case count on a daily basis is beyond me. It means absolutely nothing. And yet they did. And everybody knows this. But of course, the media are in a vortex where they want clicks and people that reviewed. But there was something else going on. And this is something that people should never forget. And you need to be informed about this. And I have seen this unfold. There's a long history of this. And this is the control of much of our social media by nefarious state actors. And the Twitter files show that. And if you don't know that, please read just a part of the Twitter files. And if you want me to do a day lecture, I will. But this is the reality.
There seemed to be, and seems to be, an ever-increasing marriage between corporations and government, not for the benefit of the people. Historically, I'm aware of what happens when that has occurred in the past. And I wonder if you could comment a little bit about what you have seen or what your concerns are when the government and the corporate world becomes so large, so octopus-like that there's no escape from them, which is, I believe, where they are now.
Okay, so this is a profound question. When the state gets so large, it suffocates everything with its agenda. And in a way that is very harmful to society, and it nurtures a particular ecosystem within society. Namely, large corporations love large government because they're able to manipulate them. They're able to squeeze out their competition through regulatory frameworks. This is well known. I did it myself when I was a senior person in a corporation. I was always trying to squeeze out my opponent. But it does not mean that we shouldn't have fair laws and regulation that allows people to compete, including the little guy. So what they did is during COVID-19 is a case study of stupidity. We could go to Walmart, we could go to the liquor store, but we can't go to church, we can't go to the local store. On what rational basis do you do that? There is none. And more to the point, the attack on small business is an attack on democracy in the sense that if you look at history, again, you look back to ancient Greece, the ancient Minos was a cornerstone to Athenian democracy because the Minos, the middle class, if you will, in some measure, had a small plot of land. They were able to farm. They were able to do their thing. And now our governments, it's almost like there's a systematic policy to get rid of the middle class, the people who are not poor and dependent on the state, and conversely, the super rich who have their own agenda at the top echelons of power. It's like there's no middle. That's what they're doing. And I don't know if it's fully intentional, some would argue, or unintentional because of stupidity or incompetence, pardon my language. So in this case, we have a situation where, why is that important? For democracy to succeed, we need people who have the ability to earn a living, to be able to create a life, to create a family, to be able to participate in civic affairs. And that takes years of apprenticeship. It doesn't happen overnight. But these things have been dissolving around us for years. And we need to grab a hold of it now before it's done. That's my point.
Yes. One of the things that is continuing to go along, and I noticed, I think I saw a news article just yesterday where I think it's Shaw and Global, is that?
Rogers.
Rogers are joining together in a monopoly, another monopoly. How is it that we have anti-combines laws in this country, but they seem to only apply to small companies? And I'll give you an example. I'm familiar with a company who was trying to buy a grain terminal in a particular rural town, and they owned one already, but the other one had gone out of business some years before. So they decided they would buy that grain terminal, and the combines legislation, federal government prevented them from doing it. So how is it that the federal government isn't preventing this union that was just announced in the press a day or so ago?
Well, I could certainly talk about some of the analysis I've read. I just think that it's, for me, hard to square the circle how fewer providers, particularly in that market of telecommunications, serves anyone better. And I think part of the challenge that we face is, frankly, one of culture. I think that in Canada, and culture is very important, it's the behaviors that we undertake every day and how we treat each other. There's wonderful strengths about Canadian culture, one of which is there's a lot of nice Canadians. They're truly nice. I think people can realize that. But it's nice to the point where what would it take for us to wake up and realize that we're being abused? What would it take in our Canadian culture to wake up and realize that your rights and freedoms that you thoroughly take for granted are being trampled and usurped away by you? And I use the word usurp because usurp is one that John Locke used in his books dozens and dozens of times. This is where the government, the state, along with their friends, are taking our rights and freedoms away. And this is wrong. This is the definition of tyranny.
Can you, and this will be my last question, sorry for taking advantage of my opportunity here to talk to you. Can you comment at all on the current rewrite of the Canadian Broadcasting Act and how that might affect some of the our ability to counter the mainstream media narrative?
Yes, I can. In particular, Bill C-11, as a case in point, is very disturbing. It is not, in my belief and so many others, about protecting and advancing Canadian content. It is positioning the chess piece for censorship. This is very disturbing. And so when it goes back to citizen action, you need to understand that this particular government is not about free speech. And it is also behooves each one of us to understand that your social media is still problematic. Part of the problem for democracy is who controls information. And this has been the test of history, and this has always been the case. And so when you look at any type of search with Microsoft to Google, all these have algorithms that you can see that there's problems when it comes to the free flow of information. And this is part of the reason why so many Canadians are still, in many respects, asleep about this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Leese, it looks like there are no further questions on behalf of the Citizens' Inquiry. We sincerely thank you for your testimony. And Commissioners, I would suggest that we take a 10-minute afternoon break. So we're going to take a 10-minute afternoon break.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally. And I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. everybody was taken aback and everybody was asking questions. What do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, he has, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the things, the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not. But it's certainly on hold, and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist. I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly, some of the people dearest to me believe that, and seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful. I have 2 kids. They're currently 20 and 22, and they're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really hard. They both managed as best they could through that. As a mother, it was very hard to see. They both made a choice to get vaccinated, not because they wanted to, but because they wanted to live their lives. They wanted to have jobs. They wanted to see their friends. And I think they were both just very confused about that. Now, they're both very strong individuals. I'm very pleased and blessed with that they have come out seemingly pretty strong and not as affected by it as I see some other young people being affected by it. But it was just very confusing. The messaging was so confusing. And they did something that they didn't want to do. Healing. How are we going to heal as a society? I think as a society, we just need truth. We need honest truth. And the government admitting that, hey, mistakes were made, decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people say they're sorry, when people admit that maybe they made mistakes, when they ask for forgiveness. And I think as a society, within families, with our government, if we can just be honest and have open hearts, ask for truth, ask for forgiveness, not being afraid of having a fierce conversation, asking hard questions, and being open to whatever the answers might be. I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency. Maybe some tears. Because it's been really hard.
Welcome back to the third day of the National Citizens Inquiry in Winnipeg. Commissioners, we've called back Mike as a witness. Mike, can you quickly just state your full name for the record again? And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I've invited you back today to share one story that you hadn't been able to tell the other day. So can you just share that with us?
Sure. I was going to share a story the other day about a funeral service of a very young boy who was 6 years old. The restrictions that day were 10 people. And as hard as it is as a human being, as a father, and just as a funeral director to do a young service, it made it harder when you'd have to turn people down at the door. And that day I was standing at the door, being a bodyguard for the government, trying to follow the restrictions and tell people that they couldn't come in. And then a gentleman came to the door and said, I want to come in and see my nephew. And I said, sir, unfortunately, we're at 10 people. I can't let you in. And oddly enough, that day, the police were sitting across the street where they sat quite often. And they were sitting across the street to see if we were following the numbers that the restrictions allowed and possibly fine us if we went over that. And I looked at this gentleman and I said, sir, I'm full. I just can't let you in. I said, the police are across the street and I risk a chance of getting a $5,000 fine. And this gentleman looked at me and he said, what kind of man are you? What kind of man are you to turn me away from seeing that little 6-year-old boy and saying my goodbyes? And I looked behind me where there was a mirror, and I looked directly in that mirror and I asked myself that question. What kind of man am I to turn people away and take away their last right of seeing a young little boy and saying goodbye? I said to him, sir, come on in. Not only did I do that, but I went out to the parking lot and invited the rest of the people in, the family members that were sitting in a parking lot. I said, you can all come in. You can all come in and say your goodbyes. It's your right to do that, and I'm not going to stop you from doing that. And they all came in. A couple minutes later, just like I suspected, the authorities walked up to me to the door and said, well, you're probably going to reach a $50,000 fine. That's how many people you overdid. And I looked at him and I said, sir, can I ask you a question? And he said, what's that? I said, do you have children? He says, what does this have to do with it? You broke the law, we have a limit, and you've passed it. I said, do you have children? And he said, yes, I do. I said, I have a little 6-year-old lying in the chapel, and the family needs to see him. They need to say goodbye.
And I said, why don't we turn things around here? I said, if this was your little 6-year-old that passed away, one of your family members, would you want me as a funeral director to stand here and say, sorry, you can't come in? And he looked at me dead in the eyes and said the F word and walked away. And that day I didn't get a ticket. And that day I didn't get harassed any further. But what I did do is allow a family to have closure. Allow a family to see a little child, a little angel that left this world. And no family deserves to lose a child. Never mind being told that you can't come to a funeral service. And it breaks my heart earlier when I was listening to testimony about church. As a funeral director, I could tell you right now, to your face, that when you lose a loved one, you need God in your life. That's when people are searching the most. That's when they need a pastor. That's when they need their family, their church family, to have a little bit of hope, to have some faith, to be led into that direction. To ask questions, why? Why did this little one leave this world? Why do people leave this world? It's a pastor like Pastor Tobias and other pastors that deserve to have their church open. It's our rights as human beings. Even Jesus wept at a grave. Jesus wept at a grave. We have a right to weep at a grave. We have a right to say goodbye. We have a right to go to church. It's our right to go to church and say, listen to the word. Because that word sometimes brings us peace. And if they would have kept these churches open, I can assure you there would have been less suicides. I can assure you there would have been less drug overdoses. But instead, they opened up the liquor commissions and they encouraged people to buy more drugs. And they encourage these kids to stay downstairs in their basements and play video games. Trust me, I've talked to many of them where they told me, my kid is stuck in the basement, stuck in a world of the internet and playing games and smoking pot all day long. Is that what the government wants for our future, for our kids? When I looked in the mirror that day and I asked myself, who am I? I encourage you today, and as the days go on, to look in the mirror and ask yourselves who you are and what you're going to stand up for. What I'm standing up is for the future generation. My kids, your grandkids, and the future. And if we don't grab a hold of the future now, there's not going to be a future. Stand up for what's right. Stand up for what's in your heart. Life on earth is short. And if we get prosecuted on earth, we have another life to live.
Mike, I thank you so much for sharing that.
Can we have Kira come up, please? Hello, Kira. Can you please spell your name or state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Kira Patuli, Kyra, last name Pituley.
Now, Kira, do you promise and swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, I understand you're here today to tell us about your experience as an unvaccinated student during the pandemic, and also to tell us a little bit about your personal experience with the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes.
Very good. Let's start with a little bit of your background. How old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
And where are you from?
From Manitoba and live outside of the city.
Outside of the city. What grade are you currently in?
I'm currently in grade 9.
Now, when the pandemic started in 2020, what grade were you in?
I was in grade 6.
And how long had you been going to the school that you were then attending?
Since before kindergarten.
Okay. Now, what was school like in 2020? Can you give us a bit of a description?
Before March, it was normal, I guess. Got to see all my friends and hang out with friends outside of school and sports, and just live a life as a 12-year-old.
And what about after March 2020?
That's when the schools shut down and we were online until June of that year. I didn't get to see any of my friends for that entire duration that we were online. I didn't even leave my house, I guess. was very distance from other people.
And what about your education? What was it like learning online?
The first year we didn't have to do school; it was an option. I did do school for the rest of that year, but I know most people didn't.
Were you able to get answers to all of your questions, as I'm sure all students have at some point while they're going to school?
Most of them, yes.
Very good. Before the pandemic, I understand, and actually during the pandemic, I understand that you are very active in sports. Is that correct?
Yes.
What sports do you play?
I play hockey, ringette, and volleyball.
Were there any COVID precautions brought in that allowed you to continue playing those sports throughout the pandemic?
Not as much to allow me to play, but to restrict me from being able to play on my teams.
Sure. So, the vaccinations didn't come out until 2021. So through 2020, were you able to participate in sports relatively normally, or were there any differences from before the pandemic?
In 2020, there was regular seasons started for hockey and ringette in September, and by the end of November, beginning of December, it was shut down for everyone. No one was able to play.
And then sports activities resumed sometime in the spring of 2021, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I understand that if I understand properly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, your age group would have been eligible for vaccination in the fall of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you choose to become vaccinated at that time?
No, I did not.
And how did you come to that decision? Was it a family decision? Was it your decision? What led to that decision?
It was more of a family decision. My parents had done research, some research about it, and we didn't really know much about it. And it was also kind of a personal choice as well. I didn't want to get it because of things that we've researched about and just information that we found out.
Information such as what?
You didn't really know the effects of it, and it did come out so quickly that no one was really sure what was in it.
Now, up until that point, as far as you're aware, were you up to date with your vaccinations? Had you received other vaccinations throughout your childhood and adolescence?
I was up to date on everything else besides the COVID vaccine.
Had you ever had a negative reaction to a vaccination?
When I was younger, I believe I was around 1.5, I had received the flu shot, and I had a severe allergic reaction to, which doctors later found out that it was the H1N1 strand that I had reacted to.
And so when you had a severe reaction, as you've described it, were you required to go to the hospital because of it?
Yes.
And what were your symptoms? What were the reaction?
From what I don't remember it all, so I'm just going off of what I've been told. I had stopped breathing. I'm not sure for how long, but the paramedics came to the house and then I was brought to the hospital.
So it was quite a serious reaction.
Yeah.
From what you've been told. Very good. But as you've advised, other than that, you stayed away from H1, or I think you said it was an H1N1 vaccination at the time.
The strand and the
flu
shot, yeah.
All right. So aside from that, you were still up to date with your other vaccinations.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the vaccine mandate affect your participation in sports?
I was kicked off of both of my teams, volleyball and hockey, or ringette, sorry, I was playing ringette that one year. I had played, in 2021, I had started ringette, and I was playing normally up until, I think it was around December, that I had been fully kicked off of my team. In September, that's when the season started, and in October the restrictions were put out that parents weren't allowed to be in the facilities, or anyone over 18 weren't allowed to be in the facilities without showing proof of vaccination. And I was taking my younger siblings in and out of practices and myself as well because my parents weren't allowed to come to the arenas. And up until there was an age restriction put out to get the vaccine, I wasn't able to bring anyone to their practices anymore.
Was there any way that you did not require to be vaccinated? For instance, could you have been tested and continued to play on these teams?
There was the option to test. You weren't allowed to test from at home. You would have had to go into your local pharmacy, and we had chose not to because you would have had to test 2 or 3 times a week, and the tests, I believe, were $40 each.
So the cost of continual testing made that prohibitive for you to continue participating, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout this time that you were not allowed to participate in the extracurricular sports, were you allowed to participate in gym class in your school?
No. I was allowed to participate in gym, I guess. I mean, everyone had to wear a mask, regardless of your vaccination status. But as soon as the bell rang for lunch, you had to show proof of vaccination to be in the gym area. And myself and not very many others had to sit outside of the gym alone, basically, because we weren't allowed to attend the activities in the gym because we didn't show proof of vaccination.
So just to clarify, over the lunch hour, they would have activities in the gym that students who were vaccinated could participate in. Is that right?
Yes.
But because you were unvaccinated, you were required to sit in the hall or outside of the gymnasium.
Yeah.
So if you were in the gym for a class, that was acceptable, but for lunch, that was not acceptable. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that you were in 2 separate ringette leagues at the same time, and can you tell us a little bit about how rules varied from one league to the other?
In one league, there was a requirement that you had to either show proof of negative test or proof of vaccination. And the other league, it was more strict that you had to provide those requirements. Like, it was more like, I guess, more strict. The one league was more laid back, further, like later on in the season is when they started to require it more. So in October, that is when the one league got really, like, they were really strict on the vaccinations and showing the negative tests. And I hadn't provided the proof of vaccination or a negative test. And we had played this one team in a tournament in one league that I was allowed to play in. And a week later, we played the same team, but in a different league. And I had been kicked out of the arena because I didn't show the proof of vaccination or proof of negative test.
So just to clarify, one week you were able to play a particular team in one rink, and 1 week later you were unable to play the exact same team because it was in a different rink. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about the last game of ringette that you played that year?
The last game I had played or was supposed to play, I had went into the rink, or my team had said that I wasn't going to be able to play after a certain period of time, but that exact date wasn't given. So I went to this game not knowing if I was able to play, but came prepared to play. And when I got into the rink, one of my teammates had actually went out to the coach and I guess ratted me out that I was there. And the coach came into the dressing room and asked me to leave, that I wasn't able to play.
And was this in front of your other teammates?
It was in front of the entire team and both of the coaches that we had.
And how did that experience make you feel?
It upset me a lot. As soon as she asked me to leave, it wasn't very it was very straightforward. There was no forgiveness of anything. There was nothing. I had called my dad to come pick me up because he was if anything happened, he would come pick me up, and I wasn't, like, if I had to get picked up or whatever. And he had pulled my coaches aside to talk to them. I'm not really sure what happened in that conversation because I had to step away because I couldn't even handle standing next to them.
Okay, because you were upset, is that right?
I was very upset, yes.
Okay. Were there any other activities that were not related to school or sports that you were unable to participate in?
I wasn't able to go out with my friends. There was a group of us going to an event around Halloween time, and I wasn't allowed to participate because at that time anyone over the age of 13 had to show proof of vaccination, and I didn't have that.
Were there any other students who were similarly to yourself not vaccinated that when you were excluded from these events or when you were unable to attend the gymnasium at school, you were able to socialize with during those times?
During COVID, we were grouped into cohorts, so there was 2 classes per cohort, and in my cohort there was myself and I believe 2 others who weren't vaccinated. I'm not sure about the other classes because we weren't allowed to like mix groups, so we had to stay on our own cohorts.
So you would sit outside with these 2 or 3 in total other students that also weren't allowed in the gymnasium, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I understand that in January of 2022, you actually participated in the trucker convoy in Ottawa. Can you tell us a little bit about how you became involved with that?
One night we were sitting on the couch, me, my dad, and my stepmom, and we had heard about this convoy, and we had dug into it a little bit more and found out like what was happening, and later on in that week that it was coming through Winnipeg. And we didn't have a truck because my dad, is a truck driver, and he was driving his truck, so we couldn't use his. So we found a truck that of our friends that we were allowed to drive, and we joined the convoy in Headingley, I believe, on the 25th of January.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
Me and my stepmom, Steph.
And when did you arrive in Ottawa?
We got to Ottawa Saturday, the 29th of January.
And what was your impression of the convoy when you arrived?
Well, when we arrived in Ottawa, all of the trucks were, I guess, pointed towards one certain street. I don't remember the name of that street, but along the river behind Parliament, all of the trucks were just at a standstill there. And we were sitting there for around, I want to say half an hour, 40 minutes. And we had been traveling with another truck that we met. There was 2 people in it, and Steph went over to them and asked if we were going to go find a way up to downtown in front of Parliament. And we asked them if they're coming or not. My mom handed me her phone, and she said, "Get me here." And there's a lot of one-way streets in downtown Ottawa that we had to find our way through, and we ended up being 2 blocks from Parliament on Metcalfe and Albert.
And did you attend Parliament after that?
Yes. The first or second night, we went up to Parliament Hill just to see what everything was, like what was happening up there. And it was a really cool experience to be a part of.
And why was it a cool experience? What was happening that you thought was interesting or exciting or made you glad to be participating?
Over the past, I guess, 2 years at that point that COVID had affected the entire world, I felt a sense of normalcy to be around people again who weren't wearing masks and people who were just good spirit, and we could go up and talk to anyone and they would hold a conversation. You can go over to talk to the truck drivers, and just everyone was so friendly.
And while you were on Parliament Hill or participating in the activities that were taking place there, what impression did you have of those that were participating? Was it positive? Was it negative? What did you see?
I saw a very positive attitude from everyone. I felt no one had any bad intentions to do anything that was not in a good way, I guess. No one had the intention of doing anything bad.
Did you ever witness any any instances of the participants acting cruelly towards any other individuals or acting illegally?
In the very beginning, like the first 2 weeks that we were there, it was all a very positive experience. There was no one, like any sort of bad actions towards anyone.
And how long were you in Ottawa altogether?
22 days.
So what caused you to leave Ottawa?
The Friday, I believe it was the 18th, there was extra law or more outside law enforcement that was brought into downtown Ottawa who were trying to push the people out of the streets with force of, like, there was police officers holding batons and they had shields, and it was not a very good feeling to see that happening.
Did you see it personally happen? Were you there as that was happening?
Personally, no, I was not. My brother, my dad, and Steph were all up there, though.
And when did you return to Manitoba?
We got back in Manitoba, or we got back home February 21st.
Is there anything else that you would like to mention about that experience that I haven't asked you about?
I don't think so.
Well, that concludes my questions. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that some of the students didn't do their online education. When they went back to school post-COVID, did you notice a difference in grade standards, grade outcomes, the students' knowledge? You finished your online, but some of them didn't.
I had moved schools at the end of grade 6. So at grade 7, I had actually moved out to Manitoba with my dad, and I was attending a new school. So I wasn't really with the people who I had done online the previous year.
Thank you.
Can I add one more comment?
Sure can.
When I was in Ottawa, I was doing online school from the day after I left to around the middle point that I was in Ottawa. And my teachers were very good with sending me work up until a certain point. And I don't know if this had anything to do with me being in Ottawa, but if parents would take their kids on a vacation, let's say to Disneyland, they would be getting their work and they would be communicating with teachers very well. And at one point, my teachers had actually stopped sending me work and stopped communicating. So I was reaching out to them about getting work, and it came to the point where my parents were emailing and calling the school about getting me more work because they had just stopped sending me it altogether. And the administration of my school had suggested that I be enrolled in Homeschool Manitoba because I was gone. And because I wasn't attending school for 2 weeks, that I had to enroll in Homeschool Manitoba.
And when you returned, were you able to continue on with your school?
When I returned to school, yes, I was able to. I had a bit to catch up on because I wasn't sent it, but I still continued as normal.
Very good. Are there any further questions from the commissioners? Very good. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we thank you for your testimony.
Our next witness is Michelle Malkowski. Can I get you to spell your full name and state your full name also?
Hi, my name is Michelle oh man, I'm going to cry already. Michelle, and my last name is Malkowski, Malkoske.
And Ms. Malkowski, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you. Where are you from?
I was born and raised here in Manitoba.
In Winnipeg?
Yes.
I understand you've been a nurse for about 8 years. Is that right?
Yes, I've been a nurse for 8 years. I did my training in Brandon, and then one of my first jobs was here in WRHA community nursing.
And can you tell us what professional body oversees you as a nurse? What's
yeah.
it, if you can recall what it's named?
Yeah, so I am governed by the College of Licensed Practical Nurses of Manitoba, and then we also have the Manitoba Nurses Union.
Okay. So I gather from what you just told us, you were working for the WRHA in 2020, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And I understand you were doing home care?
Yes.
And you were doing that casually, is that right?
Yes, I did not hold a position at the time. I was just casual, so I could pick up as I would like, as I was also homeschooling my kids.
Can you tell us how many hours you would work every 2 weeks?
Yeah,
roughly?
I would usually work 2 to 3 shifts in a pay period. Yeah.
Okay. Now I gather that towards the end of 2021, like many others, there were some vaccine mandates that came in that affected your employment. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, they had led up to this a few times. They had sent out memos saying that we're going to require to know if you're vaccinated or not, or if you would submit to testing. And then I believe it was, sorry, I have it written down, October 20th of 2021. I spoke with my manager, and he said, well, you need to fill out this form. And I said, okay, I will fill out this form to the best of my ability, and I will submit it because I would like to continue to work. So I filled out the form, and I sent it in, and he says, oh, you need to check a box. I'm like, well, but I filled out the form the best I could, as you asked, and I'm submitting it to you this way. He said, well, let me get back to you then. And so he got back to me and said, well, this is to confirm that all of your future shifts that you have signed up for, all your future shifts are canceled. They're just gone. Due to your decision to not disclose your vaccination status as per WRHA policy. This is, of course, something, if you would like to change, you are welcome to sign up for shifts at any time as needed by both you and your employer. So from that point on, I missed 6 months of work, which is about $15,000 working part-time. Magically, in April, it was okay for me to return to work. And I was allowed to sign up for shifts again with no other questions.
That would have been April 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Now, who informed you? Do you recall who it was that informed you regarding your placement on leave or an inability to get shifts?
It was just my manager that was above me.
Okay. Did you ever make any other inquiries or ask any other questions?
I submitted them a notice of liability. They just said, okay. And I said, okay, well, I guess this is where we're at. They told me that I did have the option to test if I wanted to, and I declined and said I'll just wait it out. And it only took 6 months of waiting.
Did you contact the professional college that you were a part of?
I did not contact the college, but they definitely were in contact with all of us. They had messaged us saying, if you have made the personal choice not to be vaccinated for COVID, please continue to respect your client's rights to safe and ethical care and to make choices that do not deprive them of access of competent nursing service. Yeah.
So you would have lost your income during that time. Now I understand you have children, is that right?
Yes, I have 3 children. I have a 15-year-old stepchild who, as we heard from Kira, they had a rough time. And then I also have 2 smaller children that I was homeschooling at the time as well.
And are you married at the moment?
Yes.
And can you tell us a bit about what happened with your husband's work situation also?
Yes. He also was put on a leave of sorts as the facility where they get windows from was shut down in Toronto. so he had no income either. So we were without income for approximately 3 months. It was unfortunate. I know it was a decision that we did not take lightly, as I could go to work if I did agree to be tested. I would use other terms, but that's probably not appropriate. But I did not agree to be tested, so we wanted to stand our ground. During that time, we took the kids to rallies and stuff because I thought it was important for them to also understand the gravity of what was happening around them and to us.
Now, I gather your husband was a window installer, is that right?
Yes, sorry, he was actually the salesman who sells the windows. He didn't install them.
Right,
yeah.
but he would attend customers' houses to do estimates, is that right?
Yes, so in his attendance to people's homes, people would ask him prior to entering their home for his vaccination card, just to give a quote on windows.
So it'd be fair to say he wasn't able to do those estimates and lost income.
Correct.
Can you tell us a bit about the effect on your family? I guess you were homeschooling at the time.
Yes, I was homeschooling my 2 younger children. That was a decision that I have always wanted to do. So for them, it was not as bad. The 15-year-old had a much harder time because he couldn't go out and see his friends and all of the social things that come with being a teenager. For the 2 younger ones, the sports that they were in, they were allowed to go. However, I had to sit outside the emergency exit door to be able to watch them because I was not allowed in the facility.
I understand there were some impacts on your wider family and some of those relationships. Can you tell us about those too?
Yeah, I was quite outspoken about my views personally, and as a nurse, I also need to keep my professional guidelines, professional and ethical values, I suppose. So I did speak out to my family about how I felt. I have nurses within the family who they told me I should lose my license and that I should not be practicing as a nurse, which is awful to hear from your own family. It's crazy, just crazy. But yes, so there's some family that we do not speak to anymore, and they do not want to speak to us. It's unfortunate, but they are entitled to their own decisions and their own values and ideals as well.
Do you know if there were other nurses similar to you who experienced the same thing as you, or are you aware of other nurses in the same position as you?
Yes, I am actually. I was very blessed to be with quite a few nurses who shared the same values and ideas as myself. I am so grateful to have those people to lean on. When we would show up at work, we knew who we could trust, we knew who we could talk to, we knew who we could confide in, and that was such a blessing to have. As we went through this pandemic, you could walk into someone's home and they would point blank ask you, how many shots have you had? And I'm like, I'm just here to help you. Doesn't matter, you didn't care about anything else like that 6 months beforehand. I can provide you service or I can leave, but I will not answer that question for you. And that was definitely something tough to have to go through. I know I wasn't the only one. A lot of the nurses would wear their I am COVID vaccinated sticker, and to a lot of clients, they would see that as a sign that that nurse was okay. If you didn't have the sticker on your badge, I personally was questioned, well, where's your vaccination sticker? I don't see it on your badge. It just blew my mind. But there was definitely a few other nurses in my in my office and also in my group that also have stories to share, I'm sure, and they'll come out as we go on with this.
Do you know of any others that made the same decision as you?
I believe there was at least 2 others, maybe 3, I think, that made the same decision as me to not test and to just not go to work and to sacrifice that because of their beliefs. I know that there's some that did not have that option. There was probably many who did not have that option and had to go in and test every 2 to 3 days, and I couldn't imagine having to choose that, so that would be tough.
Do you know if the staffing levels were affected by your loss for 6 months not working?
In my office specifically, I know it was tough for them. I know they lost a few. I got page outs all the time about overtime and shifts that were available, and I would respond back, I'm available to work. And they're like, did you change your mind, or are you going to sign a sheet? And I said, nope. They're like, well, then you can't. I'm like, well, I guess it's not that important for people's care, because I am a very competent nurse and I'm willing to provide care.
Do you have any thoughts about how this could have been handled differently?
Whew, that's a tough one. I have many thoughts on how it could have been handled differently. That would take a very long time to talk about. I just feel there could have been a better way. I feel like the people tried to do the best with what they knew at the time, and it may not be what I think was ideal. I feel the discrimination, if you want to call it that, against people who refuse to just even show vaccination, whether they were or not, is unnecessary, and that it never should have come to that. It's if you need help and you need health care and you need service, you should be entitled to that, regardless of whether you're going to show a paper or not show a paper, or wear a mask or not wear a mask. It's you deserve care. That's part of my creed as a nurse. Part of our thing is to provide the right person, the right medication at the right time, the right way, and also allow them the right to refuse.
How is the work environment now?
Now it's like it never happened. And in my opinion, I go to work and I love my job still. I have to show up, I have to wear a mask, but it's still a great job that I love. I've never been questioned about this ever again. Nobody's ever come hounded at my door about it ever again. The only problem I'm having now is if I do go to apply for another job at other companies, there is a mandate still for a lot of companies that you need to provide a COVID vaccination, and that's quite frustrating. So I'm grateful to have had this job and to not have been let go and that I was put on leave. And yeah, I'm very grateful for what I have right now. And I just hope that it can change in the future, and I guess we'll see.
You mentioned that other private companies that still have policies
Yeah,
that require vaccinations?
Yeah, a lot of companies are able to make their own policies and procedures and how they want that to go. I was trying to look up the WRHA policy about it, but I couldn't find it. But I believe the last that I was aware of was that you needed to provide proof of vaccination as a new hire at the WRHA, but I am not 100% certain on that. But I know one company that I did apply for in the last few weeks, they requested my vaccination papers for that.
I don't believe I have any other questions. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Yes.
You mentioned that you had 2 to 3 shifts per pay period. Can you tell me what the average age of your clients would be?
Most people that I see are between the ages of 50 and 80.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I want to thank you, Michelle, for your testimony on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think our next witness is Todd McDougall. Is Todd? There he is.
How do I look on my own camera there? Sorry, I'm usually moonlighting here, activist journalist. Thanks.
Can you state your whole name, sir, and spell your name also?
Todd McDougall, T-O-D-D, last name M-C, capital D-O-U-G-A-L-L.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes, I
help
do.
you God?
Yeah.
Are you born and raised in Winnipeg? Is that right?
Yes.
And I understand you worked a number of years in childcare. Is that right?
Yes, 13 years, and in childcare, working for the same center as well.
When did that employment begin there?
I got hired in, I think it was the spring of 2008.
So then 13 years would have been to 2021?
Yeah.
Now I understand the mandates that were in effect also had some impact on you, and just tell us what happened with your employment and how your job ended.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting. It was a combination of lots of things. I also had a son that was born literally the day that the global pandemic was announced. So I was in the hospital listening to the nurses kind of discussing how they felt about the beginnings of the ongoing situation. We were also moving out of an apartment at the time, so there was a lot going on. But yeah, so April of 2020, my daycare was shut down, although I was still going to work because my director had made it available to take the opportunity to use the option of having no children around to be able to do all kinds of things to the center that we otherwise would normally not be able to do. All kinds of cleaning, organizing, lots of different stuff. So I wasn't necessarily out of work for April because I was still going so I could keep money coming in and helping out with my center and actually helping out with my community. One of the things I loved so much about my position in the child care center that I worked for was that in any one given day, I was assisting not just a school age and preschool center, but I was also assisting the ongoings of the two schools, French immersion and English, a church, and a community club. Throughout April and into May of 2020, I assisted all of those facilities because nobody was around. I was doing groundskeeping for the community club, for the church, for the daycare, pretty much doing anything I can do, anything I could to keep busy, to keep active, to keep money coming in, and to assist my community as well too. Then, that summer, some children started filtering back into the daycare when we reopened. It was not very many at all. Of course, lots of parents were still working from home. So that summer was pretty kind of boring, kind of. There was small groups of children. I was helping a few of them with their online learning, which was kind of interesting as well. But kind of business as usual, just with a really small crowd. Then school started up again, sort of in a normal fashion, September of 2020. And things were still relatively okay. I wasn't dealing with a whole bunch of nonsense that kind of made me feel uncomfortable about my job and how I was treating children and how I was being treated by my employer and my fellow employees as well too. That all took a sharp change. Actually, I guess just inside. I think that first school year in 2020, September 2020, started off relatively normal. But then, as you got into October, they were really getting harsh on the cohorts. And the distancing, and then say for my childcare, we couldn't go back to the schoolyard anymore. And then I was getting told to, okay, you're playing out in the schoolyard with the children from our center, but some other children from the neighborhood came in and wanted to go play with our children. You shouldn't let that happen. And of course I went, never for a day. Like, are you joking with me right now? I would laugh in someone's face that said that to me. Like, ha ha ha, no, I'm not doing that. Then the masks came in. And that was difficult. Like myself, I found out very quickly that even if I wasn't working in a very physical capacity, having the mask on for 20, 25 minutes, half an hour, of extended period of time was certainly changing the way that I operated, right? This isn't normal, and it was affecting me. Then that took a step up to, don't be lazy with it. I had my director and my other employees bugging me, why is it below your nose? Then it was wear it outside. And then it quickly, before we even got into November of 2020, it was basically have it on all the time. As soon as you hit our front steps to the moment where you're allowed to walk off site on your own or into some back room or into the washroom on your own, you're going to have it on all day, inside, outside, with one kid, with 5 kids, it doesn't matter. And I took extreme exception to this. Not only just because of how it felt for myself, but of course, largely for children. Like many others had said here, by this point in time, by October of 2020, we had gone through the beginning of a pandemic, right? And whoever had heard of a pandemic, when in history, like when there was the Black Plague or the Spanish flu, did it go away and come back again, but it was all still a pandemic? Well, no, a pandemic is affecting, the world or whatever, area, for this amount of time until it is not. That is a pandemic. And this was like, okay, so we had 3 months of shutdowns and lockdowns and this and that. Then we had a fairly normal summer. And then we started school again in September. Then it's cold and flu season. So of course, a lot of people in this room, spent the last 3 cold and flu seasons going, oh, it's COVID season again. So, there was the fears of, this is going to be a pandemic that is allowed to come back. And so sure enough, it did, and I'm watching what that was doing to children, having again, seen this period of time elapse where nothing was happening with children at all. Now they're back at school. They had already started school without all having to be in masks and done it for about a month or so. Now this is, creeping into, again, November 2020.
Now, am I right that you started attending some rallies around this time?
Yeah. But anyway, so I wanted to just say, it wasn't just me. It was largely what it was doing to the children. I could see very easily how many children, especially of younger ages, that was having a very tough time doing this. I was watching, and this was a big kicker for me, I was watching autistic children, especially one specific who I had been doing work with for years, who, let's say at the end of the previous school year, let's go back to just the previous school year. Before COVID, anything before the schools got shut down, we were championing both inside the school and his workers inside the school and us, the childcare workers as well too, championing the success that had happened with this child. He was right there involved with his peers. He was socializing. He was able to, do the majority of what his peer group was doing. I was astounded that as we were watching him regress to not just back to where he was several years prior, but even worse, he was far more aggressive and violent towards staff that he was very, very familiar with in a way that we had never seen before. And I couldn't believe it that my staff, including people, I was never trained. No, I got lots of training and did lots of course and seminar work, but I never went to school for childcare. I did not do the full 3 whatever years at Red River College. So I was working with employees that had been doing it for the majority of their adult life. So they're 20 to 30 years older than I, including my director. And so, of course, the other thing is, that I couldn't help but throw into that is, much better pay grade. They had no idea. I was the one that had to sit there and listen to them have roundtable discussions about why is, I'll say the name of the autistic child, Toby. Why is Toby running after us? Why is he hitting us? Why is he beating us? What's going on? And I went, do you know autism? You guys, this is your job. Have you forgotten what you've gone to courses and done seminar work for? They're all staring. What is he about to say? He can't see your face. There's a problem. He can't facially recognize what's going on. He can't read emotions anymore. He's autistic. This is extremely paramount to how he socializes. They were like, oh my God, you're right, and we can't do anything about it. I was like, so you're going to let it get worse? Yeah, Larry, my director said, Brent Rusin said, I phoned Manitoba Child Daycare head office. I was put on speakerphone in a boardroom as they all, apparently, I could visualize this, stood around a table going, and they said, we've never heard this before. This was a year in. This was just before I left my job. I called Manitoba Child Daycare head office and said everything I'm saying now. They said, could you stop for a moment? We're going to have to put you on speakerphone. No one's ever called us yet about this. I was like, in a province of over 1 million people with a daycare on almost every frickin' street corner and growing? Really? My God. Yeah, shocking. That's why I started attending the rallies. Prior to that, I was kind of, I run a media organization called Winnipeg Alternative Media, and for over a decade, in many different capacities, we have attempted to keep free speech and freedom of information alive by doing practically the exact opposite of what the mainstream media does, which is don't censor or edit anything and let what we film speak for itself. And that's what I was doing for almost a calendar year, I would say, from the first rally that was held here in Manitoba, May 9th of 2020, up until I think the first one that I finally decided I am not just attending to film. I am, I'm here for every other reason as well now too, which was early January 2021 in Steinbach. And immediately I got the repercussions that, of course, I was well aware was going to be coming my way. You attended a rally, you were in a group size larger than public health order, so you have to self-isolate for 2 weeks. And that became, so all of that kind of amounts to why me in childcare just wasn't going to work anymore. I could not stand to see what was happening to children, both whether we're talking about autistic and special needs or not. I could not stand the fact that I could not work my job properly anymore. This was now, we had gone through January and February, and I had made up every excuse imaginable to not actually do my job and not spend time with the children because I couldn't in good conscience anymore, and was doing like small repairs and handyman work around the facility for a matter of months at that point in time. All those options had ran out. I was done. I knew that this wasn't going to get any better anytime soon. My director and nobody had any answers for me. And frankly, of course, were considering me to be a goofball. Like, what is wrong with you? This is your job, is to keep the children safe. How can you have these questions? And I remember one of my last things I told my director was like, by the way, isn't it funny? I haven't been wearing a mask outside for 2 months and a parent hasn't said a damn thing. I found that was kind of funny. And the kids didn't rat on me either. So it all just kind of came down. And so I remember the last phone conversation. This is really sad. After 13 years and being a very, very integral part of that community, once again, working hand in hand with a church, 2 schools, a community club, and a school age and a preschool daycare. My last kick at the can there was I had a phone conversation with my director and said, because I always admitted, I never tried to hide anything, and I always said, I don't want to wear the mask, and I'm not going to be, and there's going to be lots of times where I'm not going to be when you're not looking at me. I still never got fired, because I was one of the longest standing employees at the time, and I know from firsthand account that the majority of the children and the families at that center loved me and considered me one of my favorites. I was a young male staff. I ran around with the kids. I played rough and tumble. I let little boys fall off. I let little boys get in play fights. And then I would, us and Dad would high five afterwards. So I knew how valuable I was and how my director was just hoping that something would change so that she could keep me on and not go through all of this struggle that I was kind of putting down to her. But our last conversation was on the phone, where I once again had to tell her, look, I attended a rally again just yesterday, so I guess I'm not coming to work this week. And she went, no, you have to self-isolate again. And I went, yeah, but there's no end in sight here. And so what happens if I'm going to be attending a rally like every weekend? Well, I guess you're not coming back to work for quite some time. Guess I'm not coming back to work at all. That's how that ended. I then was not allowed even in the facility to go get my pair of work shoes. About a week later, I decided to go back. I tried calling my director on her personal line, and I called the daycare line several times, emailed. And then I got there, knocked on the door several times, did their little buzzer thing that has a camera and everything, and it's got a full microphone system as well, too. Of course, I use it 1,000,000 times a day. You can talk to people. You can say, oh, hello, hey, oh, whatever. Nope, nothing at all. One employee opened the door about this much, tossed my shoes on the outside, and closed the door. That's 13 years right there. That was my last final moment on the property.
So now I understand you work at a seed plant. Is that right?
Yeah, so
you had to change your whole line of work.
Yeah, 13 years doing, and I did try some of the schooling. Like I was doing a little bit kind of touch and go with Red River. Yeah, so 13 years of that being, of that being a large portion of my life that took up a lot of like extracurricular as well too. Like I did lots and lots of extra work there. When there were special events happening at the community club, I was a volunteer. It was, yeah, like it was being, as much as I possibly could, I liked being a part of that community, being like having known, like after 13 years, I was now training new employees that I knew as like 6 and 7 year olds, so I knew a lot of these families about as well as I know some of my own family, extended family members. Like it was very tightly knit. And it's the kind of thing that, I've been so all over the place and so busy the last couple of years of my life, sometimes I don't even think about it until a moment like now where it was kind of shocking to see that my director and the other employees and some of the other individuals there could, just let that happen with, it was kind of shocking to see sort of nobody kind of fight for me in a sense or anything like that. And to lose that sense of belonging in a community that I had put so much work into was extremely debilitating. And then to compound that with having to go, okay, well, I need to still figure out a way to, to maintain, to bring money in and to move forward. So, yeah, luckily enough, I had a friend who I'm sure most individuals would know, who I'm sure is in the room right now, that being Patrick Allard, who was like, well, you don't really got the skills for the kind of work I do, but I'll give you a shot. And I think I picked up a few things along the way, so that's nice. I could possibly do a few extra repairs around my own house now, so thank you, Pat. But that even had its problems because then me and him both got arrested.
Yes, that's.
I'm looking for work again.
So I understand you picked up about 10 or 11 tickets for mostly gathering outside in Manitoba. In addition to a mask ticket.
Hugs and handshakes specifically.
And like others that have testified, you were also arrested in May of 2021.
Yeah.
And to be clear, that was as a result of the Provincial Offences Act in Manitoba. They issued a warrant to prevent the continuation of an offense, which in this case was gathering outside, hugging and shaking hands with others.
Yeah, and my especially after the daycare was sort of out of the way. Then of course I could throw myself into the mix even a little bit more. And of course, as all these things are transpiring, of course it's even more fuel to the fire to need to be more involved, right? So then it wasn't just, hey, I'm here already doing the media thing and maybe I'll get up on stage and speak a little bit, because of course my first couple times finally getting in front of the camera and up on the stage, I was talking about what I was seeing in childcare. But then after that point, it was more like, now I want to be directly involved. I want to organize. I want to throw into the mix whatever I can, using Winnipeg Alternative Media as a platform and as a mouthpiece, and then going back and using some of the knowledge that I had gained from activism that I had been involved in like a decade ago. And I hadn't really been involved in protests or rallies for quite a few years leading up to the beginning of the COVID rallies. Mm-hmm. But I had organized and been a part of other different rallies from years before, and so I was kind of now able to bring some of that to the table, and was more than happy to do so.
I understand you were in jail for about 24 hours?
Yeah, on 2 separate occasions. Yeah, I was arrested for a breach as well, too.
Now, on the first arrest, you were released with a condition to follow all public health orders. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that would include the use of masks?
Right.
And so tell us about your next arrest, which happened only a week later. Is that right?
Well, see, now, there's already a punchline right there, right? Because follow all public health order, to me, because of doing the research, that was, what was it again? Oh, yeah, on the province's website, saying that, involved in public health order was the option to be mask exempt and to not have to require specific, detailed personal information. You did not need to have a doctor's note. You didn't have to have your doctor on the phone for somebody. That it really should be able to just be left up with, hey, like if I'm going to go shopping here and you're, I get the whole thing of like, this is a private, whatever, like, the answer is no, you still have to leave. Okay, fine, I'll leave. But this was, a Shoppers Drug Mart, so not a little ma and pa store, like it's a large company. And I had already had my arrangement with the owner. And anyways, yeah, so follow public health order means that I should be allowed to be mask exempt. And if someone's okay with me shopping there because I'm mask exempt, then there should be no problems. Or if they say, no, you're not allowed to be mask exempt at this store, this location, then leave. And then you do leave, then again, should still be end of issue. But not this time around. I'm thinking because I was in the news a whole lot that week. Yeah, so this was my local Shoppers Drug Mart. I had even worked there a few years prior, so I knew the owner, I knew the manager, and I had already dealt with them because of me shopping there throughout the pandemic up to that point already, and having the issues with other employees and such. And I had to call this man and say, like, look, do you know what the public health order states? And he said, yeah. So I said, you are aware that myself and others are allowed to claim a mask exemption, not show proof, yada, 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 and all that, and this kind of discourse is allowed. And he went, yes, I'm aware. So I said, well, okay, well, your employees aren't aware. So that would be a training issue, and that would be on your part. And he goes, oh, yep, yes, you're right. I will have to have a talk with my employees and make sure that they are not, yelling or harassing, individuals such as yourself that, that claim this. So I said, okay, great. Well, if that's going to be the case, that means I can keep shopping there because you are the closest one to me. I had a newborn at the time, so, Shoppers Drug Mart, pretty key place to go for a lot of your, infant needs. I said this to him, so I was like, we're spending a lot of money there, or I could be spending it elsewhere. Oh, no, please, keep shopping here. Fast forward to this is like a year later. I've been arrested. I've been in the media. I don't think they actually printed my bail conditions, but it's almost as if they did, I guess, because for some weird reason, that day, I walk in to get registered mail. Registered mail. So whatever was at the post office there that day, I couldn't get from anywhere else. That was my post office. Registered mail. I go there. I'm thinking, hey, this is the location. I have an arrangement with the manager. I wasn't even thinking about my bail conditions, really. Funny looking back on that in retrospect, but good story now. And so I go in, and as soon as I get up to the post office, there's nobody around in sight, just the lady who I knew from working with her 3 years prior, staring at me going, pointing to her face. And I went, come on, I've been doing this with you guys for a year. Go ahead, call up. Harvey is the name of the manager. Go ahead, call him up. I'm allowed to be here. You have my registered mail. Give it to me and I'll be gone. 2 seconds. She calls up Harvey. Harvey turns the corner, takes one look at me, and berates me. Yells, swears, you get the F out of here, like very, very aggressive. And of course, I apologize. I go, Harvey, whoa, we've had a normal conversation about this before. Calm down. But okay, I'll leave. As I'm getting into a vehicle and getting ready to leave, I turn around at the front door, and there's the owner, Tracy, looking at me as if she's my mother. And I go, oh no, because she's standing at the front door right now. This is not going to go well. So yes, sure enough, like 6 hours later, I just finished eating dinner, knock at my door, and it's the Winnipeg police. And I say, I'm holding a little card, and I go, And the other, you're going to get arrested for a breach. And I go, but it says follow all public health order. And I have a little card right here with the province of Manitoba logo on it from excerpt from the website, showed them this, right? And of course, the female officer lowers her head and goes, tell it to a judge. Yeah, and I'm sure we all kind of encountered stuff like that over the last few years. A lot of that has been spoken about here at this table.
Yeah, Mr. McDougall, I'm mindful of the time, so you did spend 24 hours again in jail on that occasion, is that right?
Yes, solitary confinement, only able to use the washer maybe once or twice if I knocked loud and long enough.
I don't have any further questions for you, sir. I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners to see if they have any questions. Doesn't appear so. So I thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll also mention I know a lot about censorship as well, too.
So Wayne's going to be handling our next witness, Mike Gigno. But Wayne, I just have to let you know we have a hard stop for you in 20 minutes just because our commission administrator needs to do the closing. So
we'll try to be quick. Okay, Mr. Ganahan, could you give us your full name and spell it for us, and then I'll give you an oath to swear.
Okay, my legal name is Michel Gagnon, Michel-Gagnon, but I go under the name Mike.
Okay. Mr. Gagnon, do you swear, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, due to the time constraints, I'll lead you a little bit more than I normally would. You're presently 52 years old, correct?
Yes.
And you have spent a total of 33 years in the Air Force.
That's right.
But you got out in April of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you tell us quickly what happened that made you leave the Air Force?
Yeah, so my story is very similar to all the military members that got out. I didn't want to get vaccinated. It was very obvious early on in the pandemic, especially when they came out with a mask, the whole thing was complete BS to me, because the mask, I was a general safety officer for a couple of years. I had to take a course on mask. One of the comparison that I like to, one doctor that's very vocal against the mandate, he likes to say that the mask, even an N95 against COVID-19, is basically like trying to sift sand through a chain link fence. It does not work. And I knew that from the beginning, and that's why for me, the minute they started making the mask mandatory, I knew that this whole rhetoric was not about science. It was all a political game or whatever, and that's, so to speak.
Were there already concerns about things like myocarditis at that point?
Not on my side per se. I had a medical condition that they denied me of. However, they weren't going to approve it anyway. They approve a bunch of people in Ottawa, but they didn't approve anybody else in Canada.
Okay. So there was a procedure to ask you essentially or require you to comply with the mandates. And could you tell us what that was quickly and what the end result
was? So as part of getting out, because I didn't want to follow the mandate or I didn't want to take the vaccine, they basically start giving you remedial measures, which is kind of like disciplinary measures. You start with one, which is a bit of a warning. Second time was I don't know if it's the second or third time, but I think I got like 3 of them where you ended up with a recorded warning. And then after that, you go on into career implication where they're actually going to kick you out, and because you were in accordance to the military disobeying a lawful order in their mindset.
So some kind of disciplinary process.
Exactly.
Okay. And so prior to having that disciplinary process be a mark on your record, which was
Yes.
exemplary at that point,
Yes.
you decided just to retire.
Yeah, because at the end of my career, I switched to part-time military, so reserve, Class A reserve, and I had the options of just giving a 30 days notice, and I basically did that before they started the proceeding of pushing me out and giving me a 5F release, which is dishonorable discharge.
Okay. And you're currently basically living on your pension, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was the mandate from the military or from the federal government or a combination? Did you ever get anything in writing, and if so, who did you get it from?
So from the Chief of Defense Staff, we had what they call an order that came out, and basically they stated that the vaccine is mandatory and blah, 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 and right away in that same order, if you were not willing to follow or give your status of your vaccination, you were going to get disciplinary, and all the steps for disciplinary action were all laid out in there, and eventually you will get kicked out of the military for refusing a lawful order. So,
were there any injuries that were noted at that time from military officer personnel that had gotten the vaccine? Were injuries happening at that point?
So from what I've been told, we had we had COVID cases, but COVID cases based on the flawed test, obviously, so it's hard to say we had real COVID cases. But the military is usually a healthy entity because you have to be physically fit and all that stuff. So the chance of you being in severe complication of COVID-19 was already pretty low because everybody is pretty healthy, and you normally, if you have comorbidities, you don't stay in the military. You're getting kicked out because you're not fit for duties. So nobody really, we might have had a few cases. I've never heard of any complication in the military. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just like the flu, right? You can be sick pretty bad from the flu. So I've never heard of any bad complicated case from COVID-19. However, the minute the vaccine rolled out, there's been a lot of vaccine injuries. So it was like, you were astonishing to me that we were still going with the vaccine mandate. So.
Okay. And if there are injuries with the military, especially someone that's been in as a career like you've been, the military basically has an investment probably well into 7 figures into your training that they would lose.
Yeah,
correct?
So in 2007, I kind of switched trade, and just that training that I did in 2006, 2007, basically to qualify a person like me to fly an airplane, it cost the military approximately $2 million.
Okay. Okay, is there anything you feel the military or the government should have done differently in your case?
Everything has been done as directed by their superiors to a T. They don't follow, they don't care what the population thinks.
Okay. Do you feel that this type of thing is going to harm the military in the longer term?
Oh, absolutely. It's already hurting. Right now, what I know of is there's quite a few flying squadron that their pilots, not just their pilot, entire air crews are failing their medical because they're failing their EKGs. Because one of the first things that the vaccine does, it makes your body produce these spike proteins that are supposed to be the bad part of the virus, but they give you something that is making your body create the thing that is bad from the virus. So what's happening right now, pilots are failing their EKGs and air crews, not just the pilots. And because of that, well, you can't fly. So there's squadrons out there, from what I've been told, and this is hearsay, but there's only like 2 pilots serviceable in an entire squadron. Okay. And they're flying these guys all the time because everybody else is unserviceable right now. So,
is there anything else that you want to tell us relating to this issue with the military?
Well, the thing with the military, here's the scoop with the military, and I think it's the same with the RCMP. You only promote yes men. You don't promote critical thinking people. That's the way it works in the military. If you don't agree with your boss, you're never going to get promoted. So that's what's happening at the higher echelon. They will follow your government. You got to remember, the military, unlike the RCMP, which the RCMP fails at this mandate, the RCMP is supposed to be responsible to the public, and they're supposed to keep the government in check. Well, guess what? They did the complete opposite during the
the pandemic because they didn't follow the Constitution, and that's what they're supposed to do. The military does not have that mandate. They're supposed to defend the sovereignty as directed by the government, which the government obviously that they wanted to impose that mandate, but it didn't just happen in Canada. That happened throughout the world, synchronized with all the UN countries. So a lot of people think that the problem is just here in this country. So it's the exact same thing in all the UN countries. So there's a pattern here. Okay. So we always think right now that it comes from Canada, and we did this, we did that. Well, it's the same thing in Australia, New Zealand, UK, like you name it. All the UN countries were directed to do it this way.
Okay. I'm going to ask the commissioners at this point if they have any questions to ask you at this point. Okay. Any questions? Last? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to make a quick statement just before we finish. It'll take a minute. So I'd like you guys to actually go on YouTube and search Dr. Fauci predicting the pandemic. If you guys think the pandemic was something that was released by accident or whatever, it was actually planned. Dr. Fauci on the 12th of January 2017 predicted that Trump will be hit with a pandemic at the end of his presidency. And the minute that Trump went over to the WEF and the UN just prior to the pandemic and said that he will not participate, or the country will not participate to the world order, he came back home, and that's when the pandemic was released. I have friends in the military everywhere. I've been in for 33 years. We have an intelligence section or trade. I know a lot of people in that trade, and they told me straight up, and this is what you got to remember, the pandemic was created for you to get the vaccine. It was not the other way around. You didn't get the vaccine to try to avoid the pandemic. The pandemic was created for you to get the vaccine.
Okay, if there's no more questions from the commissioners, I want to thank you for your testimony today on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry. Thank you so much.
So now we'd like to invite the Commission Administrator, the Honourable Chess Crosby, up.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Commissioners. The proceedings today, as in the other days, have been very, at times, very wrenching and heart-wrenching. Sean opened his remarks today, Mr. Buckley, with some remarks about courage, and that's certainly a theme that we've heard coming from witnesses who have testified here, some at a comparatively young adult age, very young, and other people from various walks of life, including the police, who lived up to the principle that standing up for your own beliefs and what is right, even though it may feel lonely at the time, can have outsized effects. And I think that's a theme we've heard during the day's testimony and, in fact, the last 3 days, that standing out from the crowd can often prevent very worse things, bad things from happening. We had the good fortune, finally, to be noticed by CBC, the mainstream press, in the last couple of days. And I just want to mention that because it probably took a degree of courage on the part of the reporter who did the story, filed the story. It was on television news, and there's an article on the CBC website. The gentleman's name is Josh Crabb. He's at Winnipeg, CBC, and he deserves some appreciation for the fact that A, he reported on the proceedings that were engaged in, and B, that in my reading, he gave a reasonably fair and balanced account of what was going on here. The article's called Citizen-Led Inquiry into Canada's Pandemic Response make stop in Winnipeg, and it's datelined April 13th. So again, the reporter was Josh Krapp. If I could have that image up on the screen. I often think of the truth in this way. It's a great metaphor. The truth is dammed up behind this dam. The dam in the image here is called the media. So one of those cracks happens to have occurred now in the CBC wall against the truth. There will be other cracks. Dams at some point develop too many cracks, and the cracks get bigger, water starts to run through, and eventually that dam will collapse. And these proceedings that all of you and all of you out there who are watching, and the commissioners, everyone who's testified, everyone in the audience, these proceedings that you're supporting and are engaged in, and people have supported through their donations and their testimony and all their hard work and all the volunteers involved in this, these proceedings will eventually end with that wall collapsing. That wall will collapse. The next image here, if I might ask for it, was also a theme we heard come out in the evidence today. This, of course, is the well-known assassinated president of the United States of America, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. A nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people. That's still where we are in this nation, Canada, because no government, no authority wants to inquire into its handling or mishandling of the last 3 years' response to COVID-19. So we're doing it. Governments fear the people, but the people have found a way to inquire into and establish the truth regardless. The last image, please. And I'll let that speak for itself. Thank you, Commissioners.
We had CBC here, but that